monastery at Kostroma had never seen so many nobles. They were envoys from the National Assembly in Moscow, come to beg the great nun, Martha, to allow her son to take his rightful place as the next Tsar of Russia. Michael Romanov was the only one who hadn't stained his good name during the time of troubles. He was their only hope. If he refused, anarchy would return. Russia, they said, could not endure such grief again. In 1598, Tsar Theodore, son of Ivan the Terrible, died childless. He was the last of the Rurik dynasty, rulers of Russia for more than 700 years. His younger brother, Dmitry, had died 7 years earlier in suspicious circumstances. The National Assembly elected Boris Godunov as the next Tsar, but a rival soon emerged, an imposter claiming to be the last Tsar's dead younger brother. This so-called false Dmitry seized the throne and married the Polish noblewoman Marina Mniszek. Within a year, the false Dmitry was slain in a palace coup, and Marina fled Moscow. In exile, she recognized a second false Dmitry as her husband and bore him a son, Ivan. Russia was leaderless, and Sweden and Poland took advantage of her weakness, attacking on two fronts. Russia lost Karelia, Novgorod, and Smolensk. Amid the anarchy and devastation, only 10% of Russian lands were still being farmed. Famine and fear stalked the land. Without a strong, legitimate ruler, it seemed the Russian state would soon cease to exist. Towards the end of the brutal winter of 1613, delegates of the country's National Assembly traveled to Moscow, where they would decide the fate of the motherland. The Zemsky Sobor, or National Assembly, was Russia's parliament of the 16th and 17th centuries, brought together to advise on the most important political issues. In 1613, the Assembly had about 1,000 delegates, drawn from the nobility, clergy, merchants, and free townsmen. The decisive vote was held on March 3rd. After lengthy debate, the 16-year-old Michael Romanov was elected Tsar. Michael's father was Fyodor Nikitich Romanov, cousin of Tsar Theodore, the son of Ivan the Terrible. This gave him a strong claim to the throne. When Boris Godunov took the throne, he saw Michael's father as a potential threat and forced him to become a monk under the name of Filaret. Michael's mother Xenia became a nun, taking the name Martha. Filaret rose to the rank of bishop, but was imprisoned by the Poles while on a diplomatic mission. His Polish captors didn't bother to inform him that his son had been made Tsar of Russia. The people of Moscow, meanwhile, were informed of the National Assembly's decision through public announcements in Red Square. Michael Fyodorovich Romanov, it was declared, was the new sovereign of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy and Tsar of all the Russias. Michael had grown up amid the 15-year anarchy known as the Time of Troubles. When he was just 4, he was taken from his parents and sent to the country. Later, his mother came to take Michael back, and together they went to live a quiet life in the Ipatiev Monastery, 200 miles northeast of Moscow. Hoarse and exhausted ambassadors, bearing the holy icon of Our Lady of St. Fyodor, spent hours persuading the Romanovs to accept power. Finally, they consented. After many years of lawlessness and violence, a new Tsar ascended to the Russian throne. Michael Fyodorovich Romanov, founder of the Romanov dynasty, by God's will, Tsar and ruler of all Russia. The coronation of Tsar Michael I was held on July 22, 1613. Chapter 1. Michael I Fyodorovich. There was no going back for Michael Romanov. He ascended the steps of the Cathedral of the Assumption, the son of a noble, and descended them as Tsar. The state he was to rule was on the verge of collapse, so the young Tsar followed his intuition and ruled not as an autocrat, but in consultation with his advisors. On his initiative, the National Assembly, which had formerly met once every few years, began to meet more regularly to offer him advice. Despite the expectations of many, Michael didn't become a puppet of the noble factions at court. He remained his own man, biding his time. When one Dutch visitor suggested that Michael should take firm measures against his enemies, he answered, "Don't you know that our Russian bears never hunt in the first year of life? They only hunt when they are older." Michael faced three rival claimants to the throne. To the north, the Swedish King Carl Philip. To the west, the Polish Prince Władysław. And in the south, the 3-year-old Ivan, son of Marina Maniszek and the second false Dmitri. The boy's claim was upheld by 3,000 Cossacks, led by the adventurer Ivan Zarutsky. But their followers soon deserted their cause, and he and the boy were handed over to the Tsar's soldiers and brought to Moscow to meet their fate. The executions took place in front of a huge crowd by the city's Serpukhov gate. The Dutch traveler Elias Herkman remembered it for the rest of his life. Zarutsky was impaled on a stake. Then Dmitri's son was brought out. A snowstorm was blowing, wet snow slapping the boy on the face. He kept asking, "Where are you taking me?" Those carrying the child kept him calm and brought him, like a lamb to the slaughter, to the gallows. The poor boy was hanged as a thief. The Tsar's enemies could have used the boy to foment civil war, casting Russia back into the time of troubles. Michael would take any measure, no matter how brutal, to prevent that. Anarchy had been avoided, but war seemed inescapable. Swedish troops were besieging Pskov, 360 miles west of Moscow. Michael ordered his diplomats to negotiate peace at any price. In 1617, the Treaty of Stalbov was signed, and the city of Novgorod and surrounding lands were returned to Russia. The next threat was a Polish army advancing on Moscow, led by Prince Władysław in person. The Poles reached the walls of the Kremlin itself, the citadel at the heart of the city. Russian spies learned that the Poles were digging a mine under the Arbat Gate, but the Tsar ignored the pleas of his advisors and refused to abandon the city. Weighing on his mind was not just the fate of the city, but a personal dilemma. Poles still held his father prisoner. Michael knew if he left Moscow, he would lose the throne. If he lost the throne, he would never see his father again. On December 1st, 1618, Poland and Russia signed the Truce of Diulina. The region from Vyazma to Chernigov was returned, but many issues remained unresolved. Smolensk remained under Polish control, and Prince Vladislav refused to renounce his claim to the Russian throne. But Russia was exhausted by war. It desperately needed peace, a breathing space, and time to rebuild. However, the treaty was a personal triumph for Michael. Under its terms, all prisoners taken during the time of troubles were to be returned. Amongst them, his father. It was 9 years since their separation. Michael had always looked up to his father and tried to emulate him. Now, he was finally to be reunited with this legendary figure, the Metropolitan Bishop, Filaret. The father could see that his son had become a real Tsar of Russia, God's chosen ruler. 10 days later, the Tsar made his father Patriarch of Moscow, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. From henceforth, they would rule together as father and son. The influence of the Tsar's mother, the once all-powerful great nun Martha, began to wane. She no longer had any say in affairs of state and had less and less access to her son. The Tsar was now in his 20s, a grown man. Accordingly, it was announced that by God's will, the great ruler Tsar Michael had reached the age of adulthood, and the time had come for him to take a wife. The Tsar's mother had found a bride for her son, but Michael made his own decision. Years ago, during his exile, he had fallen in love with Masha Klopova, the daughter of one of his guardians, and promised to marry only her. The Tsar's decision was announced, and his bride-to-be was found rooms within the palace. The Soltykov brothers, relatives of the Tsar's mother, were put in charge of her safety. But just before the wedding, Masha suddenly fell dangerously ill. The palace was alive with rumor and suspicion. The Soltykovs summoned the best foreign doctors, who announced that a terrible disease was devouring the royal bride from within, and no cure was possible. People were soon whispering that the Tsar's mother was behind it because she was opposed to the marriage. In any event, Masha eventually recovered, only to be exiled to Siberia for apparently concealing an illness from the Tsar's advisors. An investigation later concluded she'd been poisoned by the Soltykovs, who were dismissed from court. But the whole affair put Michael off any thought of marriage for many years. When Tsar Michael turned 28, his relatives began to worry. Without an heir, the future of the dynasty was in doubt. Once more, his mother had a candidate. This time, reluctantly, Michael agreed to the match and was married to Princess Maria Dolgorukova. But 4 months later, Maria fell sick and died, the cause never fully established. After this latest disaster, Michael dismissed his mother from any involvement in his marital affairs and instead arranged for the traditional election of a Russian royal bride. The advice he received was to watch the girls carefully from afar, appraising their age, complexion, eyes, and hair. Look for signs of injury or illness, and ensure she's healthy in mind and kind by nature. The tradition of electing a Tsar's bride was essentially a beauty contest, involving thousands of candidates from noble families. First, royal officials sorted applicants on the basis of their height, size of head, and size of feet. Then senior nobles and court doctors inspected the girls in the capital. Finally, 10 to 20 of the most beautiful girls were brought to the court, where they were introduced to the Tsar in person. When Michael announced his decision, his advisors were speechless. He chose Evdokia Streshnyeva as his queen. She hadn't even been in the contest. She was the maid of one of the candidates and the daughter of a poor nobleman. From bitter experience, the Tsar decided to handle all the arrangements himself. The identity of his bride was kept a closely guarded secret, and she was brought to the palace just 3 days before the wedding. Tsaritsa Evdokia, the Russian Cinderella, proved to be kind, considerate, and loving. She bore Michael 10 children, though only 4 survived infancy, 3 daughters and a son, Alexei. It was enough to ensure the dynasty would live on. Michael and the land were at peace for a short while. Michael was determined to reclaim Russian lands lost during the time of troubles. It would mean war with Poland. First, he reorganized the army, introducing new weapons and equipment based on developments in Europe. In particular, Michael learned from the Swedish army, the strongest in Europe. New regiments were formed with 8 companies of 200 men. Each had 120 musketeers and 80 pikemen. New muskets were bought, which weighed 4 kilograms instead of 6, so they could be fired without a support. By 1632, 10 new regiments had been formed, with a strength of 17,000 men. It was one thing to create a new army. It was another to teach it how to win on the battlefield. Russian forces were defeated outside Smolensk, and after 2 years of war, both sides sought a settlement. The 1634 Treaty of Polyanovka brought no territorial gains for Russia apart from the town of Sierpiesk, ceded by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia also paid an indemnity of 20,000 rubles, in exchange for which King Władysław of Poland renounced his claim to the Russian throne. Russia itself was gradually becoming a more prosperous society. Thanks to Michael's efforts, English and Dutch specialists came to Russia to share their expertise. They lived in the foreign districts of the big cities, such as Moscow's famous German Quarter, and invested capital in local enterprises. Russians referred to the Germans, or often any foreigner, as Niemets, from the Russian word niemoy, meaning mute, because they couldn't speak Russian. In the 10th year of his reign, Tsar Michael invited English geologists to investigate iron and copper ore deposits in the Ural Mountains. 8 years later, the first state steelmaking plant was opened in the region. 12 years after that, a Dutch entrepreneur built an armory at Tula, 100 miles south of Moscow, that's still in operation today. Russia soon began to export arms to some of the most developed countries in Europe. The average wage at this time was 3 kopecks a day, for which one could buy 3 chickens, or 45 eggs, or 1.5 kilos of salmon. A sheepskin coat cost 50 kopecks, or about 2 weeks' wages. A pair of boots was 10 days' wages, while a cow cost 2 rubles, or about 2 months' wages. Abroad, the Russian state was gaining greater influence. In 1625, Shah Abbas, the ruler of Persia, sought to win favor by sending the Patriarch of Russia the Holy Robe. This sacred relic was believed to be the one worn by Christ before his crucifixion, later taken by one of the Roman soldiers present. Patriarch Filaret, the Tsar's father, ordained a week's fasting to mark its arrival before presenting the Holy Robe to the sick. 67 people were said to have been miraculously cured in the first 6 months alone. The robe itself was later placed in a cathedral within the Kremlin. Today, a part of the robe can be seen in the Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Moscow. After the barbarism of the time of troubles, the Romanovs sought to nurture a cultural revival within Russia. One of Patriarch Filaret's first decrees was to restore the Tsar's once vast library, now largely destroyed. Scholars were sent to search for books in distant monasteries and to make copies of rare manuscripts and return with them to Moscow. Just 30 years after the time of troubles, Russia was back to the level of prosperity she'd enjoyed before the state had slid into anarchy. Trade and productivity were on the rise. People had enough to eat and felt safe. It was an age of economic and political stability. Tsar Michael had achieved the impossible and brought the Russian state back from the brink. On July 12, 1645, the Tsar celebrated his 49th birthday. That morning after church, Michael seemed to have a presentiment of his own approaching death. He publicly forgave all those who had ever insulted or sinned against him, and ordered a general amnesty for all prisoners. On coming home, the first Romanov Tsar of Russia said goodbye to his wife and son, and died peacefully later that day. Russia mourned its much-loved ruler for 3 days. Many thousands from all ranks and walks of life came to pay their respects before his coffin. Services were held in his honor in all the churches of the land. Alexei Mikhailovich, Michael's eldest son and heir, was as young as his father had been when he ascended to the throne. But the country he inherited had been utterly transformed. Famine, civil war, and destruction no longer stalked the land. Russia was now stable and prosperous. The new ruler of this reinvigorated state, Tsar Alexei, was handsome, intelligent, virile, and devout. Ahead lay great victories and bloody revolts, remarkable achievements and fatal mistakes. Alexei Mikhailovich was destined to become one of Russia's most controversial rulers. Chapter 2. Alexei I Mikhailovich. The young Tsar was not overawed by his new responsibility. It was a role he'd prepared for since early childhood. His education had begun at the age of 6. After learning the alphabet, he was taught to read using stories from the Bible. The prince's household included 20 stewards, 6 teachers and 18 musicians, as well as bodyguards, acrobats and jesters. When Alexei was 7, he was given a set of miniature weapons, an arquebus, a bow and arrows, swords, armor made in Germany, and musical instruments, maps, and engravings from Western Europe. Alexei's chief tutor was a nobleman named Boris Morozov. He encouraged his pupil to broaden his outlook and introduced him to Western culture. Many Europeans were invited to the Tsar's court, including interpreters, diplomats, and scholars. Alexei's personal doctor, an Englishman named Samuel Collins, admired his patient greatly. The emperor is handsome and strongly built. He has fair hair and doesn't shave his beard. He is tall with noble bearing. He can be cruel when angry, but he is mostly kind and gentle. He has an excellent memory and is devout. One could name him among the most kind and wise rulers. But for the cloud of advisors and noblemen who surround him and turn his good intentions to evil. During the first years of his reign, Alexei pursued many passions. Much of his time was spent visiting remote monasteries to perform acts of worship. He also collected rare and exotic birds, kept an elk farm, and experimented with new agricultural techniques. He tried to grow melons, almonds, cotton, and grapes. But without doubt, his greatest love was hunting with his falcons. The Tsar owned no fewer than 3,000 falcons, each of which, it was said, he knew by name. His household included 100 falconers of varied rank, paid between 6 and 60 rubles a year, not including bonuses. All were members of the Department of Secret Affairs, which handled the Tsar's amusements and private business. The head falconer, Afanasy Machushkin, was Alexei's close friend. The upkeep of the mews and hunting stables cost the treasury 75,000 rubles a year, the equivalent of about $10 million today. On the road, the Tsar's hunting party was more than half a mile long. First came 300 stewards mounted on richly decorated horses, 3 abreast. They were followed by 300 guardsmen in crimson kaftans, 5 abreast. Then 500 armored cavalry, 3 abreast. Next came 40 parade horses in ornately decorated harnesses, followed by the reserve carriage horses, and finally the Tsar himself in his English carriage, accompanied by courtiers and hangers-on, no more than a few dozen. Young Alexei was enjoying himself in a manner worthy of a Tsar. He left affairs of state to his tutor Boris Morozov. But the nobles, jealous of Morozov's influence, urged the Tsar to marry, since a married man had no need of a tutor. But Morozov was not to be so easily outmaneuvered. When the Tsar expressed his desire to marry, the greatest beauties were brought to him from across Russia. He picked his favorite, but when she was brought to him a second time in court clothes, Morozov instructed the servant to tie her headscarf so tightly that the girl quickly fainted. It was declared that the girl had fainting sickness. To conceal this from the Tsar was a crime. Her father was exiled to Siberia, and her family fell from favor. Morozov, an elderly widower, then asked the Tsar to help him pick his own bride, and introduced him to the Myaslavsky sisters. Alexei fell in love with the eldest sister, Maria, and married her, while Morozov married Anna, young enough to be his granddaughter, so strengthening further his ties to Alexei. Alexei's family life proved a source of great joy to him. Maria was 5 years his senior, but she proved a perfect match and ideal Tsaritsa. They lived together for 20 years and had 13 children. The Tsar's gentle manners earned him the nickname the Most Quiet. but his reign itself would prove anything but. The clouds of war and revolt were gathering. On June 1st, 1648, Alexei and his court were returning to Moscow from the Trinity St. Sergius monastery. When the procession reached the city gates, they found the way blocked by a huge crowd. The people of the city had come to present a petition to the Tsar, complaining of the excesses of his bureaucrats. But the Tsar refused to speak to them. His guards drove them away and arrested the ringleaders. The next day, the Tsar was returning from another monastery when he was again met by a huge crowd. They pushed his guards aside, broke through to the Tsar's coach, and seized control of the horses. The 19-year-old Alexei was face to face with his subjects for the first time. Despite being surrounded by an angry mob, he remained calm. He listened to their complaints and promised to stamp out government corruption and to dismiss all bribe takers and embezzlers from office. Top of their list was the Tsar's old tutor, Boris Mazarov. In the course of 2 years, Morozov had amassed a huge personal fortune and made himself the second richest person in Russia. As chief treasurer of the state, he reduced spending by slashing the wages of all bureaucrats, forcing many to accept bribes simply to survive. He appointed friends and allies to offices of state, but only after they paid him an enormous bribe. But Morozov's most dangerous policy had been to raise the tax on salt. Salt was the universal food preservative. When its price rose fourfold, everyone was affected, and the poorest were threatened with starvation. The events that followed were reported in all the courts of Europe. One account was left by a Dutch traveler to Russia, thought to be a spy. A crowd of people forced their way into the palace courtyard. The guards sided with the people and burst into Morozov's house. They trampled everything underfoot, threw his belongings from the windows, and ransacked the place, taking all they could. They shouted furiously, "This is our blood!" Morozov himself escaped into one of His Majesty's chambers and hid there. There were revolts across Russia, from Ustyug and Salvychegodsk in the north to Kursk in the south. The Tsar was under siege in his own palace. The pregnant Tsaritsa nearly miscarried. She gave birth 5 months later, but their first child died within the year. To appease the people, the Tsar ordered the execution of many corrupt officials, but not Morozov. Alexei would not sacrifice his beloved tutor, and instead exiled him to a monastery 300 miles north of Moscow. In response to the salt riots, the National Assembly was urgently convened within the Kremlin. It advised the Tsar that only a comprehensive new legal code could restore order. A special commission was established, in which the Tsar himself took an active role. The result was the Saborny Ulozhenia, a legal code that sought to consolidate all the state's existing laws into a single document for the first time. It would prove a cornerstone of Russian law for centuries to come. The code's 25 chapters and nearly 1,000 articles were copied and glued together into a single roll 309 meters long. After its approval, 1,200 copies were printed and one sent to every major city. The code entrenched the privileges of the nobility, who became the only people legally allowed to own serfs. The status of these peasants was made permanent and hereditary. The Saborny Ulozhenia was in force for almost 200 years, from 1649 until 1832. When the rioting finally abated, Boris Morozov quietly returned from exile. But his place as Alexei's closest advisor had been taken by another, the 43-year-old abbot of Novospassky Monastery, Nikon. Nikon made a great impression on the devout Tsar. Soon he was ordained Metropolitan Bishop of Novgorod. 3 years later, Alexei appointed him Patriarch, head of the entire Russian Orthodox Church. With the Tsar's backing, the new Patriarch began a large-scale reform of the Russian Church. Nikon believed that over the last 4 centuries, the rituals and beliefs of his native church had become riddled with corruption and abuse, and were increasingly at odds with the rites performed by the Greek Orthodox Church. The morality and conduct of Russian priests and monks had also been called into question. Nikon's reforms were intended to bring the Russian Church back into line with its own early practices and those of the Greek Orthodox Church. Russians were now to cross themselves using 3 fingers and not 2. They were told how many times to bow during services, what musical instruments could be played in church, and how to correctly spell the name Jesus Christ. For a deeply conservative church, such reforms were no small matter. They led to sharp divisions within the church. So-called old believers denounced them as heresy and continued to practice the old forms of worship in secret. But ultimately, it was their leader, Archpriest Avakum, who would be burnt as a heretic. Nikon's support grew steadily until by the end of Alexei's reign, his cause had become impossible to resist. Die-hard opponents remained, but many more embraced the practical benefits of his reforms, such as restoring discipline among the clergy and promoting education. Tsar Alexei had supported Nikon's reforms, but the Patriarch began to overreach himself, becoming involved in every aspect of government, from politics to diplomacy and the conduct of military campaigns. Meanwhile, the Patriarch's enemies at court spread rumors to undermine him. Relations between the head of the church and the head of state reached a new low when Tsar Alexei failed to attend the Patriarch's service at the Cathedral of the Assumption. It could mean only one thing. Patriarch Nikon had fallen from favor and could no longer count on the Tsar's support. Nikon left for the New Jerusalem monastery, a day's journey from Moscow, where he planned to await the Tsar's apology. But it never came. Instead, the Tsar appointed a new Patriarch. In 1666, a great synod was held in Moscow, attended by the most senior priests of the Greek and Russian Orthodox Church. The synod dismissed Patriarch Nikon from his post, but at the same time excommunicated his great adversary, Archpriest Avakum, and upheld Nikon's entire program of church reform. Morozov and now Nikon were gone. Tsar Alexei, this passionate youth, lover of falconry, loving husband and father, would now rule alone for the first time. Little did he know he was about to face one of the most turbulent periods in all of Russian history. The first threat would come from the south, and the Cossack renegade Stepan Razin. Razin was a Cossack chief, or ataman, from the Don region. He had a long record of insurrection and banditry along the Volga River and around the Caspian Sea. But in 1670, he aimed at nothing less than the creation of a new, free state for the Cossacks. After he seized the towns of Tsaritsyn and Cherkassk, thousands rallied to his cause. Government troops were eventually able to stamp out the rebellion, and Razin was betrayed to the authorities by his Cossack rivals. He was brought to Moscow and executed. Even while he struggled with church reform and Cossack rebellion, Tsar Alexei faced war against the old enemy, Poland. Since the time of troubles, the Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania had occupied former Russian lands, including the important city of Smolensk. But while the Tsar was away with the army, the dreaded news arrived that plague had broken out in Moscow. The Tsar's family and court were hurriedly evacuated to the monastery of Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius, and the capital was quarantined. By the 1670s, Moscow was one of the largest cities in Europe. Before the epidemic, its population was around 300,000, which made it about the same size as Paris. Naples had a population of 270,000, London and Amsterdam about 200,000, Venice and Antwerp about 150,000, Rome, Genoa and Prague 100,000. In 5 months, the plague claimed 150,000 lives, about half the population of Moscow. Bodies piled up in the streets. But the army still had to be paid, and the treasury was in plague-ravaged Moscow. If the epidemic spread to the troops, it would be a disaster. So the Tsar came up with the idea of literally laundering the money. He ordered the silver coins to be washed with soap and lye before they were distributed to the troops. Plague never reached the army. The war with Poland lasted 13 years. The Russians managed to win back some territory on their western border, but an empty treasury forced the Tsar to seek an armistice. In the Truce of Andrusov, Russia won back Smolensk, Chernigov, and other lands lost more than 50 years ago in the time of troubles. Eastern Ukraine also became part of the Russian state. To refill his treasury, Tsar Alexei decided to reform the currency. Because of the country's shortage of gold and silver, he introduced a copper coin with the same value as a silver coin. Wages were now paid out in copper, while taxes were still gathered in silver. The copper coins soon began to lose much of their value, but the Tsar's mints continued to produce them. Within 5 years, in Moscow, a single silver ruble was worth 12 or even 15 copper rubles. At the end of July 1662, when the Tsar was at his palace at Kolomenskoye, a few miles outside Moscow, posters appeared in the city, calling those responsible for minting copper coins thieves and traitors. The people of Moscow traveled to Kolomenskoye to see the Tsar. When he left church, he was surrounded by a huge, angry crowd. But Alexei kept his composure. He promised the people that the issue would be resolved. He even swore an oath to it. The crowd began to disperse. The Tsar's guards led him away. But more protesters kept arriving from Moscow, angrier, and shouting insults at the Tsar. For a while, Alexei listened to their jeers in silence. The troops were already moving into position. When the Tsar saw that they encircled the crowd, he gave the order, and the slaughter began. "2,500 people were killed at Kolomenskoye in just a few hours. The revolt was suppressed, but the copper coinage had to be withdrawn. The state even offered compensation at 5 kopecks, or 5% to the ruble. The Tsar's agents interrogated and tortured suspects for months to find out who'd been behind the riots. 150 were hanged. About 1,000 were sent into exile with the letter B branded on their faces, for buntavshik, rebel. The Tsaritsa was pregnant during the copper riot, as she'd been 14 years before during the salt riot. It was said the shock took its toll on her later, when the Tsaritsa died in childbirth. Their baby girl died just 5 days later. After the revolt, Tsar Alexei became deeply suspicious. He created a special section of the Department of Secret Affairs that combined the functions of counterintelligence, secret police, censorship, and a prison. It oversaw the work of all other state departments and was based not with them in the Kremlin, but at its own headquarters a few streets away at Lubyanka. Torture was used routinely during its interrogations. It also relied on a large network of paid informers, including state bureaucrats, shopkeepers, and innkeepers. The Tsar had his own office within the department, from where he increasingly handled all affairs of state. The Department of Secret Affairs also continued to run the Tsar's household and entertainments, and produced the day reports, the first weather reports in Russian history. By the end of his reign, Alexei had surrounded himself with flatterers and yes-men, who competed with each other to sing the praises of their glorious monarch. His public appearances became increasingly formal and magnificent, with new ceremonies devised in detail by the Tsar himself. The Tsar, recently widowed, seemed set on the path towards aging despotism and ever-increasing isolation. But an encounter one evening, as he dined at the house of his friend Artemon Matveyev, turned everything on its head. As per custom, the Tsar's first cup was presented by the host's young ward, the 19-year-old Natalia Narushkina. The Tsar was instantly captivated by her beauty and became determined to make her his wife. But proper protocol had to be observed. The selection of a new royal bride was announced, and 74 women of great beauty were brought to Moscow for the Tsar's appraisal. Only one of them knew the result had already been decided. Natalia Narushkina had won the Tsar's heart, and the selection was a mere formality. The wedding took place in the Kremlin, in the Cathedral of the Assumption, on February 1st, 1671. A year and a half later, the new Tsaritsa gave birth to a son. The boy would be known to history as Peter the Great. In his newfound joy, Tsar Alexei decided to realize a long-cherished dream: to build Russia's first professional theater. The theater was built in the village of Preobrazhenskaya on the outskirts of Moscow. Pastor Johann Gregory from the city's German quarter was invited to write its first play, entitled The Comedy of Artaxerxes, based on the story of Esther from the Bible. All parts were played by students from the Lutheran school. The first performance took place on October 30th, 1672. The play lasted an exhausting 10 hours. The Tsaritsa and princesses watched from behind a screen that hid them from sight. Soon, 5 more plays had been staged, all based on stories from the Bible, as well as the first ballet, Orpheus. Tsar Alexei was filled with a new zest for life and a horror of growing old. He started to study medical textbooks and to use herbs to mix his own potions. He would listen attentively to his doctors and became obsessed with bloodletting, which was believed to restore the balance of the body's humors necessary for good health. He strongly recommended the practice for all his courtiers. It was said he sometimes let his favorite falcon make the incision, as the bird never missed the vein. In January 1676, Alexei caught a cold, which he decided to treat himself. But his health deteriorated rapidly, and within a week his condition was without hope. On January 29th, the Tsar received the last rites and blessed his eldest son, Theodore, as his heir and the next Tsar of Russia. He died the following night, aged 46. Alexei Romanov weathered many storms to leave behind a state that was rich, strong, and stable. His successors would build upon his legacy, carrying on the work of reform and modernization, none more so than his youngest son, Peter the Great, whose achievements would eclipse those of his father. Alexei died in the prime of his life, with many great ambitions unfulfilled. The country felt bereaved, as though it had lost a father. The heir to this mighty Russian state, Fyodor Alexeyevich, wasn't even able to attend his father's funeral unaided. His ill health meant he had to be carried to the cathedral on a special litter. Looking at the sickly face beneath the Tsar's fur hat, some whispered a warning. Prepare yourselves. Soon the nobles will be back in charge, and another time of troubles will be upon us. The year was 1674. In the private theater of Tsar Alexei, the tale of the Byzantine princess Pulcheria was being retold. Long ago, she had been the elder sister of a Byzantine emperor, a 7-year-old boy given to daydreaming. So she ruled in place of her little brother and proved to be wise and fair. The tale delighted its royal audience, but one teenage princess, Sophia, was spellbound. This was her own dream, brought to life on stage. She had no idea where and how far that dream would lead her. Two years later, when Tsar Alexei's eldest surviving son took the throne as Fyodor III, the House of Romanov seemed secure and stable. The succession was not in dispute. Alexei himself had named and blessed Fyodor as his successor from his deathbed. There was one thing, though, that worried the people. The young Tsar had had to be carried to his coronation in a litter. He could barely walk on his own. As Fyodor ascended the throne, many at court openly hinted that the young Tsar was not long for this world. Chapter 1. Fyodor III Alexeyevich. Fyodor had suffered from chronic scurvy since childhood. It led to anemia, a blood disorder that left him profoundly weak. It also caused his limbs to swell and led to the abnormal development of his bones and cartilage. Scurvy is caused by an acute deficiency of vitamin C. In the 17th century, it was common during wars or long sea voyages. The first Romanovs, however, seem to have had a rare hereditary form of the disease. Because of his ill health, Fyodor was forced to spend much of his time indoors, unable to take part in games or sport. Instead, he developed an interest in the sciences. His tutor was the philosopher and poet Simeon Polotsky, and Fyodor was extremely well educated for his time. The young Tsar excelled in theology, philosophy, rhetoric, and poetry. He spoke fluent Polish and read Ovid in the original Latin. Fyodor owned a large music library, sang well and was a talented composer. But his greatest passion was for horse breeding. When Fyodor was only 3, he was not given a toy horse like most other 3-year-olds, but a real horse, because he was the son of a Tsar. The little boy was in awe. For the rest of his life, he would be obsessed with everything to do with horses. Fyodor's parents hoped that riding would improve the prince's health, but instead, their worst nightmare came true. One of his father's friends, boyar noble Artemon Matviev, witnessed the accident. When he was 13, Fyodor decided to travel to the countryside by sledge, along with his aunts and sisters. He was given a hot-tempered horse to pull the sledge, which he mounted. But there were so many people in the sledge that the horse couldn't move it. It reared, threw the rider off, and he fell under the sledge. It ran over Fyodor Alexeyevich with all its weight and crushed his chest. Fyodor survived, but to add to his woes, he suffered chest and back pain for the rest of his life. Fyodor was an enthusiastic follower of the latest European trends. He wanted to be a reformer, to sweep away all that was outdated and backward in Russia, and bring in all the latest fashion and innovations from the West. But his illness left him effectively sidelined, a virtual prisoner in his own palace. Control of government fell into the hands of the Tsar's uncle, Ivan Miloslavsky, and his family. His rival, Artemon Matviev, a brilliant diplomat and sworn enemy of the Miloslavsky clan, was sent into exile. Under the young Tsar, power once more lay with the boyar nobles. Miloslavsky dismissed the Department of Secret Affairs and the Department of Accounting, the former instruments of royal government. He himself took over 2 key government departments, the Great Treasury, which controlled state finance, and the Department of Ambassadors, in charge of foreign policy, as well as other minor departments. Other departments were distributed amongst his friends and relatives, some of whom held up to half a dozen different government posts. In just a few years, the number of government departments increased from 42 to 60. The total number of bureaucrats rose from 882 to 2,762. This new bloated administration was riddled with corrupt and lazy officials, many of whom owed their place to the Miloslavsky family. It was love at first sight. On Palm Sunday, during the celebration of Christ's entry into Jerusalem, a solemn procession bearing icons and a crucifix crossed Red Square and entered the Kremlin Cathedral. Amid the crowd, one girl caught the eye of the 18-year-old Tsar. She stood out less for her beauty than for her proud and noble bearing. The Tsar was captivated. The girl was found. Her name was Agafia Grushetskia, the daughter of a petty nobleman who now lived with her uncle in Moscow. Fyodor instructed the uncle to keep his niece safe and not allow her to marry without his permission. But the Tsar's choice of bride did not suit the Miloslavsky family. They wanted him to marry a girl from their own family, not the daughter of some impoverished provincial noble. 50 years later, the historian Vasily Tatishev investigated the facts and reported. Ivan Miloslavsky slandered Agafia in front of the Tsar, claiming that both she and her mother were known to be guilty of several obscene acts. But the girl found out about this unjust accusation, and when questioned by officials, declared that no one should be in any doubt as to her honor, and swore to it on her life. Reassured by this news, the Tsar decided to pay a secret visit to his chosen one. He took a trip through the hills outside Moscow, so on his way back he could pass by Agafia's house as if by accident. Agafia's relatives told the girl to stand in the window, and for the first time, their eyes met. Theodore took the first independent decision of his life. The scheming and deceitful Ivan Miloslavsky was dismissed from court. He was no longer welcome in the Tsar's presence. To respect tradition, a formal presentation of bridal candidates was arranged for the Tsar. But everyone knew the name of the winner before the contest even began. The Tsar, the candidates, and the organizers. But it was unthinkable to overlook the ancient custom. Theodore, now 19 and married, was at last recognized as having reached his majority and assumed the full authority of the Tsar. Now, he would take control of his own fate and push forward his own ideas on how Russia should be governed. His first act was to summon all the nobles of the realm, the most senior nobles, the boyars, his advisors, the okolnichi, and the members of the council. They were to meet at 1 o'clock to begin the work of reform, beginning with taxation. To support the Tsar's standing army, a variety of small taxes were replaced with a single new tax. Every household was now expected to pay 90 kopecks per year, the equivalent of 72 kilograms of grain or 26 kilograms of beef. Because of the acute shortage of cash, the Tsar sold the rights to collect this tax to tax farmers, helping to quickly replenish the treasury. By 1680, state revenues totaled more than 1.2 million rubles. Customs and excise duties accounted for 53% of revenue. Direct taxation raised 44%, and other minor taxes accounted for the remainder. Next came a population census. Completed in 1678, it identified 5.6 million people living in Russia, but this only included taxpayers in the heartland regions. If non-taxpayers were added, plus those in new settlements on the fringes of Russia and across Siberia, as well as the Cossacks, the total population was approximately 12 million. This made Russia one of the world's most populated countries, and largest in terms of territory. By the end of the Romanov dynasty in 1917, this population had grown eightfold to 103 million. Next was boundary reform. Existing boundaries were checked and new ones established, settling disputes over land ownership and fixing the boundaries of private estates, royal estates and church lands. Next, army reform. The most settled parts of Russia were divided into 9 new military districts. From now on, every regiment was tied to one of these districts, was stationed there and did its recruiting there. 20 years later, this system would be the basis for even more sweeping reforms by Fyodor's younger brother, Peter the Great. To help fight injustice, the Court of Petitions was reopened. A person of any rank or position could file a complaint to the Chamber of Judgment and to the Tsar personally. When Fyodor heard that some petitions compared the Tsar to God, he was indignant. He said that it was indecent to write such words, and that if anybody dared to write again in that style, he would not regard their petition with favor. Tsar Fyodor also reformed the penal code and abolished a range of barbaric punishments, including the cutting off of hands, feet, and fingers. Prisoners who would have received these punishments were now sent to Siberia instead, where they helped to settle and develop the vast empty lands that lay beyond the Ural Mountains. Moscow, a city built of wood, used to be destroyed by fire about once every generation. In the reign of Tsar Fyodor, large parts of the city were rebuilt in stone for the first time. The state treasury offered 10-year interest-free loans to pay for the work. The Tsar would personally visit the site of fires to see the loans issued. Most of these medieval mortgages were never repaid, but they helped to build 10,000 new houses, creating a new city of stone. Finally, the system of precedence, by which the boyar nobles could inherit government posts by virtue of rank alone, was abolished. From now on, appointments would be based on merit and the Tsar's judgment. Those, as it was put, whom the great sovereign indicates. The Tsar solemnly burned the great books of rank, which catalogued the pedigree and precedence of all Russia's noble families, in a great bonfire in the courtyard of his palace. The Tsar had ushered in a new age, in which good government took precedence over the boyar's ancient privileges. Tsar Fyodor was a man in a hurry. He introduced Polish fashion at court. Some courtiers even began to shave their beards. He encouraged the founding of Russia's first university based on European lines. He built a fortress at Izium to guard the southern border against Tatar raids, and opened the first state almshouses in Russian history. He began work on reforming the courts. Sometimes it seemed his illness had deserted him, but it never entirely left him. Theodore knew it was a race against time, and there was much work to be done. War in the south against the Ottoman Turks and Crimean Tatars proved costly. It was a conflict that might have been avoided with the help of Artemon Matveyev, the Tsar's most experienced diplomat, but for now, he remained in exile. In 1677, a 100,000-strong Crimean Turkish army invaded Ukraine. It was met by a Russian-Ukrainian army with a strength of 57,000 men. Despite being outnumbered almost 2 to 1, they managed to repel the Turkish invader. The following year, a Turkish army 200,000 strong was defeated by a Russian army of 120,000. But Russian generals were unable to capitalize on these victories. In 1681, the Treaty of Bakhchisarai was signed between Russia, the Ottoman Empire, and Crimean Khanate. Eastern Ukraine and the city of Kiev remained in Russian hands. The Dnieper River became the new border with the Ottomans, while a buffer zone was created between the Dnieper and Bug River. The war had exhausted the Tsar, but with peace, his health began to improve. What's more, his beloved queen, his Tsaritsa, was pregnant with their first child. The baby was expected that summer. But their happiness was not to last. There were complications with the birth. Agafia died 3 days later, on July 14, 1681. Their infant son outlived his mother by just 6 days. Fyodor was thrown into despair. His always frail health now began to deteriorate with alarming speed. Fyodor knew he needed an heir to ensure a peaceful succession when the time came, and 7 months later, he married again. This time his bride was a 14-year-old girl named Marfa Apraxina. Theodore did not even have the strength to stand during the wedding ceremony. Just 10 weeks later, he was dead at the age of 20. His final decline was so rapid, he didn't have time to leave instructions about his succession. Theodore had the potential to become Russia's first enlightened monarch, to lead Russia into the main current of European civilization. He had everything that was required: education, determination, character, everything, except health. Tsar Fyodor III ruled Russia for just 5 years, but in that time he created the basis for one of the strongest armies in the world, introduced a system of social welfare, reduced taxation, expanded the borders of his realm, transformed Moscow from a city of wood into a city of stone, and laid the foundations of a secular system of education. He approved the foundation of Russia's first university, but died before he could sign the charter. Fyodor's death paved the way for a power struggle between two boyar families. The Miloslavskis, relatives of Tsar Alexei's first wife, the late Tsaritsa Maria, and the Narushkins, the family of Alexei's second wife, Natalia. The Miloslavskis' candidate for Tsar was Maria's son, Prince Ivan, a 15-year-old boy, half-blind and disabled. The Narushkins supported Natalia's son, Peter, healthy and clever, but only 10 years old. An hour after Fyodor's death, the Boyars' Council, with the support of Patriarch Joachim, declared Prince Peter to be the new Tsar of Russia. His mother's family, the Narushkins, seemed to have won the day. For those at court, it meant one boyar family was out and another was in. But for one person, it spelled the ruin of all their dreams. Chapter 2. Sofia Alekseyevna. Sofia Alekseyevna aspired to what most young women aspire to: freedom, happiness, love. But her fate was not that of any ordinary woman. She was a Russian princess, daughter of Tsar Alexei, sister of the late Fyodor. In 1682, 9 princesses lived in the Tsar's palace. They were Anna, Tatiana, Yevdokia, Martha, Sophia, Ekaterina, Maria, Feodosia, and Natalia. None were permitted to marry. No Russian man was of sufficient rank, and foreigners did not share their Orthodox faith. The princesses spent their lives in their chambers, in strict isolation from outsiders. They only left the palace for church or other important ceremonies. In their carriages, they sat behind closed curtains, and if they went anywhere on foot, they were shielded from public gaze by drapes held up by their attendants. Their only amusements were the swings of the palace park in summer, sledging in winter, and performances by the court musicians. Their lives were devoted to family, worship, and decorum. Princesses finished their education at the age of 10. They were taught to read and write, arithmetic, and theology. But Sophia begged her father to let her continue to study alongside her brother Fyodor. Their teacher, Simeon Palotsky, remembered her as curious and clever, and that she studied philosophy, theology, rhetoric, Polish, and Latin. She read widely, and even wrote her own plays. Sophia's heroine was Pulcheria, a 5th century Byzantine princess who'd ruled as regent for her younger brother. It was what Sophia dreamed for herself. Her brother, Tsar Fyodor, had occasionally listened to her advice, but no more. His death gave Sophia a long-awaited chance. Sophia was counting on her disabled brother Ivan becoming Tsar. Then she could become the Russian Pulcheria and rule for him as regent. But the Narushkins were about to thwart this plan by placing Peter, not Ivan, on the throne. So Sophia decided to intervene. Her plan centered on the Streltsy, the musketeer units that were the core of the Russian standing army. There were 26 regiments, 22,500 men stationed in Moscow. Their privileges included not having to pay taxes and being allowed to carry out private business when not on active service. A private soldier was paid between 3 and 5 rubles a month, equivalent to between $600 and $1,000 today. An officer was paid 4 times as much, between 15 to 20 rubles a month, while a colonel made between 30 and 60 rubles. Some unscrupulous colonels dipped into their soldiers' wages to augment their own pay. Streltsy wages were paid irregularly and late. Officers not only skimmed off some of their soldiers' pay, they sometimes made them work like serfs on their own estates. Streltsy had been pushed to breaking point, a situation Princess Sophia planned to use to her advantage. Meanwhile, the Narushkins' most able supporter, Artemon Matveyev, had just returned to Moscow from exile. This news persuaded Sophia to act without delay. Her supporters told the Streltsy that the Narushkins had poisoned Tsar Fyodor and strangled his son, Prince Ivan. At the insistence of Patriarch Joachim, Princes Ivan and Peter, both perfectly well, were shown to the public. But the Streltsy were out for blood. They broke into the palace, looking for the Narushkins and their supporters. Prince Ivan hid in a corner, while Prince Peter clung to Artemon Matveyev. The Streltsy pushed the young prince aside and dragged Matveyev away. A servant of the Patriarch witnessed the revolt and later described the scene. Artemon Matveyev was hacked to pieces. Boyar Yuri Dolgorukov was dragged behind the gates and stabbed to death. The next day, his body was also cut into pieces. The Streltsy ransacked the treasury and entered the Tsar's chambers with weapons, looking for boyar nobles to kill. They smashed down a door to the Patriarch's chambers and threw his steward from the window, where he hanged from the end of a rope. The Streltsy revolt traumatized young Peter. He would neither forget nor forgive. The massacre lasted for 3 days. The victims included prominent Narushkin supporters, including 2 of Prince Peter's uncles, 2 government ministers, the Tsar's personal doctor, and about 100 others. May 19th, the Streltsy demanded outstanding wages totaling 240,000 rubles. On May 23rd, they presented a new ultimatum. The 2 princes, Ivan and Peter, should sit on the throne together. Finally, on May 29th, they made their final demand. Princess Sophia was to become regent until Peter was of age. Russia had its Princess Pulcheria. Sophia was playing with fire. Just 6 weeks before, Peter had been proclaimed Tsar, and the Streltsy had sworn allegiance to him. Now they had butchered his close relatives and handed power to her. The princess had used armed men to clear her path to power. She wasn't the last to do so in Russia, but she went down in history as the first. The new princess regent realized her position was extremely precarious and moved quickly to shore up her support. First, she ordered the payment of all outstanding debts to the Streltsy, even melting down some of the Tsar's silverware to meet the cost. Then Sophia gave all the key posts to her allies. The ambassador's department, which handled foreign affairs, was given to her favorite Count Vasily Golitsyn. Streltsy, Reiter Cavalry and Great Treasury departments, effectively control of the army as well as state finances, were given to Count Ivan Khovansky, nicknamed the Windbag. Khovansky, a veteran general and favorite of the Streltsy, soon realized that his new position gave him almost unlimited power, a temptation he could not resist. So began the Kovanchina, the bloody summer of 1682, when power in Moscow resided with Khovansky and his Streltsy troops. The Russian capital had been occupied by its own army. Princess Sophia had unleashed a dangerous power struggle that threatened to topple Russia into anarchy. Thankfully, the Streltsy were not the only military force in Russia. Now, she would turn to the nobles. On the day of the Feast of the Transfiguration, Princess Regent Sophia left the Kremlin under the guise of visiting the Donskoy Monastery, just across the Moscow River. But instead, she left the city and made for the monastery of Trinity St. Sergius, where she planned to take refuge. From the safety of the monastery, Sophia sent letters across the land, condemning this new Streltsy revolt and summoning all loyal nobles to her aid. By the end of the 17th century, the nobleman's army or militia totaled 14,500 men. This amounted to 10% of the army. These men had received their lands in exchange for military service. Each year they were expected to turn out for review mounted on their own horse, equipped with their own arms and accompanied by several armed serfs. They were obligated to join the army on campaign whenever required. The main part of the army, 77,000 men or 50%, were the so-called regiments of the New Order. These were Reiter, Dragoon and Hussar cavalry units, made up mostly of foreign mercenaries. The troops now in revolt, the Streltsy Musketeers, made up 35% of the army. Time was running out for Khovansky. His arrogant behavior had made him many powerful enemies. The Princess Regent's agents caught him in a tavern and brought him to their mistress outside Moscow. He was pushed to his knees before the Princess Regent, read his crimes of treason and mutiny, and beheaded. His position as head of the Streltsy department would go to Fyodor Shaklovity, Sophia's new favorite. The Streltsy revolt was over. The Princess Regent returned to Moscow and took residence in the Kremlin with Tsar Ivan, while Peter, regarded as the junior Tsar, moved to the palace of Preobrazhenskaya. The village of Preobrazhenskaya covered an area of 22 desyatinas, or 24 hectares. A wooden palace had been built there 20 years earlier and was the furthest royal residence from the Kremlin. Moscow's foreign quarter lay between the Kremlin and the palace. At Preobrazhenskaya, the young Tsar Peter devoted himself to war games, forming the local boys into so-called toy regiments. They would one day grow up to become the famous Preobrazhensky Guards Regiment. A fragile balance was achieved, with Tsar Peter and his mother living at their country palace, and Sophia and Tsar Ivan living in the Kremlin. A double throne was made for the joint rulers with a small window at the back. During audiences with foreign ambassadors, advisors whispered to the young Tsars through the window, telling them what to say. Peter was clever but still young, while it was much harder for his half-brother Ivan. Like many of the children from Tsar Alexei's first marriage, Ivan suffered from poor health, possibly linked to scurvy, leaving him weak and lethargic. He also had some form of intellectual disability and was almost blind. These severe health issues left him with little enthusiasm or interest in governing the state. So Princess Regent Sophia ruled, with the help of her favorite and lover Vasily Golitsyn, who now bore the grand title Guardian of the Tsar's Great Seal and the state's great ambassadorial affairs. With Sophia's backing, Golitsyn worked out a breathtaking program of reform that was 150 years ahead of its time. Its starting point was the abolition of serfdom. But such radical ideas were impossible to realize at that time. Any attempt to free the serfs would have triggered a wholesale revolt of the nobles. Contemporaries called Vasily Golitsyn the Great. He favored Western-style reforms, spoke 5 languages fluently, was a superb diplomat, and had a great breadth of knowledge. What's more, he was said to be the most handsome man in Moscow. Sophia was completely in love with him and wrote to him almost every day. In her letters, she told him how she prayed for his good health and urged him not to exhaust himself with endless work. Her gratitude, she wrote, was impossible to express. Without him, none of her achievements would have been possible. Galitzin urged Sophia to continue her brother Fyodor's reforms, but she never fully grasped the need for such changes. What's more, she faced stubborn opposition from the boyar nobles. Nevertheless, it was Sophia who opened Russia's first institute of higher education, the Slavonic Greek-Latin Academy, based on the institute founded by Theodore. Its first professors were 2 Greek brothers, both of them renowned scholars. A degree took 12 years. The main disciplines were Greek, Latin, grammar, rhetoric, philosophy, and theology. The academy was situated in the buildings of the Zaykona-Spassky Monastery. Today, it is the site of the Russian State University for the Humanities. The academy later spawned the Lomonosov Moscow State University, the Russian Academy of Sciences, and the Moscow Theological Academy. In 1686, negotiations began with Russia's western neighbor, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Galitzin led a series of long and grueling discussions, which eventually led to the signing of a Treaty of Eternal Peace in Moscow. This bound the kingdoms of Princess Regent Sophia and King Jan Sobieski in alliance, and was to prove the crowning achievement of Russian foreign policy in the 17th century. Russia's gains included the regions around Smolensk and Chernigov, as well as parts of eastern Ukraine and the cities of Zaporozhye and Kiev. The Treaty of Eternal Peace contained one additional clause. Russia was to join the Holy League, a military alliance against the Turkish Ottoman Empire. This obliged Russia to go to war against the Crimean Khanate, an Ottoman ally. But Galitzin was not in favor of war and wanted to delay as long as possible. Despite his misgivings, Sophia placed Galitzin in charge of the army for the forthcoming campaign. She dreamed of great victories that would unite Russia behind her and cover her beloved Galitzin in glory. No sooner had he left for the front than Sophia began to write to him. In her letters, she called Galitzin by his pet name, Vashenka, and worried endlessly about his safety. It was only when she embraced him with her own arms, she wrote, that she would know peace again. In May 1687, a 100,000-strong Russian army joined forces with Don and Zaporozhye Cossacks and advanced towards the Isthmus of Perekop. They found the fields had all been burnt, leaving no food for the horses. Some said it was the Cossacks, not the enemy, who burnt the land, in fear of Russia's growing power. The campaign was cut short. The next year, an even bigger Russian army advanced south. The war's only battle was fought on May 15th, after which the Tatars retreated and the Russians advanced to Perekop. When the news reached Sophia in Moscow, she was ecstatic. Her letters back to Galitzin overflowed with love and adulation, and longing for the day they would be reunited. Galitzin, however, could advance no further. In fact, he was already on his way back to Moscow. The scorched earth tactics of his enemy had starved his army of food and water, leading to the loss of half his men, even though there had been no major battles. The campaign was, in fact, a complete disaster. Galitzin's role in this catastrophic defeat would not be forgotten. Later, when he was sent into exile, one of the main charges against him would be his ruinous handling of the Crimean campaign. On the eve of the debacle, he suffered the worst blow of all, the betrayal of his beloved. While Golitsyn was away fighting, Sophia had fallen for another man, the cynical and scheming Fyodor Shaklovity. To flatter Sophia, he had brought the famous Ukrainian artist Alexander Tarasevich to Moscow to paint her portrait. He depicted the princess wearing a regal crown, scepter in hand, and behind her a double-headed eagle. Sophia adored it. She ordered the portrait to be engraved in copper, so copies could be printed and sent to all the courts of Europe. By now, Sophia was styling herself by the grace of God, the great sovereign lady, the pious Tsarevna, the great Princess Sophia Alekseyevna, autocrat of the Great, the Little, and the White Russias. At state ceremonies and ambassadorial receptions, she no longer felt the need to stand at a respectful distance behind the Tsar's throne. It was said her inspiration was the English Queen, Elizabeth I. As soon as Tsar Ivan turned 18, Sophia arranged his marriage to the 20-year-old Praskovya Saltykova. Sophia was counting on the birth of a male heir to cement the Miloslavsky branch of the Romanov dynasty in power. The rival Narushkin branch had, of course, had the same idea. Peter was not quite 17 when his mother, the Dowager Tsaritsa Natalia, married him off to the 19-year-old Yevdokia Lapukina. She was neither clever nor educated, but healthy. The outcome of these marriages would shape the future of the Romanov dynasty for generations to come. Ivan and Praskovya had 5 daughters, but only 3 survived infancy: Ekaterina, Anna, and Praskovya. Anna later became Empress of Russia. Ekaterina's daughter Anna Leopoldovna became regent for the young Ivan VI, but he was the last male of the Romanov-Miloslavsky line. Peter and Yevdokia had 3 sons, but only the eldest, Alexei, lived. His son became Emperor Peter II, but he was the last male of the Romanov-Narushkin line. On May 30th, 1689, Tsar Peter came of age. Sophia was now supposed to step down as regent, but she had no intention of giving up power. Instead, Shaklovity began spreading false rumors amongst the Streltsy regiments, claiming that the Narushkins planned to assassinate Sophia and Tsar Ivan and send the Streltsy away to garrison remote fortresses. The Streltsy were unhappy, but would not risk open revolt. Then Shaklovity let it be known that those who joined his conspiracy would be paid. 2 rubles for each private, 10 for each officer, 100 for each colonel, plus the right to plunder the houses of their victims. Moscow was on a knife edge. On the night of August 7th, loyal Streltsy officers arrived at Peter's palace. They told him that Shaklovity was planning to use the Streltsy to murder Peter and his family. Peter reacted with horror and outrage. Before fleeing to safety, he wrote a letter to Ivan, his brother and joint ruler. Our sister, Princess Sophia, runs our country as she wills. Bandits like Shaklovity and his friends plan to murder us and our mothers. Now, Brother Tsar, we shall rule our country on our own, since we are both men. Our sister has nothing more to do with it. It is shameful, Tsar, to be men and to have someone else rule in our place. That evening, Princess Sophia received a report that Peter's palace at Preobrazhenskoye was empty. Tsar Peter, his mother, pregnant wife, and entire court had left for the monastery of Trinity St. Sergius. His so-called toy regiments, now composed of young men, followed him there, together with one loyal Streltsy regiment. Rumors began to fly around Moscow. Everyone was on edge. But quickly, the mood began to turn against Sophia. August 13th, Sophia sent an emissary to Peter, Boyar Ivan Troyekurovich, but the young Tsar would not negotiate. August 16th, Boyar Peter Prazorovsky visited the monastery with the same result. August 20th, Sophia begged Patriarch Joachim to visit Peter. He went, but did not return. He stayed with Peter. Boyars, officials, and even Streltsy began to flock to Peter's rival court. August 27th, Sophia left to negotiate with her brother in person. She realized that she shouldn't, that her humiliation would likely be in vain, but she could not simply sit and wait. 6 miles from the monastery, near the spot where she had had the Streltsy leader Khovansky executed 7 years before, she was met by Troyekurovich, her own emissary from just 2 weeks ago. He handed her Peter's order to turn back. August 31st, Sophia returned to the Kremlin, where she gathered the Streltsy in the square. She told them that Peter's advisors sought to divide them by inventing plots against Peter's life, but that she was confident of their loyalty to her. But her speech made little impact. Only loyal Shaklovity remained by her side. September 4th, the foreign regiments under General Gordon went over to Peter's side. September 6th, Streltsy arrested Fyodor Shaklovity and took him to Peter for sentencing. September 7th, Vasily Golitsyn came to see Peter. The Tsar refused to meet him and sent him into exile. September 8th, the title of Tsarevna, royal princess, was officially stripped from Sophia. September 9th, Troyekurovich informed Sophia of the Tsar's will. She was to enter the monastery of Novodevichy and remain there for the rest of her life. September 12th, Shaklovity was beheaded by the main road outside the Trinity Monastery. October 16th, the Tsar's court, boyars and army returned to Moscow, and Peter I took up the reins of government. His elder brother, Ivan V, remained joint ruler, taking part in ceremonies when his strength allowed. But his health continued to decline. Soon, Ivan found it difficult to walk and was almost completely blind. He died 7 years later, on February the 8th, 1696, aged just 29. Princess Sophia lived under guard in a tower of the Novodevichy monastery. She received food from the Tsar's table, as well as an allowance of 2,600 rubles a year, the same as the other royal princesses. A small staff of servants lived with her, an old nanny, 2 clerks and 9 maids. For 9 years, Sophia lived quietly in the monastery, reflecting on her years of power and the fate of her 2 lovers, one executed, the other exiled to the north. But she also continued to intrigue, exchanging secret letters with her supporters. In June 1698, Peter was in Holland learning to build ships. But back home, poor treatment led 4,000 Streltsy to kill their officers and march on Moscow, intending to restore Sophia to the throne. They were met by government troops, the Preobrazhensky Regiment, the Semenovsky Regiment, the Lefortov Regiment, the Foreign Regiment under General Gordon, and the Nobles' Militia under General Shane. The Streltsy were defeated at New Jerusalem, 30 miles from Moscow, and reprisals began. General Shane conducted the initial investigation. He had 130 Streltsy hanged, 140 whipped and sent into exile, and 1,960 banished to remote regions. But in August, Peter returned to Moscow and renewed the investigation. He had another 2,000 Streltsy executed and 600 more flogged and branded. Streltsy corpses were hung from the walls of the Kremlin and Sophia's residence, the Novodevichi monastery. Streltsy property was plundered, and even the 16 regiments that didn't take part in the revolt were disbanded. Princess Sophia was forced to take the veil under the name of Susanna. Boyars close to her were interrogated and then banished to distant monasteries. Her allowance was slashed, her staff changed, and security tightened. The bodies of 3 Streltsy hung by the window of her cell for 5 months. Once, she had struck terror at court, won the favor of any man she wanted, held the power to invoke and quell revolts, waged wars, and concluded brilliant peace treaties. She dreamed of becoming a real ruler, like the Byzantine princess Pulcheria, whose tale had captivated her as a child. She had defied all the odds to make her dream a reality, becoming the first Russian princess to escape her secluded existence, the first to live life and wield power. But in the end, her downfall was complete. For 7 years of rule, she spent 15 years in a monastery cell. She died in 1704, aged 46, and was buried in the cemetery of the Novodevichi monastery. By the time of her death, great changes were sweeping over the country she had once ruled. Changes that would transform Russia forever. The history of the old Russian state was at an end. The history of a new Russian empire was beginning. Peter, Tsar of Russia, was exploring the boat sheds when he discovered a type of boat he'd never seen before. He asked the boatwright who had built this remarkable craft. He was told it was an English boat. Its construction allowed it to sail into the wind as well as away from it. Peter was amazed. All his victories were to defy tradition, expectation, common sense, and sometimes even the laws of physics. The spirit of his reign was summed up with the words inscribed on his medals: "Even the impossible is possible." Peter was 10 years old when he first came face to face with a violent mob. Rebels from the Streltsy infantry regiments dragged away his friends and relatives and butchered them like cattle. The trauma caused Peter to suffer from convulsions for the rest of his life. No one could have guessed that this terrified boy would one day sweep away the old Russia and build a new one in its place. Chapter 1. Peter I Alexeyevich. Peter was the youngest son of Tsar Alexei I and not expected to inherit the throne. Alexei died when Peter was just 4 and was succeeded by his eldest son, Theodore III. But when Theodore died just 6 years later, the nobles decided 10-year-old Peter would succeed him, bypassing the middle brother, 15-year-old Ivan, who was severely disabled. After a revolt by the Streltsy regiments, real power fell into the hands of their ambitious sister, Sophia, who ruled as Princess Regent. Peter and his mother, the Dowager Tsaritsa Natalia, were sent to live on the Preobrazhensky estate on the outskirts of Moscow. There, Peter formed all the boys his own age into a toy regiment for his elaborate war games. The young Tsar was obsessed with war, not just with armies, but navies too. He took his toy regiment to Lake Bleshyevo, 80 miles north of Moscow, where they learned to build and sail boats and experiment with naval tactics. Tsar Peter was remarkable in many ways, but most obviously in physical stature. At 6'7" or 204 centimeters, he towered nearly half a meter over most of his contemporaries. What's more, his gigantic body had unusual proportions. He had very long arms with massive hands, but small feet, narrow shoulders, and a small head. His face was handsome, but became contorted when he was worried or anxious, the legacy of his childhood traumas. All his life, Peter was filled with inexhaustible energy. He could barely stand still and was always looking for some exciting activity to throw himself into. Unlike his older brothers, he didn't get expert tutors. He didn't even finish his education and made spelling mistakes his entire life. When his mother, Tsaritsa Natalia, received her restless son's letters from Lake Bleshyevo, they made her both laugh and cry. This is a letter from my dearest mother, Tsaritsa and Great Duchess Natalia Kirillovna, from her boy Petrushka, who is working constantly. Thanks to your prayers, we're all well. The lake is no longer covered with ice and all the boats are being repaired. We need rope, though. I beg you to send me 700 fathoms of rope. Then we'll be able to proceed. With that, I ask for your blessing. Peter was fascinated by everything to do with craftsmanship. By the age of 18, he knew smithing, carpentry, wood turning, and shoemaking. He'd studied military science, fortification, and shipbuilding, and learned German by speaking to men from the foreign quarter. This was an area of Moscow set aside for foreigners, established in 1652 when Peter's father, Tsar Alexei, ordered all non-Orthodox Christians to move to a new settlement outside the city. The new foreign quarter was built just outside the walls along the Yauza River. It was self-governed and home to Europeans of all nationalities. Most were military men, doctors or craftsmen, all seeking professional opportunities in Russia. The foreign quarter was just a few miles from Peter's palace at Preobrazhensky. Every day he saw the spires of its Lutheran churches and heard the sounds of bustling activity from within its walls. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer about how these Europeans lived, he decided to pay a visit. He would soon make himself at home. The Swiss soldier, Franz Lefort, was an experienced officer, handsome, capable, and well-connected. He was also a society host of some note, and Tsar Peter became a regular guest at his house. Franz Lefort soon joined the Tsar's inner circle, becoming one of Peter's most trusted friends and advisors. He also introduced Peter to his servant, Alexander Menshikov, destined to become another of the Tsar's closest confidants. And then there was Anna Mons, the daughter of a Dutch wine merchant, who soon became Peter's lover. Peter became a regular visitor to the foreign quarter, learning to speak German and Dutch, dancing with girls, drinking wine and smoking his pipe. Naturally, when his mother found out, she was horrified. In the hope of encouraging him to settle down, she decided Peter should get married. His bride was the 19-year-old Yevdokia Lupakina. She seemed an ideal match, tall, beautiful, sensible, and extremely pious. But just 2 months after the wedding, the new husband left for Lake Pleshevo. Meanwhile, unrest was brewing in Moscow. Princess Regent Sophia was refusing to relinquish power, and her agents were trying to incite Streltsy troops to murder Peter and his family at Preobrazhenskaya. When loyal Streltsy officers arrived one hot August night to warn him of the plot against his life, Peter lost his nerve. He ran out into the courtyard wearing only his nightshirt, mounted a horse, and rode off into the forest on his own. The next morning it emerged he'd ridden to the monastery of Trinity St. Sergius. He sent word for his family, his court, and all loyal troops to join him there. Nobles and generals, sick of Sophia's rule, sided with Peter. Sophia was banished to a monastery, and Peter took power. His first challenge was war. Russia had recently agreed to join Poland and Austria as a member of the Holy League, an alliance of Christian states fighting the Muslim Ottoman Empire. Their ultimate goal was to capture the Ottoman capital, Constantinople. Sophia had waged 2 wars against the Ottomans' ally, the Crimean Khanate. In 1695, Peter decided to attack the Ottomans themselves, targeting the fortress of Azov, which blocked Russia's access from the Don River to the Sea of Azov. Peter would fulfill his obligation to the Holy League while winning a strategic port for Russia. For the first time, the Russian army moved not by land, but by river, traveling down the Volga and Don on specially constructed barges. Peter himself held the rank of senior artillery officer and was the army's chief gunner. At first, it all seemed just a grander version of his war games and mock battles, but not for long. 2 attempts to storm the fortress were repulsed, and Peter was forced to order a retreat. All winter, new vessels were built and launched from Voronezh in the Don's upper reaches. By spring of 1696, the first Russian fleet, consisting of 2 large warships, 23 oar-powered galleys, and 1,500 smaller vessels, sailed down the Don to Azov. The fortress was now besieged not just from land, but from sea as well. Within a month, this combined assault forced the Turks to surrender the fortress. The Russians also won their first naval victory, defeating an Ottoman fleet that attempted to break the siege. Peter returned to Moscow in triumph. but he needed allies to continue his war against the Ottoman Empire. He formed a grand embassy to travel to Europe, which he would accompany himself, traveling incognito under the name Peter Mikhailov. Peter appointed his head steward, Fyodor Romanovsky, to take over his duties in Moscow, conferring on him, jokingly, the title Prince Caesar. He was entrusted with the care of the Tsar's family, Tsaritsa Yevdokia, and their 6-year-old son, Prince Alexei. Peter's actions were without precedent. The court was horrified, but no one dared to object. Many years later, the engineer Andrei Nartov described the reaction in his memoirs. Who ever heard or read of a ruler who, having taken the throne, left behind his crown and scepter, entrusted rule to one of his nobles, and left to wander through strange lands? It was completely unheard of. But this is what happened in Russia. At last, the Tsar got to see the world that he had read and dreamed about since his youth. Europe fascinated Peter. Not so much the art or the music, which rather bored him, but everything to do with science, technology and industry. And he wanted to try everything with his own hands. In the Netherlands, Peter Mikhailov got a job as a carpenter in a shipyard to learn how the Dutch built their ships. In England, he also visited the docks to study shipbuilding. Foreigners didn't know what to make of him, this strange, gangly Russian who wanted to go everywhere, see everything, and try it for himself. He was curious about everything: how whales were hunted, how the sick were treated, how paper was made. Wherever he went, he tried to persuade specialists to move to Russia to share their expertise with his people. Some even agreed. But Peter's main goal, to find allies for his war against the Turks, failed. Europe's great powers were too busy preparing for their own war to settle the issue of Spanish succession. No one had time for an alliance with far-off Russia. But in Poland, Peter did manage to find an ally to fight Sweden, his northern rival. Augustus, king of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Elector of Saxony, was said to be the strongest man in Europe. When the two rulers met, they agreed to dine together. One observer later recalled that when King Augustus saw that a silver dish on the table wasn't clean, he picked it up and rolled it into a tube with his bare hands. Tsar Peter, thinking the Polish king was trying to intimidate him, picked up another silver plate and did exactly the same. The two rulers began picking up and bending all the dishes within reach. As they sat down laughing, Tsar Peter joked, "Brother Augustus, we bend silver fairly, but it will be much harder work to bend Swedish iron." Peter hoped that a victorious war against Sweden would allow Russia to reclaim former territories in the Baltic, particularly the eastern shore of the Gulf of Finland. This would give Russia access to the Baltic and a sea route to Europe. But Peter's festivities were interrupted by bad news from home. In the summer of 1698, the Streltsy troops, whose revolt had so scarred him as a child, rebelled once more. Rebel regiments were now marching on the capital. "To Moscow," they declared. "We'll destroy the foreign quarter and beat the foreigners who reject our Orthodox faith. To Moscow, come hell or high water, for we have a higher purpose. We will keep the Tsar out of Moscow and kill him for his faith in these foreigners." Peter traveled 300 miles in 4 weeks to reach Moscow. But by the time he arrived, his deputy, Fyodor Romanovsky, had defeated the rebels and begun dealing with the ringleaders. 130 Streltsy were executed, 150 more flogged and exiled to Siberia. But it was not enough for Peter. He ordered new interrogations and more torture, some of which he attended personally. A public mass execution was arranged in Moscow. 800 Streltsy were beheaded in Red Square. Hundreds more were hanged from the walls of the Kremlin. Peter beheaded 5 rebels himself. Noblemen and foreign diplomats witnessed the bloodbath. Around 2,000 Streltsy were executed in total, 800 flogged and sent to Siberia. Streltsy was now a word that Peter equated only with anarchy and revolt. After the executions, he decided to make some changes, both in his own life and his kingdom. He forced his unloved wife, Yevdokia, to become a nun and entrusted the care of their 8-year-old son Alexei to his sister Natalia. Peter began to live openly with his Dutch lover, Anna Mons. The conservative Russian nobility was shocked, but Peter didn't care. Then, Peter made it compulsory for all nobles and townsmen to shave their beards off and wear European-style clothes. The only people allowed to keep their beards were peasants, priests of the Orthodox Church, and those who paid a hefty beard tax. A beard permit cost 600 rubles a year for a nobleman, worth about $100,000 today, and 30 rubles for a servant, or $5,000 today. Peter also forced his court to adopt European customs. Wives and daughters had to wear European dresses. Everyone had to know how to dance and make polite conversation. Courtiers had to brush their teeth every morning, drink coffee, shun traditional Russian food like pickled cabbage, and eat more Dutch dishes. Peter reformed the calendar so that years were no longer counted from the date of creation, but from the birth of Christ, like the rest of Europe. Overnight, the year 7208 became 1700. And New Year was moved from September the 1st to January the 1st. In honor of the occasion, the Tsar instructed his people to decorate fir trees, entertain their children, and go sledging. Adults, he instructed, were not to drink and fight. There were enough days of the year for that already. The first New Year festivities led to a huge fire that almost burned down Moscow. Peter was not concerned. He didn't care much for old Moscow. Besides, he was preoccupied with preparations for his war against Sweden. A secret alliance with the Polish king Augustus II and the king of Denmark and Norway, Frederick IV, had now been signed. Both kings looked on Tsar Peter as the junior partner. Their adversary was the 18-year-old King Karl XII of Sweden, a lover of hunting and parades who no one took seriously. In the spring of 1700, Augustus, ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, launched an offensive in the Baltic and laid siege to the Swedish-held city of Riga. But for the King of Denmark, the war quickly took a disastrous turn when the Swedish fleet appeared unexpectedly outside Copenhagen. Unable to defend his capital, the Danish king was forced to make peace with Sweden. Soon, Augustus was forced to withdraw from Riga, leaving Peter with his ill-trained forces to face the greatest army in Europe alone. Russian troops were besieging Narva on the Baltic coast, but they didn't have enough artillery to break down its walls. After 2 weeks, the main Swedish army began to close in. As it approached, Peter appointed the Duc de Croix as commander-in-chief and left for Novgorod. He was not there to see the outnumbered Swedish infantry attack through the blizzard and inflict a crushing defeat on the Russian army. He didn't see the surrender of his hired foreign officers, or the moment his men cast their banners at the feet of the Swedish king. Peter had lost one army. Now, he had to forge a new one. His military reforms would create Russia's first regular army, a professional force made up of full-time conscript soldiers. Military service was required from all nobles, and peasants were expected to send one man from every 20 households who served for life. Troops were rigorously trained in drill, while Peter's toy regiment formed the basis for two new elite units, the Preobrazhensky Guards and Semenovsky Guards. Soldiers also received new weapons, rapiers and flintlock muskets instead of the old arquebuses. In 10 years, the Russian army was expanded to a strength of 200,000 men, supported by a force of 100,000 Cossack cavalry. Peter had created the largest and most modern army in Russian history. After the catastrophe at Narva, Peter needed to replenish the treasury quickly. He reduced the amount of silver in the coins, providing more cash in the short term, but devaluing the currency, driving prices up. He was pushing the country to the edge of another rebellion. He was making people dress up like heretics, forcing them to cut off their beards, and now forcing them to pay for his disastrous war. There were rumors that the Tsar who'd returned from abroad was a different man. The real Tsar, it was said, was in prison far across the sea. Others openly called him the Antichrist. Peter didn't care. Instead, he ordered church bells to be taken down and melted into cannon. Peter's draconian taxes were bleeding Russia dry and triggering riots and revolts across the land. But the money paid for two large warships, the beginning of the Russian Baltic Fleet, and allowed him to open foundries in the Urals that were soon supplying the army and navy with modern cannon. The introduction of modern artillery, combined with the effect of reforms and spending increases, soon brought results. Russia could now wage war against Sweden as an equal. Victories followed, with the Russian army capturing the fortresses of Noterburg, Ninshans, Narva, and Marienburg. On the eve of this last victory, the Tsar received bitter news. His mistress, Anna Mons, who'd lived with him like a wife for 10 years, had been cheating on him. The passion of their youth was long gone, but her betrayal was still painful to Peter. His loyal friend and associate Prince Menshikov helped the Tsar to overcome his heartbreak by finding him a new mistress, the beautiful and charming Marta Skavronskaya, recently liberated by Russian forces from the fortress city of Marienburg. Marta turned out to be the woman that Peter needed in his life. 2 years later, he brought her to Preobrazhenskaya as his bride, where she converted to Orthodoxy and took the name Catherine Alekseyevna. This kind and gentle woman, who had once served as a housemaid and remained illiterate all her life, would bear Peter 11 children, and in time be crowned Empress of Russia. For now, the Great Northern War ground on. On Hare Island, where the river Neva flows into the Gulf of Finland, the Russians began to build a fort with 6 bastions. Named the Peter and Paul Fortress, it guarded the first Russian port on the Baltic Sea. This was destined to be the site of a new Russian capital, St. Petersburg. In 6 months, the first foreign ship would arrive at the port. 3 years later, the first warships would be launched from the city's Admiralty shipyard. Peter's dream of dominating the Baltic Sea was within reach. The construction of the Tsar's new capital was beset with difficulties, and needless to say, hugely expensive. First, the marshes had to be drained, then numerous dams and dikes put in place to protect the land from flooding. It took 20,000 logs to build just one dike. Today, it would take 20 freight trains to deliver this much timber. Each year, 40,000 laborers arrived to help build the new city. And for the first time, the Tsar authorized the use of thousands of prisoners as convict labor. They were formed into labor battalions, working for up to 15 hours a day, and even around the clock during the white nights of summer. In 15 years, these brutal conditions would claim the lives of an estimated 100,000 workers. Europe paid little attention to Peter's victories. All they saw was a greedy Tsar of the Muscovites seizing a piece of boggy shoreline and hurriedly settling in there. They were much more interested in his enemy, Karl XII of Sweden, waging war in the heart of Europe against the Polish King Augustus. In 1706, Karl defeated Augustus, forced him to give up his throne, and then turned on Russia. The two armies met on June 27, 1709, 4 miles outside Poltava. Both monarchs led their armies in person. On the eve of battle, Karl addressed his troops. He promised them that the next day they'd eat at the table of the Tsar of Russia. He's prepared many dishes for us. Go where glory calls. Tsar Peter also spoke to his troops. Soldiers, a time has come that will decide the fate of our motherland. Do not think you are fighting for Peter. You are fighting for the state he is entrusted with, for your families, your motherland, for our Orthodox Church. The Swedish army at Poltava had a strength of 8,000 infantry, 8,000 cavalry, and just 4 cannon. The Russian army consisted of 25,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 73 cannon. The battle raged for 10 hours and ended in a brilliant victory for the Russian army. Russian losses were 1,300 men killed and 3,300 wounded. The Swedes suffered 8,000 casualties, almost twice as many as the Russians, while 4,000 were taken prisoner and 17,000 more lost during the retreat. The Battle of Poltava ended 100 years of Swedish military dominance in Europe, though Karl remained a threat as long as he still commanded a powerful navy. The rest of Europe, however, was forced to recognize that Russia, long regarded as wild and backward, was now a force to be reckoned with. Peter had turned his back on Moscow, its onion domes, winding streets, and apple orchards. His favorite place in the whole world was now St. Petersburg. Peter described these boggy, windswept islands as paradise. He liked to oversee as much of the work as possible himself, including the construction of the Summer Palace, inspired by the stately homes and gardens he'd visited in Europe. Every day Peter spent here was a happy one, as he watched his new capital rise up around him. He ordered that every cart entering the city had to bring 3 large stones with it, weighing not less than 5 pounds. These were used to turn streets of mud into the city's first paved roads. Peter could already see the great palaces, wide boulevards, parks, and promenades that would one day make this city the Venice of the North. But Peter's quest to modernize Russia was far from complete. Everything had to change. Finances, bureaucracy, laws. There was no master plan. It would be step by step, as dictated by necessity. And the most pressing need was for money. Peter's tax reform centered on the creation of a poll tax, to be paid once a year by every male subject in the realm. Peasants had to pay 74 kopecks, about $100 today, while those living in towns had to pay nearly double, 1.2 rubles, about $200 today. Peasants in some parts of the country were now taxed for the first time, including inhabitants of the far north, Siberia, and the Volga region. State revenue tripled, providing Peter with the money necessary for further reforms. Peter saw his work as a sacred duty, and himself as the motherland's faithful servant. He expected the same from all his subjects, regardless of rank, from the grandest noble to the humblest peasant. To ensure the smooth running of the state, he created the post of fiscal, a secret informer who sniffed out corruption, which was then punished brutally to deter others. But bribe-taking and embezzlement remained endemic. For every 100 rubles collected in state taxation, scarcely 30 reached the state treasury. The greatest embezzler of all was the Tsar's close friend, Prince Menshikov, whose income almost equaled that of the state. Peter finally lost all patience, declaring that if someone stole even just enough money to buy himself a piece of rope, that rope would be used to hang them. Menshikov talked him down, warning that if he passed such a law, he'd soon have no subjects left. Peter was involved in drawing up statutes and charters for many new bodies, from the Academy of Sciences to the Admiralty, as well as issuing hundreds of decrees. The Tsar legislated on almost every aspect of Russian life, from the type of boot polish used to the width of cloth that was produced, the profits of merchants, the proper way to construct stoves, farming implements, the correct form of wedding, the treatment of the sick, what sort of coffin should be used to bury the dead, and how many times a week a sauna should be heated. And there were more. Each new law stipulated the punishment for breaking it, a fine for talking in church, the death penalty for treason. To Peter, it was clear. His subjects were like children who couldn't be trusted to run their lives without his supervision. He didn't ask their opinion, of course, nor did he ask the opinion of his son, Alexei, whose life he also governed in every small detail. Tsarevich Alexei was the son of Peter's first wife, Yevdokia, who was banished to a convent when he was 8. He was raised instead by his aunt, Princess Natalia. Peter tried to involve Alexei in affairs of state and took him on campaign when he was just 12. The boy showed early promise with an aptitude for languages and mathematics. But Peter's bullying behavior caused Alexei to fear and eventually loathe his own father, and secretly wish him dead. The Tsar's enemies persuaded Alexei to flee to Vienna. He was signing his own death warrant. Russian agents soon found him and brought him back to face his father's judgment. The prince was terrified. Under torture, he named all those he knew to be enemies of the Tsar and renounced his right to inherit the throne. He had fled, it emerged, because he was convinced his father intended to have him killed. The prince was imprisoned in the Peter and Paul fortress. On June 25, 1718, a court found Alexei guilty of treason and sentenced him to death. The next day, the prince was found dead in his cell. The official cause of death was an apoplectic fit. The real cause cannot be proved. What is known is that the prince was cruelly tortured for days during his interrogation. The day after his son's death, Peter celebrated the 9th anniversary of the Battle of Poltava. Those close to him could see his grief. "I suffer for the entire motherland," he wrote. "My enemies play vile tricks against me. It's hard for people to believe in my innocence as they know none of the facts. But God sees the truth." Peter could see with brutal clarity how precarious his achievements were. If he died, everything would collapse. And the Tsar was not a well man. The opinion of Peter's doctor, Laurentius Blumentrost, was that his 44-year-old patient suffered from chronic bronchitis, inflammation of the bowels, chronic kidney disease, kidney stones, a swollen liver, and damaged nerves. Peter wasn't good at following diets or cutting down on alcohol. Instead, he went to spas to take the local mineral water. Peter was now spurred on by a sense of his own mortality. First, he needed to end the Great Northern War, now in its 20th year. Even after Karl XII fell in battle, Sweden would not make peace and refused to recognize Peter's Baltic conquests. Russia would first have to defeat Sweden's navy. In 1714, at Gangut, the Russian galleys won their first victory over the Swedes. 6 years later, at Grengam, they captured 4 Swedish frigates. Sweden then signed an alliance with Britain, and a joint Anglo-Swedish squadron approached Russia's Baltic Fleet base at Reval, but was then forced to withdraw. In 1721, the war ended with the Treaty of Nystadt. Sweden recognized Russian ownership of Ingria, which became the province of St. Petersburg, Livonia, modern Latvia and southern Estonia, Estland, now northern Estonia, and part of Karelia. Russia had its Baltic Sea outlet, and with it, the status of a European power. The Russian Senate asked Peter to accept the title Father of the Nation, Peter the Great, Emperor of all Russia. The moment marked the end of the Russian Tsardom and the birth of the Russian Empire. But what future for the House of Romanov? Few of Peter's children had survived infancy. His heir, Peter, died at the age of 3. He had 2 adult daughters, Anna and Elizabeth, and a grandson, little Peter, the son of the late Tsarevich Alexei. But Peter didn't want the boy to succeed him yet, fearing he would become the puppet of his enemies, who would try to undo all his reforms. Peter decided to change the ancient customs of succession. He issued a decree allowing a ruler to choose their successor. "Let the ruler be always free," it said, "to choose to whom they will give their inheritance." In the spring of 1724, at the Cathedral of the Assumption in the Kremlin, Peter solemnly crowned his wife, Catherine, as Empress. Did it mean he intended to leave the throne to her? The Tsar made no mention of the matter. Soon after the coronation, Peter learned that Catherine had been unfaithful to him, and that her lover was the brother of his former Dutch mistress Anna Mons. It was a heavy blow. Catherine was Peter's greatest love and closest companion. She was the only one able to calm his outbursts of rage. The German diplomat, Count Henning Friedrich Bassevich, witnessed such a scene more than once. He used to have fits, caused by a dark thought entering his head that someone was trying to kill him. These episodes were a nightmare for those closest to him. They knew a fit was coming when his mouth started to shake. They would immediately send for the Empress. She would start talking to him, and the sound of her voice calmed him down. She used to make him sit down and would then take his head in her hands, brushing it gently. It was like magic. He'd fall asleep in a matter of minutes. So as not to disturb him, she'd hold his head against her chest, and sit without moving for 2 or 3 hours. After that, he'd wake up, fresh and invigorated. Peter had never been a faithful husband. On campaign, he would bed the servants and the soldiers' wives, and even established a set fee for their services, 1 ducat per night. Nor did the ladies of court escape the Tsar's attention. In his father's day, women were kept out of sight. Now, instead of being treated like slaves, it was said, they were worshipped like goddesses. The many sudden changes to Russian customs, social norms and dress were soon being blamed for a collapse in morality. The Tsar himself set a terrible example. His lovers included Mary Hamilton, a lady-in-waiting, Countess Avdotia Chernyshova, Countess Maria Rumyantseva, the Romanian Countess Maria Cantemir, and Elizaveta Sinyavskaya, all of whom slept with Peter with the full knowledge of their fathers or husbands. Catherine had tolerated all of the Tsar's affairs and never reproached him for them, but that was expected. Peter had Catherine's lover arrested and charged with accepting bribes to avoid public disgrace. The investigation was swift. He was found guilty in 5 days and dead in 8. Peter had his severed head preserved in alcohol and placed in a jar. Then, it was rumored, he delivered this gruesome gift to Catherine's chambers in person. Emperor and Empress did not speak for nearly a year. They neither dined nor slept together. But in the autumn of 1724, Peter's health suddenly got worse. He'd continued to ignore his doctor's advice. Now he would pay the price. On January the 16th, Peter was too ill to leave his bed. He called for the Empress. They talked for 3 hours. All that time, Catherine knelt beside him. At last, they made peace and forgave each other. The next day, Peter was in excruciating pain, but the doctors could provide no relief. His screams echoed through the palace. Catherine did not leave his bedside. On January 22nd, in between fits, Peter confessed his sins. 5 days later, he asked for a desk to write his will. He didn't know that in the next room, generals and senators were discussing the succession. For many of them, it was a matter of life and death. One half, Dukes Dolgoruki, Golitsyn and Repnin, were for the 10-year-old Peter, the late Prince Alexei's son. The other half, new men like Menshikov and Tolstoy, who'd led the investigation against Prince Alexei, feared his son would seek to avenge his father. They wanted the Empress to take the throne. Peter wrote just 2 words, "Give everything," and fainted. At 4 a.m., the Senate decided the throne must go to Catherine. She was still at the Tsar's bedside. At 5:10, he died in her arms. For the low-born Tsaritsa to succeed her husband caused a stir, but nothing to do with Peter's reign could shock the Russians anymore. She would be Russia's second female ruler in 30 years. And there was great sympathy for Catherine. Her life was a fairy tale, a housemaid who'd captured the heart of a Tsar, become his queen and empress. Chapter 2. Catherine I Alekseyevna. The Empress knew nothing about ruling a state. She couldn't even read and write. The only thing she ever mastered was how to sign her own name, but that was enough to authorize the founding of a Russian Academy of Sciences, as Peter had always dreamed, and to authorize Vitus Bering's expedition to the Far East. On the whole, Catherine left the governing to others and devoted herself to parties and drinking. She drank ferociously, took many lovers, and danced till dawn. A typical day for the Empress began when she rose from bed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She dined at 8, then took a walk in the summer garden. She usually went to bed around 10 o'clock the next morning. Her court was dominated by the serene Count Alexander Danilovich Menshikov. It was he who had first introduced Catherine to Peter. Then he had put her on the throne. Now he held the reins of power. He ruled through a new body, the Supreme Privy Council. Formally, its role was to advise the Empress, but in reality, it ran the country. Catherine didn't attend the council meetings. She had no interest. She listened to its reports, but for no more than half an hour. Any longer gave her a headache. The Empress's dissolute lifestyle soon led to serious health problems. She put on weight and suffered from kidney disease and a heightened pulse. It was plain to see that Catherine would not live much longer. So Menshikov began to plan for the future, persuading the Empress to sign a will by which Prince Peter would inherit the throne, but only after he married Menshikov's daughter. On May 6, 1727, Catherine I died. She would be remembered as a kind and merry Tsaritsa, and a loyal companion of Peter the Great. Many had believed that without Peter the Great's iron will, Russia would revert to being a second-rate power on the margins of Europe. But Peter's reforms had created an unstoppable momentum of their own. In St. Petersburg, palaces were rising along the shores of the Baltic. Gardens were planted and wide boulevards paved. They were the first in Russia to be lit by oil lamps. Cannon-armed Russian warships stood out at sea, while Russia got its first printed newspaper, Dynasty, with a circulation of between 200 and 4,000. Merchants' goods traveled from St. Petersburg to Moscow along newly dug canals. Advanced schools of artillery, medicine and navigation were opened, and the Academy of Sciences established. In the Urals, 9 foundries produced 7 million pounds of cast iron a year, and 200,000 pounds of copper. They supplied Russia's new armaments industry, turning out muskets and cannon for what was now one of the largest, most powerful armies in Europe. Peter had dragged Russia from the Middle Ages into the modern world. But his new state would now have to prove its resilience and weather the storm of dynastic crisis and intrigue. It would be 40 years before there was another Russian ruler to match Peter the Great. The court of 18th century Imperial Russia was a place of etiquette and excess, stunning balls and carnivals, jesters and fireworks. The most popular dance was the quadrille, in which the dancers constantly changed their partners. Around these courtiers spun a huge Russian empire, its rulers coming and going like partners in the dance. This was Russia's age of palace revolutions. The year 1727, 2 years after the death of Peter the Great. Peter had forged an empire through iron will and firm rule. Without him, it seemed to have lost its purpose. State revenue was collapsing. Ships stood unfinished in the shipyards. The army lacked vital equipment. Government bureaucracy was riddled with corruption. Supreme Privy Council ruled the state. It consisted of a handful of nobles who chiefly looked after their own interests. And on the throne, a 12-year-old boy. Chapter 1. Peter II Alexeyevich. Peter II was the son of Prince Alexei and the German Princess Sophie Charlotte of Brunswick-Lüneburg, making him the grandson of Peter the Great. His mother died soon after childbirth, his father when he was just 2. His older sister Natalia was his only close family. Peter seemed unlikely to inherit the throne, as Peter the Great had 2 other sons, Peter and Paul. But they both died in infancy, making Peter the last male of the Romanov dynastic line. Peter was born into an environment devoid of love or affection. His parents cared little for each other, while his father lived in terror of his grandfather, Peter the Great. Indifferent nursemaids gave him wine to stop him crying. His tutors were not much better. He was taught some German and Latin, but that was the extent of his learning. Even his Russian was bad. Nevertheless, by the age of 7, he was well acquainted with the lavish entertainments of court. Young Peter wasn't interested in the army, the navy, or science, only in having fun. It didn't worry those around him. On the contrary, it served their interests. They wanted a Tsar they could control, a Tsar who was in their pocket. It was only a question of whose pocket he ended up in. When Peter II became emperor in 1727, he was immediately taken under the wing of His Serene Highness Alexander Danilovich Menshikov. He'd been a close friend and associate of Peter the Great and his widow, Empress Catherine I, and was the most influential man in Russia. Shortly before Catherine's death, Menshikov had persuaded the Empress to sign a will that made young Peter her heir. There was one condition. On coming of age, Peter was to marry Menshikov's daughter, Maria. Then Menshikov's control of the young Tsar would be total. Of course, no one asked for Peter's opinion on any of this. Soon after his coronation, the 12-year-old Peter found himself engaged to the 16-year-old Maria Menshikova. The emperor's bride received the title Imperial Highness and an annual allowance of 34,000 rubles. Peter II found his fiancée deeply uninteresting. In his letters, he referred to her as the stone statue or the porcelain doll. Meanwhile, Menshikov moved the young Tsar into his own St. Petersburg palace to shield him from any unwanted external influence, and assigned him a governor, Baron Andrei Ivanovich Osterman, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. But the emperor's studies didn't last long. Menshikov suddenly fell seriously ill, and in his absence, Peter fell in with a young rake, Ivan Dolgorukov, who encouraged him to flee Menshikov's stifling supervision. The Tsar quickly fell under the influence of Dolgorukov and his powerful family, who were bitter rivals of Menshikov. With their encouragement, he and his governor, Baron Osterman, moved out of Menshikov's palace and into the Peterhof Palace. He also broke off his engagement to Maria Menshikova. Soon, a special commission found Menshikov guilty of embezzling state funds. He was stripped of all his titles, honors, estates, and property, and sent, with his family, into internal exile in Siberia. The Dolgorukovs, with the wily Baron Osterman, now held the reins of power. The sovereign, Tsar Peter, was free to indulge in his new favorite sport, hunting. Unlike his great-grandfather, Alexei I, who loved falconry, Peter II hunted without any expertise or knowledge. It didn't matter to him how or what he hunted. What mattered was riding fast and making a lot of noise. All this would have been entirely natural for his age, if it hadn't been for his constant drinking sprees. Nobody cared about his health except his sister Natalia. She was the only person who truly loved the boy emperor and tried to stop him drinking. But, aged just 14, she died of tuberculosis. With no one to stop him, Peter began regularly binge drinking with his guards. He was tall and well developed for his age, and women were also made available to him. Peter then fell in love with his aunt, Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great. Nobody was going to let Peter marry Elizabeth. First of all, the church prohibited marriages between such close relatives. Second, Ivan Dolgorukov had already chosen a bride for him, his sister Catherine. To sway the emperor's decision, Ivan provided proof that his aunt Elizabeth was already in love with an officer of the guards. The hot-headed teenager felt that Elizabeth had betrayed him and made a point of turning his attention to Catherine Dolgorukova. Once more, the Tsar found himself the pawn in other people's games. While the court was absorbed in imperial love matches, the vast Russian Empire was left virtually leaderless. State finances were in chaos. The army was disintegrating. Russia's international standing was in freefall. European ambassadors reported on the situation in Russia. It makes no sense to make an alliance at this time. The Tsar thinks only about his own amusement. His officials think only of how to ruin each other. Everybody lives without a care. It's unclear how such a vast state can maintain itself without any support. Russia's huge bureaucracy had been left to fend for itself, because the body that was supposed to wield power in Russia had effectively ceased to function. The Supreme Privy Council had been established by Catherine I to help her rule the empire, or to be more exact, to rule it for her. Officially, it was only supposed to advise the monarch, but in reality, it was now governing Russia. During Peter II's reign, 6 nobles sat on the Supreme Council: Count Gavrila Golovkin, the Golitsins, Prince Dmitry and Prince Mikhail, the Dolgorukovs, Prince Vasily Vladimirovich and Vasily Lukich, and Baron Osterman. Peter, now 14 years old, had no idea about the problems his country faced, and the Dolgorukovs did everything to keep it that way. The father, Prince Alexei, using his son Ivan to keep Peter distracted. They intended to make the emperor their puppet and turn the clock back by undoing all Peter the Great's modernizing reforms. Peter had already agreed to stop new naval construction, persuaded it was a waste of money, and moved the capital from St. Petersburg back to Moscow, where the hunting was far superior. Only a few steps remained. In November 1728, the emperor's engagement to Ivan's sister, Princess Catherine Dolgorukova, was announced. As Catherine arrived at the palace for the official engagement, her carriage caught under a low gate. In front of guards and onlookers, the gilded crown on the carriage roof was torn off and fell into the gutter. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, the Dolgorukov princes kept the emperor constantly entertained, lest he have time to reconsider his decision. On January 6th, 13 days before the wedding, Peter went to the traditional blessing of the Moscow River. At the ceremony, he played the part of the chivalrous knight, standing on the footboard of Princess Catherine's carriage for hours in freezing weather. The next day, he had a burning fever. Then, he was diagnosed with smallpox. Smallpox, also known by its Latin name variola vera, had been present in Europe at a low level for 1,000 years. But in the 18th century, higher population levels and the greater movement of people across the continent caused it to spread like wildfire. Smallpox victims developed spots on their face and limbs, and the rich, both men and women, wore heavy makeup to mask the scars they left. But it was more than just a cosmetic issue. Smallpox was a killer. In Europe, the virus infected more than half the population, about 80 million people, killing 1 in 6. The emperor's health had been ruined by a dissolute lifestyle. His fever and weakened immune system allowed the smallpox to progress quickly. In just 1 week, it was clear Peter would not survive. The Dolgorukovs were in despair. It looked as if all their efforts had been in vain, their grand schemes come to nothing. As the emperor lay dying, the Lefortov palace stood empty and silent, decorated for a wedding that would never take place. His Dolgorukov friends, meanwhile, were desperately looking for a way to cling to power. They decided to make the emperor sign a will, naming his betrothed, the Grand Duchess Catherine Dolgorukova, as his successor. If they had succeeded, the ruling House of Russia would have passed from the House of Romanov to the House of Dolgorukov. But the emperor was not able to sign the will. On January the 18th, 1730, the eve of his planned wedding, he suddenly sat up and ordered his sledge to be harnessed. "I want to go and see my sister," he said. They were his last words. He died the next day. The Supreme Privy Council reacted with indignation to the idea of handing the throne to the Dolgorukovs. The Romanovs were the ruling dynasty of Russia. If the male line was broken, they would turn to the female line. The female line of the Romanovs lived on through the 2 daughters of Peter the Great, Anna and Elizabeth. There were also 3 daughters of Ivan V, Peter's half-brother and joint ruler, who died young. They were Catherine, Anna, and Praskovia. Anna had married the Duke of Holstein. In 1728, she bore him a son, Karl Peter Ulrich. but she died soon after childbirth. Catherine had married the Duke of Mecklenburg and had a 12-year-old daughter, Elizabeth Katerina Christina. Anna was the widow of the Duke of Courland and had no children. Praskovia was married to General Dmitriev Mamonov. The council discussed the suitability of the candidates long into the night. Finally, at 6 a.m., they chose Anna, Duchess of Courland and daughter of Ivan V. Widowed at the age of 17, she lived in Jelgava, near Riga. She had no money and no allies in Moscow. Blessed with neither great charm nor intellect, the council believed they could soon bend her to their will. To avoid any surprises, the council prepared a list of conditions which Anna would have to sign before she took the throne. According to these conditions, the Empress would not have the right to declare war, make treaties, introduce new taxes, or spend state revenue, make promotions above the rank of colonel, give out land, sentence nobles to death, get married, or appoint her successor. All these powers would reside in the Supreme Privy Council. The Empress would have control only over her own income and her palace guards. On the morning of January 19, 1730, the death of Peter II was announced publicly. At the same time, a delegation set off from Moscow to see Anna. 9 days later, she signed the conditions. Russian autocracy had been abolished. In its place, oligarchy, the rule of an elite few. Anna arrived in Moscow, where she was greeted by her guards, the Preobrazhensky Regiment. Anna declared that she was to be their chief and spoke privately with the officers. She learned many interesting things from these conversations. She was told the people of Moscow were outraged by the conditions that had been imposed upon her, and that the Privy Council was despised by many of the nobles. Just days ago, Anna had been an impoverished, forgotten duchess in out-of-the-way Courland. Now she was within a stone's throw of becoming Empress of Russia. She sensed her moment. She gathered her guards and senior nobles in the palace hall and showed them what she thought of the conditions. Chapter 2. Anna Ivanovna. Within a week, the Supreme Privy Council was dismissed. Within a month, Prince Alexei Dolgorukov and his son Ivan were exiled to the Siberian town of Berezov, where their sworn enemy Menshikov had died the year before. The day after becoming Empress, Anna demanded to see all the items confiscated from the famously wealthy Menshikov. She picked out jewelry for herself worth 23,000 rubles, 138 million today, about $4 million US. She appointed a Russian architect of Italian parentage, Bartolomeo Rastrelli, to build 2 new palaces for her: a wooden winter palace in the Kremlin and a stone summer palace on the Yauza River, to help her settle in. Anna's German chamberlain, Ernst Biron, followed his mistress to Moscow. He was Anna's favorite and her lover. The fact that he was married with 3 children didn't concern her. Anna herself was the secret mother of his youngest son, Karl Ernst, which is why the boy was brought to Moscow. Later, they were joined by Biron's wife and elder sons. Together, they formed Russia's unorthodox new imperial family. The typical day for Empress Anna began at 8 a.m. when she took her coffee. She worked between 9 and 10, receiving ministers and signing decrees. Then she went riding with Biron. And at noon, she had lunch with him, his wife and children. Then she went to bed for an hour. The rest of the day was solely for her own amusement. Anna found many unusual ways to entertain herself. One of her favorite was shooting crows. This was why a loaded musket was left by each of the palace windows. The Empress didn't just shoot birds, she also hunted bears with a spear. But there were also more sophisticated entertainments at court, Italian operas and theatre. In Anna's reign, the first Russian dance school was founded. But nothing delighted the Empress quite as much as watching her court jesters and dwarves fighting. Jesters first appeared in Russia in the reign of Ivan the Terrible. A century later, Alexei I liked to play chess against his own jester, an acrimonious hunchback named Balthazar. Peter the Great's jesters included a former officer of the Preobrazhensky regiment, Ivan Balakrev, who advised the Tsar on serious issues, and a Jew who'd converted to Christianity, Jan da Costa, who debated theology with the Tsar. The position of court jester flourished during the reign of Empress Anna. Now there were more than ever. Balakrev and da Costa were joined by the Italian musician Pietro Pedrillo, and noblemen who'd been demoted to jesters, Prince Nikita Volkonsky, Prince Mikhail Golitsyn, and Count Alexei Apraksin. Her troupe of entertainers also featured 10 dwarves, 1 Kalmuk woman, and 2 Evenk women from Russia's easternmost regions. The Empress acquired a taste for exotic and spectacular parties, lavish banquets, masquerades and fireworks. The only thing she frowned on was drinking. Alcohol had caused the early death of her young husband, the Duke of Courland, after he had tried to keep pace with Peter the Great's drinking at their own wedding celebration. The Empress created a ministerial cabinet to handle the business of government. It was the Supreme Privy Council in all but name, just with new faces. Only the wily Baron Osterman kept his place, becoming the elder statesman of Anna's government. The Empress herself barely followed affairs of state. But Biron, who now held the title Duke of Courland, took an active role in cabinet business. One cabinet minister, Artemy Volinsky, wrote, "The Empress is a fool. It's impossible to get any decision from her. Duke Biron does as he pleases." For opposing Biron, Volinsky was charged with treason and executed. The very thought of a palace revolution terrified Anna. She had Peter the Great's daughter Elizabeth watched to look for any hint of conspiracy. And she re-established the secret Chancellery of Investigations, founded by Peter but abolished by his successor. Its role was to sniff out any trace of political dissent. Its agents were everywhere and were rightly feared. Any careless word, particularly about the Empress, could lead to arrest and inevitably torture. In the course of Anna's 10-year reign, the secret chancellery arrested and tortured about 28,000 suspects. Of those, 20,000 were exiled to Siberia and Kamchatka. 5,000 went missing, 2,000 died during torture, and more than 1,000 were executed. The Empress was suspicious of her guards too, especially the Preobrazhensky regiment. They'd put her on the throne. They could depose her too. So she created a second guards regiment, Izmailovsky. The new regiment's officers were recruited from her native Duchy of Courland and took over guard duty at the palace. The Preobrazhensky regiment was sent to fight the Turks. At Belgrade in 1739, a treaty was signed to end the 4-year conflict between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Under its terms, Azov and parts of Ukraine became part of Russia. But Russian warships and merchant ships were forbidden from sailing in the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea. The war cost the Russian army about 46,000 men. Only about 6,000, or 1 in 8 of those men, fell in battle. The remaining 40,000 died from disease, starvation, and neglect. Anna didn't concern herself with these details. She was glad the war was over, but her main concern was moving the court from Moscow back to St. Petersburg. In 1737, Moscow had been devastated by a great fire. The Kremlin, Kitay-Gorod, the surrounding White Town, part of the Earth Town, almost all the modern city center, was burnt to the ground. At the time, the great Tsar bell had been standing in the Kremlin foundry. The scaffolding around it caught fire. When water was poured onto it, the bell burst from the sudden temperature change. Anna's winter palace also burnt down. But 6 months later, the Empress was celebrating her birthday in a new winter palace, built for her by Bartolomeo Rastrelli in St. Petersburg. The state apartments consisted of more than 100 rooms, all of them decorated in the most lavish style. Under Anna's reign, expenditure on the court reached 260,000 rubles per year, worth about $42 million today. The running costs of Duke Biron's stables were 100,000 rubles, about $17 million, while small-scale expenditures by the Empress totaled 42,500 rubles, or $7 million. Incredibly, the Empress spent as much on jewelry as it cost to maintain the Academy of Sciences, about 47,000 rubles, or $8 million. Just a tenth of that sum was spent on public education, a measly 4,500 rubles. Anna's most decadent celebration was held for the wedding of two of her court jesters, in a palace of ice. On Anna's whim, the 53-year-old Mikhail Golitsyn was to marry a 20-year-old Kalmuk girl named Avdotia Buzheninova. The bill for the party came to 30,000 rubles. A house of ice, 17 meters long and 3 meters high, was built between the Admiralty and the Winter Palace. 6 ice cannon and 2 mortars stood by the entrance. By the gates there were ice sculptures of elephants and dolphins, while everything inside the house, even the furniture, was made of ice. Before the wedding, a masked procession passed through the city streets playing horns and balalaikas. It included representatives from across the empire, Ukrainians from the south and Nenets from the far north. The bride and groom traveled in a cage mounted on top of an elephant, and after the wedding were left in the bedroom of the ice palace. The French ambassador, Marquis de la Chetardie, was one of the guests. Only in this country is there such fun to be had. The bride and groom were taken to an ice house. It was kept warm with straw. The light that shone in through the ice from all sides was extraordinary. All who saw it were amazed. One of the few not enjoying themselves was the Empress's beautiful cousin, Princess Elizabeth, now treated with open suspicion. Princess Elizabeth was adored by the guards. She was godmother to their children and lent some of them money. But most importantly, she was Peter the Great's daughter. Her popularity had become a threat to Anna's plans for the succession. Anna wanted the throne to remain with her father's line, that of Ivan V, half-brother and joint ruler with Peter the Great. So Anna announced that her heir would be the future son of her 14-year-old niece, Elizabeth Katerina Christina, even though at the time she wasn't even married. Elizabeth took the name Anna Leopoldovna after converting to Orthodoxy, and at 20 married the Duke of Brunswick, Anton Ulrich, summoned to Russia for that purpose. Soon the couple had a son, Ion Antonovich. When the new heir to the Russian throne was just 2 months old, Empress Anna fell seriously ill with kidney stones. Inflammation and infection set in. Just 2 weeks after the first symptoms, on October 17, 1740, Anna died. One of her last acts was to sign a decree appointing a regent for the infant emperor, the Duke of Courland, Ernst Biron. The Russian people felt no great loss at the death of Empress Anna. Her reign would be remembered for excess, frivolity, and cruelty. Nevertheless, it was Anna who pushed forward the development of St. Petersburg. Many of its grandest and most famous buildings, including the Peter and Paul Cathedral, the Admiralty with its high spire, and the fountains of the Peterhof Palace, were completed in the 1730s, under the supervision of the Italian architects Rastrelli and Trezzini. Italian musical theatre made its first appearance in Russia, while the Academy of Sciences published a regular newspaper, the St. Petersburg News, as well as the first Russian scientific journals. Elsewhere, the foundations of Russian literature were being laid by poets such as Trediakovsky and the young Lomonosov. The Empress herself, of course, was interested only in much cruder forms of entertainment. She had neither the intellect, energy, nor charisma to be an effective ruler, a position that, after all, came to her almost by chance. And within 2 weeks of her death, all the plans she had laid for her succession had collapsed like a house of cards. No one was satisfied by the appointment of Anna's lover, Ernst Biron, as regent to the infant emperor Ivan VI. And so the Guards intervened again. On the night of November 9, 1740, Field Marshal Count von Munich and 80 guardsmen burst into the Winter Palace. He sealed the exits and sent his adjutant to find Biron. According to the adjutant's report, Biron was sleeping soundly when they arrived. When he was awoken, he tried to hide under the bed, but the soldiers dragged him out. He struck out in an effort to break free, but the soldiers answered his blows with musket butts. He was then stripped naked, tied up, and carried to the guardhouse, where he was loaded into the field marshal's waiting carriage. He was carried out past the very rooms in which Anna's coffin was still lying. By 6 a.m., the palace coup was over. Russia had a new regent, the infant emperor's mother, the 21-year-old Anna Leopoldovna, rumored to be even less intelligent than her aunt, the late empress. Anna was madly in love with a Saxon diplomat named Count Lynar. Russian nobles feared they had another Biron on their hands when Lynar was given the post of Grand Chamberlain. He then briefly returned to Saxony to settle his affairs at home. But before he could return, the Russian throne changed hands once more. Peter the Great's daughter, Elizabeth, had finally made her move. Many people knew about the plot to put Elizabeth on the throne. Courtiers warned Anna about it every day. She paid little attention, until finally she decided to speak with Elizabeth herself. Elizabeth was her half-cousin once removed, and 10 years her senior. Meeting warned Elizabeth that she was suspected. She had to act fast. She summoned a few trusted men, donned a gilded breastplate over her parade uniform, and went to the barracks of the Preobrazhensky regiment. "Do you remember whose daughter I am?" she cried. "Are you ready to die for me?" The guards responded with loud cheers. Elizabeth led them to the Winter Palace, where the guards also quickly switched their allegiance. She entered the bedroom of Anna Leopoldovna with the words, "Sister, it's time to get up." Then she went to the nursery of the infant Emperor Ivan. she ordered her men not to wake him. She took Ivan in her arms, kissed him, and said, "You're not to blame, little one." Nobody knew what to do with him. Elizabeth left the Winter Palace with the child in her arms. Chapter 3. Elizabeth Petrovna. The little Ivan VI became Russia's man in the Iron Mask. Almost all his short, tragic life was spent in closely guarded confinement. First in Ranenburg, then in Kalmogorye, and then in solitary confinement in the Schlisselburg fortress, where he was held as a prisoner with no name. Ivan spent 7 years in a cell with no natural light, with only the Bible to read. At the age of 24, he was murdered by his guards during a failed rescue attempt. His parents spent the rest of their lives under guard in Kolmogorye, far to the north, so that no one was ever tempted to restore their family to the throne. In the aftermath of the Palace Revolution, Ivan VI's fate was not yet known. Elizabeth had many important decisions to make. First, she announced that she would restore the laws and state bodies established by her father, Peter the Great. The Senate resumed its work as a legislative and judicial body. The ministerial cabinet was dismissed. Elizabeth would learn to keep a close eye on all her advisors, to ensure none grew too powerful or dared challenge her authority. During her magnificent coronation, Elizabeth became the first Russian monarch to place the crown upon her own head, a moment rich in symbolism. Foreigners who'd helped Elizabeth gain power, hoping for special treatment, were disappointed. The new empress wasn't going to dance to anyone else's tune. On one occasion, her agents intercepted a letter sent by her old friend, the French ambassador Marquis de Chettardy. The smallest matters terrify her. Weakness and instability. This is the essence of all the Tsaritsa's actions. Marquis was sent home within 24 hours. The Empress never forgot who'd really put her in power. The Guards. Now she entrusted her life to them, creating a special unit to act as her bodyguard. The Leap Company was an elite unit made up of the 300 grenadiers and 64 officers that had put Elizabeth on the throne. These men could do virtually whatever they liked, and made for terrible guards, often drinking on duty, falling asleep, and even leaving their posts. But the Empress excused them anything. She herself was the unit's commanding officer. Its officers were her friends and closest allies, including the brothers Peter and Alexander Shuvalov and her lover, Alexei Razumovsky. Alexei Razumovsky held no political rank at all, but if he'd wanted, he could have become the most influential man in Russia. Wielding power did not interest him. He was good-natured and entirely without ambition. The Empress's happiness was his only concern. The son of a Cossack farmer from northern Ukraine, he had a fine singing voice and was extremely handsome. He became Elizabeth's constant companion. He was cheerful, calm, and dependable, and they were devoted to each other. Razumovsky gave Elizabeth a taste for Ukrainian cuisine, and her cooks prepared borscht with garlic and dumplings for her almost every day. The Empress liked to eat well and had certain peculiar habits. For example, she always had a radish with a glass of vodka, ate something fatty late at night, and drank a lot of coffee. Her personal coffee maker, Karl Sievers, was obliged to follow her everywhere to make coffee for her. The Empress adored sweet things too. Confectioners were hired from France and Italy to create fantastic sculptures from sugar and sponge. Like her mother, Catherine I, Elizabeth was a night owl and stayed up long after the balls had finished. And there was always the lingering fear of a nighttime palace coup. Elizabeth never slept in the same room twice, and her apartments were constantly being altered. New doors and windows were cut through the walls, staircases were moved, all measures to create new escape routes and to confuse any potential conspirators. This deep fear was masked by a busy schedule of court entertainments. On Mondays, music for dancing. On Wednesdays, Italian music. On Tuesdays and Fridays, theatre. Elizabeth loved balls and masquerades and could happily dance through the night. She liked to devise her own magical or comical themes. For instance, making all the men come dressed as women and the women as men. All the guests would be made to look ridiculous, except Elizabeth herself, whose shapely legs were universally admired. The Empress was a great beauty, but hugely vain. Her courtiers were expected to pay her endless compliments, while ladies feared to dress too well in case they were thought to be competing with her. To ensure she was always the most magnificently attired, Elizabeth would issue strict rules before a ball, stipulating certain colors or hairstyles that only she was permitted to wear. The Empress's wardrobe was reported to include no fewer than 15,000 dresses. She never wore a dress twice, and sometimes changed several times in a single evening. Merchants importing expensive textiles from abroad were obliged to bring them to the Empress first, so she could select the finest fabrics for herself. The Rococo style was the latest fashion in Europe, which meant frilly shirts for the men and for the women, whalebone corsets to create tiny waists and huge skirts supported by cane hoop petticoats. Fantastically elaborate hairdos were all the rage, some of them 60 centimeters high and shaped to resemble fancy hats, flower beds, or even ships and windmills. Small flasks of water holding live flowers were sometimes tied into the hair. At night, it was recommended to cover such constructions with a nightcap to prevent lice from crawling in. Empress Elizabeth also demanded palaces to equal anything in Austria or France. This is where the genius of Bartolomeo Rastrelli came in. The son of a famous Italian sculptor, Rastrelli moved to St. Petersburg as a teenager, and his work soon found favor with the Empress Anna. As senior court architect, he was kept on by Elizabeth, and his projects became yet more daring and grand. His designs included the new Winter Palace, Smolny Cathedral, Grand Peterhof Palace, and the Zaskier Palace. The cost was astronomical. The palace at Zaskier alone cost 1.6 million rubles, the equivalent of about $270 million today. This at a time when the Russian economy was crippled by corruption and a currency crisis. Russians, uncertain of the future, had begun to hoard more and more currency. Every year the state increased coin production, but they simply vanished into the economy. There were approximately 54 million coins in circulation, but none of them were circulating. Many industries, such as the extremely lucrative salt trade, were state-sanctioned monopolies run by influential officials and friends of the Empress, like Peter Shuvalov. Corruption had reached extraordinary levels. Almost all of Elizabeth's ministers also received wages from foreign countries. Those taking payments from foreign governments included the Chancellor, Alexei Ryumin, and the Vice-Chancellor, Mikhail Vorontsov. It was once said of Vorontsov that he was on sale to the first bidder. The Empress needed foreign money too. Word spread that she was willing to sign conventions for subsidies. In these unequal agreements, Russia agreed to enter a war on one side or another in exchange for cash payments. Russia had become, in effect, a state for hire. One thing Elizabeth refused to sign was any death warrant. When she came to power, she'd sworn that she'd have no one executed, and was true to her word. An entire generation of noblemen grew up without fear of the scaffold. Slowly but surely, the Russian economy began to modernize. The first banks opened, offering loans at 6% per annum. Industry was expanding rapidly. Russia was producing 2 million poods, or 33,000 tons of cast iron a year, half of which was sold overseas. The Russian population was rising, 5 million in a quarter of a century. As she aged, Elizabeth became increasingly worried about losing her looks. She sought reassurance in the arms of a court page, 18 years her junior, named Ivan Shuvalov. Her infatuation with this handsome youth soon turned to love. Her former favorite, Razumovsky, quickly understood. Without scandal or acrimony, he quietly withdrew from court. The new favorite was much like the old, calm, gentle, and good-natured, and absolutely loyal to the Empress. He asked for neither money nor positions. However, unlike Razumovsky, Shuvalov was highly educated. He corresponded with the French philosopher Helvetius and was passionate about improving the state of Russian education. Thanks to his influence, Elizabeth authorized the founding of the Russian Academy of Arts and Moscow University. But the life of the merry Empress was not all balls and parties. She had another passion: foreign policy. In the 1740s, the warlike King Frederick of Prussia was seeking to expand his realm at the expense of his neighbors, and to establish Prussia as a great power. Most of the other European powers were determined to stop him, and formed themselves into an alliance. The driving forces behind the alliance were Maria Theresa, Empress of Austria, Elizabeth, Empress of Russia, and Madame Pompadour, mistress of the King of France. Frederick, famous for his low opinion of women, was nevertheless an intellectual and a wit, who nicknamed the alliance against him the League of the Three Petticoats. The three women had led their countries into one of the greatest conflicts in European history, the 7 Years' War. Russia joined the fray in 1757, launching an attack on East Prussia. After meeting the Russian army in battle, Frederick declared, "To stop a Russian soldier, you need 2 bullets. One to kill him, another to bring him down." Following a decisive victory against the Prussian army at Kunersdorf, Russian forces took control of eastern Prussia. The following year, 1760, Russian troops briefly occupied Frederick's capital, Berlin. The war seemed to be virtually won. But suddenly, inexplicably, military operations were called to a halt. On Christmas Eve, 1761, Elizabeth had a sudden sensation that she was dying. All her life, the word death had terrified her. But now, she was perfectly calm. She made her confession, took communion, and bid farewell to relatives and friends. She gave her last advice to her heir, Peter Fyodorovich, and his wife Catherine: be friends. On Christmas Day, she died. Elizabeth was laid in her coffin wearing a silver dress with lace sleeves, a golden crown on her head, beautiful and serene, as she had been in her youth. But those at the funeral were fixated instead on the strange behavior of the new emperor, Peter III. He either walked too slowly or ran, laughed or grimaced. It was whispered that he'd already ordered Russian troops out of Prussia and offered his idol, King Frederick, peace with no demands. It didn't seem to matter to him that thousands of Russian soldiers would have died in vain. There were soon doubts about the new emperor's sanity and what he might do. One thing seemed certain: the endless parties, the glamour and frivolity of Elizabeth's court were a thing of the past. But some already looked to Peter III's young wife, Catherine, and wondered if that glorious age could not be reclaimed. January 1744. A carriage hurried through the Russian winter, carrying a 14-year-old German princess to St. Petersburg. Christened Sophie Friederike Augusta, in Russia, she would take a new name: Catherine. She was to marry the heir to the Russian throne, and must have imagined her future in this frozen land, and dreamt of a loving husband. But her hopes were in vain. Her marriage would be loveless. This young princess would instead fall in love with Russia. "18 years later, the year 1762. At the Russian court, the age of elaborate wigs and lavish balls was coming to an end. They held no interest for Empress Elizabeth's successor, the 34-year-old Peter Fyodorovich. Not even those close to the new emperor knew quite what to expect from him. He fidgeted constantly through ceremonies, liked to play with toy soldiers, and often said out loud that he'd rather rule a civilized country like Sweden than a wild one like Russia. Chapter 1. Peter III Fyodorovich. Peter was born Karl Peter Ulrich, son of the German Duke of Holstein, a nephew of King Karl XII of Sweden. His mother was Anna Petrovna, daughter of Peter the Great, making him heir to both the Russian and Swedish thrones. Peter, orphaned at the age of 11, was brought to Russia by his aunt, Empress Elizabeth. She had him convert to Russian Orthodoxy and renounce his claim to the Swedish throne. At the age of 17, he married the 16-year-old German Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst, who converted to Orthodoxy and took the name Catherine. Peter quickly discovered he had nothing in common with his young wife. Although she was beautiful, he found her dull. He played his violin for her and tried to include her in his own hobbies, but she was interested neither in his music nor his toy soldiers. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated, but in Russia, she felt isolated. Catherine confided her innermost feelings to her diary. "I see very clearly that the Grand Duke doesn't love me at all," she wrote. "I will be very unhappy with this man." Peter's antics, meanwhile, exasperated those around him. His courtiers painted an unflattering portrait, suggesting he'd inherited Peter the Great's love of drinking, as well as his wild, unpredictable behavior, which baffled and infuriated his advisors. They reported that he talked such nonsense in front of foreign ambassadors that it made our hearts bleed with shame. Peter behaved erratically throughout his adult life. Some thought he had a form of mental impairment. Others thought his development had been affected by a serious bout of smallpox as a teenager. Nevertheless, Peter received a brilliant education and excelled in the natural sciences, mathematics, geography and fortification. He spoke German, French, and even some Latin, although his Russian remained poor. The prospect of becoming Emperor of Russia appealed to him not at all. In contrast, his wife Catherine was determined to be accepted in her new homeland. She practiced her Russian lessons late into the night and read books about Russian history and the lives of the saints. She even studied the old Slavonic language of the church. She got up early to help the servants stoke the palace fireplaces and practice her Russian with them. Soon, she spoke the language fluently, though she never completely lost her German accent. When Peter III became emperor in 1762, he began a period of frantic legislation. In 186 days, he signed 192 decrees. He abolished the hated secret chancellery and the use of torture, and allowed 20,000 people to return from exile in Siberia. He ended the persecution of the so-called Old Believers and took land from the monasteries and gave it to the state. He ordered that babies should be baptized in warm water. He approved the formation of Russia's first state bank and the introduction of the first banknotes. He declared forests to be a national resource and granted new civil liberties to the nobility, exempting them from compulsory military service and allowing them to travel abroad for the first time. There were rumors that Peter intended further sweeping reforms of the church. He certainly showed little respect, laughing, joking, and talking loudly through services. In contrast, his wife Catherine remained standing through long services, observed all the fasts, confessed her sins, and received communion regularly. Her calm and pious demeanor made the emperor look like an oaf. Catherine never had any illusions about her husband, even in the early days of their marriage. She recalled one incident in her diary. "When I entered the chambers of His Imperial Highness," she wrote, "I was shocked to see that he had hanged a huge rat. I asked him what it meant. He explained that the rat had committed a criminal offense. It had climbed over the wall of his cardboard fortress and eaten 2 guards that were on duty. So he ordered the criminal to be tried according to military law. The rat was hanged at once and was to remain there for 3 days as an example to others." Catherine and Peter were completely unalike. They shared no interests and had nothing to say to each other. And there was another problem. Everyone at court knew that Peter and Catherine did not sleep together. After a few years, it was less an item of court gossip than a looming dynastic crisis. Russia and the Romanovs needed an heir. After 9 years of marriage, Catherine finally became pregnant. According to one account, Peter had surgery to correct a condition that had prevented him consummating the marriage. According to another account, Catherine was seduced by her chamberlain, Sergei Saltykov. In any event, in 1754, at the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, Catherine gave birth to a son, Paul Petrovich. As far as Empress Elizabeth was concerned, Catherine had fulfilled her only duty, to provide the Romanov line with an heir. She now intended to raise the precious child herself. Catherine's infant son was taken away from her. For several years, she lived virtually alone. It gave her plenty of time for her favorite pastime, reading. For a Russian Grand Duchess, Catherine had unusual taste. Her favorite writers were all French philosophers, men such as Diderot, Voltaire, and Montesquieu. Her other great passion was for handsome men. Her first lover, Sergei Saltykov, was soon sent on a diplomatic mission to Sweden. But Catherine soon found a new favorite, Stanisław August Poniatowski, a young Polish noble attached to the British embassy. They had a daughter named Anna, and in time, Catherine would help Poniatowski to become the last Polish king in history. When Catherine turned 30, she took a new lover, a handsome, boisterous guards officer named Grigory Orlov. He and his 4 brothers, all officers in the guards, wielded enormous influence and effectively controlled the loyalty of their regiments. Catherine was cultivating powerful allies in St. Petersburg. By the time Peter became emperor, husband and wife were barely speaking to each other. Peter didn't even know that Catherine was pregnant again, this time with Grigory Orlov's child. The birth of an illegitimate child could be the excuse Peter was waiting for to get rid of his unloved wife. It had to be kept secret. On the date the baby was due, Catherine's chamberlain, knowing Peter loved watching huge fires, went to an extraordinary length to lure him away from the palace. He ran to the city and set fire to his own house. Peter set off to see the great blaze, while Catherine gave birth to a son in a far wing of the Winter Palace. In time, the emperor discovered the existence of both his wife's illegitimate children. He remarked casually, "God knows where my wife gets her pregnancies from. I don't know." Peter was not a faithful husband either. His mistress was Elizabeth Vorontsova, a lady-in-waiting, and he wanted to marry her. But first they would have to remove one major obstacle, Catherine. Peter planned to imprison his wife and their son Paul in the Schlüsselburg fortress near St. Petersburg. Rooms had already been prepared for them. Catherine knew she had to make her move first. She also knew that the emperor had made himself many powerful enemies close to home. The King of Prussia, Frederick the Great, was Peter III's idol. It didn't matter to Peter that Russia and Prussia had been at war for several years. When Peter became emperor, he immediately made peace with Prussia, giving away Russian conquests. Then he made his own guard regiments adopt Prussian uniform and brought in strict new codes of discipline, also based on the Prussian system. The guard regiments, pampered for years, were outraged. The guards were the elite troops of the Russian army. Based on the toy regiments created by Peter the Great for his war games, the Preobrazhensky, Semenovsky, and Izmailovsky regiments retained a close relationship with the sovereign. The Lieb Guards guarded the imperial palace and were a political force to be reckoned with. In a span of 37 years, the Guards were involved in no fewer than 6 palace revolutions. June 28, 1762. The Montplaisir Palace, 6 a.m. Catherine was woken by Alexei Orlov, Grigory's brother. "It's time to get up," he told her. "Everything is ready for your proclamation." She dressed quickly and got into a carriage. A few miles outside St. Petersburg, they met Grigory Orlov and went on to the barracks of the Guard regiments, where they were welcomed with cheers. Catherine had been preparing the ground for this move for months. 10 a.m. Peter was still asleep at Oranienbaum, 20 miles outside the city. At noon, a huge crowd followed Catherine's carriage as it drew up outside the Winter Palace. It was met by a welcoming committee of senior state officials. At the Peterhof Palace, Peter was told that the Empress had vanished. He searched her chambers in person, looking inside her wardrobes and under her bed. When it was discovered that Catherine was in the city gathering support, he sent messengers to find out what was going on. None of them returned. Instead, they joined Catherine. Peter took a boat to the naval base at Kronstadt, hoping that the fleet remained loyal to him. A galley carrying all the ladies of court followed him. The emperor intended to use them as hostages, since their husbands had all sided with Catherine. But the fortress at Kronstadt opened fire on Peter's boat. The commandant announced that he recognized no emperor. Russia was ruled by Empress Catherine. In St. Petersburg, the people gathered on the shore with sticks and stones to prevent the emperor returning to the capital. 24 hours later, after learning that the Senate, army, and fleet had all sworn allegiance to Catherine, Peter agreed to sign an act of abdication. The guards arrived to escort him to the royal hunting lodge at Ropsha, a few miles outside the city. Peter went out to the carriage, handed his sword to an officer, and fainted. Catherine had no legitimate claim to the throne. By precedent, she could claim no more than to be acting as regent on behalf of her infant son, Paul. Catherine, however, chose to present her palace revolution as a fulfillment of the people's will. Her ascension to the throne was, she declared, by the will of all our subjects. The immediate question was what to do with her husband, Peter. He'd written to her in French, addressing her as Her Majesty, and swearing not to conspire against her or her government. He'd added a postscript in bad Russian. "I also beg you, honoring your will in everything, to be allowed to go to faraway lands." It was too risky to let Peter go abroad. Perhaps she should send him to the Schlüsselburg fortress, where he could join another former emperor, deposed more than 20 years before by the Empress Elizabeth, Ivan VI. But 2 legitimate ex-emperors posed too great a threat to an illegitimate German-born empress. A week after the coup, Catherine received a letter from Alexei Orlov, who was keeping Peter under house arrest at Ropsha. It contained the news that Peter was dead. The circumstances of his death remain unclear. The official cause was hemorrhoidal colic, but he was almost certainly murdered. 2 years later, the second problem also resolved itself. During a rescue attempt at the Schlüsselburg fortress, Ivan VI was killed by his guards. In September 1762, 2 months after the coup, Empress Catherine was crowned in Moscow. Chapter 2. Catherine II Alekseyevna. At Catherine's coronation, 1,200 poods of silver, more than 19 tons, were given out to the people. Crowds were then treated to a masquerade involving thousands of musicians, giants, dwarfs and jesters. They ate fried beef and drank from fountains of Rhenish wine. The festivities lasted 3 months. The main attraction was the Great Imperial Crown, containing 4,936 diamonds weighing 2,858 carats in total. On top, a red spinel weighing 398 carats and 72 Indian pearls. Its value, 2 million rubles, about $200 million today. Catherine was the first Russian empress to dedicate most of her time to work, not her own pleasure. Compared to her predecessors, she led an orderly life. She preferred plain food. Her favorite dish was boiled beef with salted cucumbers, and she hardly ever drank. Even during state banquets, she drank blackcurrant juice instead of wine. She also kept to a strict daily routine. Catherine rose at 6 a.m., read until 8:30, then worked on papers with her secretaries from 9 to 11. From 11 to 1, she met with courtiers, and from 1 to 2, she had lunch. Courtiers read aloud to her between 2 and 4. Then she received visitors until 6 p.m. Then she might play cards for a few hours before dining at 9 and going to bed no later than 10. The philosophical treatises that Catherine had read in her youth now began to bear fruit. The Empress decided to establish a new style of government in Russia, enlightened absolutism. Its main principles were to be freedom of thought and speech, and equality for all classes before the law. Russia still used a legal code that dated back to 1649, known as the Sobornya Uluzhenia. Catherine ordered the summoning of a legislative commission to debate new laws for Russia. Its delegates were to be drawn from all the classes and regions of the empire, and were to come to Moscow bearing written instructions from their constituents. Before the commission met, the Empress wrote down her own ideas about the law in a document that became known as the nakaz, or instruction. It took 2 years to write and contained more than 600 clauses. It discussed the rule of law, the abolition of the death penalty, the presumption of innocence, the concept of liberty, the different classes, and serfdom. The nakaz provoked extreme responses in Russia and abroad. In France, the birthplace of the Enlightenment, it was banned as dangerously liberal. Now, as her legislative commission was convened, the eyes of Europe were on Catherine and her daring experiment in legal reform. The legislative commission that was to draft the new legal code was made up of all classes except the serfs and clergy. 564 deputies were selected, 30% were nobles, 39% were townsmen, 14% were peasants, 5% bureaucrats, and 12% were representatives of other estates, such as Cossacks and frontier tribesmen. They met in no fewer than 203 sessions. The commission met inside the Kremlin. Catherine secretly watched proceedings from a hidden gallery, used 100 years before by the Tsaritsa and royal princesses in an age when women weren't allowed to join men at banquets. The more the commission talked, the clearer it was there was little common ground between the different estates. Sometimes it seemed the soldiers were the only thing that stopped them from attacking each other. One issue bridged the gap between the estates. Merchants, Cossacks, and industrialists wanted the right to own serfs, like the nobles did. While Catherine was striving to nurture liberty, the delegates wanted the opposite, and weren't afraid to say so. The only thing on which the deputies were unanimous was their desire to present Catherine with the titles the Great, the Wise, and the Mother of the Nation. Catherine wasn't impressed. She wrote irritably, "I told them to work on the laws, and they do an anatomy of my qualities. Only God is wise. Great? History will judge." But she welcomed one title, Mother of the Nation. With the commission deadlocked, Catherine took matters into her own hands. She ruled by decree, prohibiting the export of grain, imposing price controls on salt, and creating new laws against corruption. But trouble was brewing for Russia abroad. The growing might of the Russian Empire was a source of growing unease for France. When Catherine put her former lover Stanisław Poniatowski on the Polish throne, she antagonized France yet further. She had also broken a promise to Turkey not to interfere in Polish affairs. In October 1768, under pressure from French agents, the Turkish Sultan declared war on Russia. Catherine sent her best troops and generals against the enemy. The Empress had a flair for recognizing talent and promoting those with ability. One beneficiary was Count Peter Rumyantsev, former favorite of Peter III. He'd expected to be dismissed after Peter's overthrow, but instead, Catherine gave him command of an army. Count Alexei was considered by many to be debauched and dishonest, yet Catherine gave him command of a naval squadron. Alexander Suvorov was an unassuming 30-year-old major when he first met the Empress. She gave him her portrait as a gift, a moment he later described as paving his way to glory. According to some estimates, he went on to win 93 battles for Russia, and was one of the few generals in history never to be defeated. In July 1770, the two armies met at the river Laga in modern Moldova. Rumyantsev smashed an Ottoman army that outnumbered him more than 2 to 1, 38,000 Russians defeating 80,000 Turks. That same day at Chesma in the Aegean Sea, Alexei led his naval squadron into action. He too won a stunning victory against a much larger force, 32,000 Russians defeating 73,000 Turks. On August 1st, 1770, near the river Kagul, Count Rumyantsev attacked and defeated a Turkish army that outnumbered him 5 to 1. His 32,000 men routing 150,000 Turks. 4 years later, at the village of Kozluja in modern Bulgaria, Suvorov won the last great land battle of the war, once more attacking and defeating a larger Ottoman force, his 25,000 men putting to flight 40,000 Turks. A string of victories against the Ottoman Empire caught everyone's attention. Soon, ambitious young officers were traveling from across Europe to seek service with the Russian army. Among them was a Spaniard, José de Ribas, future founder of the city of Odessa. He was nearly joined by a young Corsican officer named Napoleon Bonaparte, who changed his mind because foreigners were hired with a demotion in rank. Meanwhile, at home, Catherine was waging another war with her lover, Grigory Orlov. Her favorite had a furious temper, while she could be jealous and resentful. They would often quarrel furiously, make up, and quarrel again. They had had a son together, and lived like husband and wife. Grigori wanted their relationship to be recognized as such and made official through marriage. But Catherine was worried it would undermine her position as empress. She asked her closest advisor, Count Panin, for guidance. He told her, "The Russian empress can do anything she wants, but Mrs. Oliver can't be the Empress of Russia." Where Panin leant against the wall, his powdered wig left a mark. From that moment, it became a ritual for courtiers to press their foreheads against the mark, hoping for Panin's courage when they had to give bad news to the Empress. After 12 years, Catherine finally tired of Grigori Orlov. That year, 1774, plague struck Moscow. Every day, 1,000 people perished. Officials fled the city and riots broke out. Orlov volunteered to go into the plague-ridden city. With the Guard regiments, he restored order, organized the burial of the dead, and opened hospitals with his own money. In 1 month, the epidemic subsided. Orlov returned to St. Petersburg in triumph. The Empress's love was briefly rekindled. But 2 years later, while Orlov was away negotiating with the Turks, she found a new favorite, a young officer named Alexander Vasilichkov. When Orlov found out, he was furious. He broke off negotiations and rushed home to see Catherine. But her courier met him en route and handed him strict instructions to go to his palace at Gachina and not to come to court. Grigori eventually calmed down, and a few months later was allowed to return to court. He and the Empress remained friends for the rest of their lives. Catherine and Peter's son, Paul, was now nearly grown up. Many expected Catherine to hand over power to him soon, or make him her co-ruler. It was a time when Catherine needed people around her whose loyalty was beyond question. So the Empress turned to a 35-year-old Major General, a devoted and trusted friend, Grigori Alexandrovich Potemkin. Catherine and Potemkin soon became lovers. She later wrote of her need to him. "My heart cannot be content even for an hour without love. If you want me to be yours forever, show me friendship as well as affection, but love me and always speak truthfully." She called him my student, my friend, my idol. Soon, she couldn't bear to be apart from him, and when he left the capital, she wrote tender letters addressing him as "my dear husband." Their affair began in the spring of 1774. It's widely suspected, though it has never been proven, that they were secretly married just a few months later in the Cathedral of St. Samson in St. Petersburg. It was also rumored Catherine later bore him a daughter, Elizabeth, who took the surname Temkina. But even this affair brought Catherine only fleeting happiness. Catherine and Potemkin were both headstrong and always tried to impose their will on the other. Eventually, Catherine had had enough. While Potemkin was away in the provinces, Catherine took a new lover, Peter Zawodowski. Potemkin wrote to Catherine threatening to kill the man who'd taken his place. But she had made her decision and told Potemkin, "The first sign of loyalty is obedience." Zawodowski was her favorite for just a year before he was replaced by Semyon Zorich, a cavalry officer 14 years Catherine's junior. The next lover was even younger, 25 years her junior. Catherine chose her own lovers, but for counsel and company, she always returned to Potemkin. Many years later, Catherine's last favorite, Platon Zubov, 38 years her junior, wrote, "The Empress always gave in to Potemkin's wishes and feared him just like a demanding husband. She often pointed to him as the example I should follow." It was the tireless Potemkin who oversaw the colonization of Russia's new lands in the south, known as Novorossiya, New Russia. For centuries, this territory had been ruled by the Muslim Tatars of the Crimean Khanate, but in 1774, as part of the peace treaty of Kuchuk-Kanaji, it became part of the Russian Empire. A few years later, taking advantage of Tatar weakness, Catherine annexed Crimea itself. In just 4 years, Potemkin brought 400,000 settlers to these new lands and founded the cities of Yekaterinoslav, Nikolaev, Mariupol, Kherson, and Sevastopol, the new home of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Its warships built in the shipyards in Taganrog and Kherson. Potemkin invited Catherine to inspect her new lands in person. He organized every aspect of the trip, down to the tiniest detail. It was like nothing else in history. The imperial party consisted of 3,000 people, traveling in 14 carriages and 164 sleighs, including 40 spares. Catherine herself traveled in a specially constructed giant sleigh, housing an office, a parlor with room for 8, a card table and a library. It was pulled by 40 horses. The trip lasted 6 months and covered 6,034 kilometers. At every one of the 375 relay stations, 550 fresh horses were waiting, as well as fresh provisions, 6 cows and calves, 30 hens and geese, 500 eggs, 80 kilos of flour, sugar and butter, 6 hams, 8 kilos of coffee, a barrel of herrings, 50 lemons, and 3 buckets of wine. The Empress visited 35 cities, each of which welcomed her with great fanfare and celebration. At Balaclava, she was greeted by an all-female regiment of Greek Amazons, while at Poltava, 50,000 extras reenacted Russia's great victory over the Swedes. Catherine's great tour of the South became legendary and gave rise to myths of its own. Amongst them was the story that Potemkin tried to trick Catherine about the number of new settlements by lining their route with fake villages built from plywood, with actors playing the role of peasants. The story gave birth to the phrase Potemkin village, a fake construction or facade that creates the illusion of prosperity. But the towns and villages of New Russia were real. The myth was created by foreign observers, reluctant to believe that Russia could so quickly consolidate its hold on such a vast region. Welcomed and acclaimed across New Russia, Catherine was made to truly feel like the mother of the nation. The Austrian Emperor Joseph II and other foreigners traveling with her were full of admiration. This, of course, was Catherine's desire, to make a powerful international impression. The Ottoman Empire, however, was incensed by this triumphal procession and declared war in a bid to win back its lost lands. The result was a series of brilliant Russian victories on land and sea. The bright stars of Rumyantsev and Suvorov were joined by a new Russian naval hero, Fyodor Ushakov. In the course of 2 years, he fought 4 battles against the Ottoman fleet, all of them won or drawn despite always facing superior numbers. His bold tactics rewrote Russian textbooks on naval warfare and would be studied by Russian naval officers for generations to come. When peace was made, the Russian frontier advanced to the river Dnistra, taking in the fortresses of Achakov and Kajibi, the future city of Odessa. Russia's status as a great European power was now assured. No European state now dared to act without first considering the reaction of Empress Catherine. The empire's internal situation, however, was cause for serious concern. The most influential woman of her age faced constant challenges to her rule. During the first 10 years of her reign, 7 pretenders to the throne emerged, all claiming to be Tsar Peter III, having miraculously escaped death. In the 11th year of her reign, an 8th pretender emerged and declared war on the Empress. His name was Yemelyan Pugachev. Until recently, he'd been a common Cossack from the Don region, a veteran of the 7 Years' War. Returning home, he helped some friends desert, and as a consequence, became a fugitive himself. He rode to the Urals and told the Cossacks that he was the true Emperor Peter III, back from the dead. Then he stirred up a peasants' revolt. Pugachev's manifesto promised all things to all men. Land for the peasants, freedom for the Cossacks, justice for the Tatars, Kazakhs, Bashkirs and Kalmuks. He promised to protect the people from corrupt government officials. Live free like the beasts of the steppe, he told them. Pugachev's people lived free indeed, taking whatever they wanted by force, robbing from the poor as well as the rich. A month after Pugachev's manifesto, the Empress responded with one of her own. She informed her subjects that a fugitive Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev had gathered a band of thieves and vagabonds around him and dared to style himself emperor. She called on his followers to give up their ways or face severe penalties, including death. But it was too late. In just a month, Pugachev's 80 followers became 8,000. In 3 months, he had an army of 24,000 men, made up of peasants, Cossacks, Bashkirs and Kalmuks from the steppe. The rebellion had plunged the whole region into anarchy. Catherine would have to do more than write a manifesto to regain control. Of the Ural region's 89 factories, 23 were completely destroyed, and 33 more were looted. The violence cost the factory owners around 1 million rubles, worth about 5 billion rubles today, or 140 million US dollars. The losses to factory workers and peasants, whose houses were looted or burnt down, and whose cattle and property was stolen, amounted to about another 1 million rubles. Many people were killed or went missing amid the violence. The official death toll was 2,716. Catherine sent government troops to crush the rebels, but they stumbled into disaster after disaster. 3 provinces, Kazan, Nizhegorod and Voronezh, were soon in flames. Because of the war against the Turks to the south, Catherine had no more troops to send. But as soon as peace was made with the Turks, regular troops flooded the region, and the revolt was suppressed. The defeated Cossacks handed over their renegade leader to the government. Pugachev was brought to Moscow in a cage, like a wild steppe beast. His treatment and interrogation were authorized by the Empress herself. Pugachev, along with 6 other ringleaders, was sentenced to death. On January 10, 1775, in front of a huge crowd in Moscow's Bolotnaya Square, one of the most dangerous and charismatic rebels in Russian history was executed by quartering. By law, Pugachev's legs should have been cut off first, then his arms, and only then his head. But by personal order of the Empress, Pugachev and his comrades were granted a small mercy. They were beheaded first. The Empress later declared Pugachev's rebellion to be a national tragedy and ordered its events to pass into eternal oblivion and deep silence. Catherine believed that the rebellion had been caused by the state of Russia's provincial government, archaic, incompetent, and corrupt. The entire administration of the empire needed overhauling. It was to this great task that Catherine turned next. "My quick quill will be the death of me," she wrote to the French philosopher Voltaire. "I've never written so much in my life." The result was 216 pages on reform of the provincial administration of the Russian Empire. Catherine's reforms began with a complete reorganization of the empire, doubling the number of provinces from 23 to 50. Each province was subdivided into between 10 and 20 districts, all of roughly equal size. These new provinces and districts would be the new basis for local government. 216 towns received city status. Each city, from the capital downwards, became a separate administrative unit, divided into its own districts and quarters. This system was in use with few changes until the Russian Revolution. Some of its measures even remain in use today. Then, shocking news arrived from France that would halt Catherine's reforms in their tracks. Louis XVI, King of France, had been guillotined. Catherine had never been a friend of the king, but the news made her physically ill. The French Revolution was the largest political and social upheaval of the age. France's monarchy was overthrown in 1792, and a republic based on freedom and equality was proclaimed. The ground had been laid by Enlightenment philosophers such as Voltaire, Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Diderot. Now revolutionaries like Robespierre, Marat, and Danton sought to fashion a new state from their ideas. The Empress was thrown into panic. The French Revolution had been inspired by the same ideals that drove her. Was she paving the way for a Russian Robespierre or Marat? Would she be the next monarch to lose her head? She offered to send Suvorov and an army of 60,000 men to crush the revolution. It did not happen, but from henceforth Catherine looked on her old Enlightenment ideals with deep mistrust. Catherine kept the title Mother of the Nation close to her heart. There was hardly any area of Russian life she didn't look at to see how it might be improved, from provincial administration to the duties of Russian midwives. Her reign saw the birth of Russian journalism and satire. She even contributed to such magazines herself. In 1795, she joined forces with Frederick William of Prussia and Emperor Joseph of Austria to carve up Poland, annexing territory in Belarus, Western Ukraine, Lithuania, and Latvia. She wrote no fewer than 36 literary works, including 11 comedies and 7 operas. Her reign saw the construction of great buildings and monuments in Moscow and St. Petersburg, designed by men of genius such as Bazhanov and Kazakov. She initiated smallpox vaccination in Russia, vaccinating herself and her son Paul. She amassed an unrivaled collection of artwork that became the basis of the world-famous Hermitage Museum. She was a patron of Russian artists who themselves became masters: Fyodor Rokossov, Dmitry Levitsky, and Vladimir Baravakovsky. The scale and breadth of her achievements were awe-inspiring. No one could doubt her right to be called Catherine the Great. For Russia, Catherine's 34-year reign was a period of dramatic growth. The population of the empire soared from 19 to 36 million. The conquests of her reign surpassed even those of Peter the Great. 29 new provinces were created and 144 new towns founded. The army doubled in size from 162,000 to 312,000. The navy grew from 6 frigates and 21 ships of the line to 40 frigates and 67 ships of the line. Her generals and admirals won an incredible 78 military victories. Meanwhile, industrial output boomed. The output of cast iron tripled. Russia became the greatest producer of cast iron in the world, overtaking the former world leader, Great Britain. The value of Russia's external trade rose from more than 9 million rubles per year to nearly 46 million rubles per year. State revenue quadrupled, from 16 million to 69 million rubles. Catherine built on the foundations laid by Peter the Great 80 years before, to create a giant and powerful new Russian empire. Many later generations would look back to her reign as the zenith of Russian imperial glory. But forever mindful of the limitations of power, she compared her own work to a drop of water falling in the ocean. In 1796, in her 67th year, Catherine prepared to draft a decree on her succession. She intended to pass over her unloved son Paul, to make her 19-year-old favorite grandson Alexander her heir. She did not live to see it completed. On November 6, 1796, Catherine the Great died of a stroke. Her 42-year-old son Paul became emperor. In just 1 month, it was plain to see why the Empress had tried to remove him from the succession. Catherine the Great was never wrong. November 1796. Grand Duke Paul Petrovich strode through the corridors of the Winter Palace as his mother, Catherine the Great, lay dying. He was looking for Catherine's secret will, one piece of paper that stood between him and the throne. Unless it was destroyed, the throne would pass directly to his son Alexander, as Catherine had wished. Unlike his father, Alexander seemed born to rule. He had every natural gift: charm, intellect, and wit. The only thing he lacked was the desire to rule. Catherine's will never saw the light of day. The moment Paul had been waiting for 34 years had arrived. At last, he was emperor. But in little more than 4 years, Alexander would stand over his father's bloodied body, and Catherine would at last have her way. Paul's birth had been a joyous event. As the great-grandson of Peter the Great, his destiny had always been to continue the Romanov line and one day rule Russia. But all his early years had been lived in the shadow of his mother, Catherine the Great. The eternal prince became lonely and secretive, retreating into an imaginary world of his own creation. Many thought he was mad and christened him the Russian Hamlet. Chapter 1. Paul I Petrovich. Immediately after Paul's birth, he was taken from his mother by Empress Elizabeth, who raised him as her own. His mother, Catherine, was granted almost no access to her son. His father, the future Peter III, also saw little of the boy. There were rumors at court that Paul's real father was not Peter, but a courtier, Sergei Saltykov. Catherine herself encouraged these rumors, which undermined the husband she later deposed. Stories about Paul's uncertain parentage delighted courtiers, but as the prince grew up, the resemblance to Peter III was plain to see, both physically and in his strange mannerisms. Like his father, Paul liked to march around his palaces as though on military parade. He frequently baffled courtiers and ambassadors with his inane remarks, leaving his wife, the German princess Maria Fyodorovna, to cover up his strange behavior as best she could, just as Catherine had to do for Emperor Peter. Nevertheless, Empress Elizabeth adored her great-nephew Paul. She began to consider making him her successor and bypassing his father Peter, who she and many others believed was insane. To prepare Paul for rule, she found him the best tutors in Russia. Paul studied 5 languages: history, literature, mathematics, science, draftsmanship, and architecture, as well as riding, fencing, dance, carpentry, and chess. Paul himself insisted on studying the military sciences. To help with navigation lessons, his entire table was painted blue and marked up to look like a huge naval chart. The Empress Elizabeth died when Paul was 7, followed 6 months later by his father, Peter III, most likely murdered by his mother's supporters. His mother, Catherine, became empress. Some believed she'd hand over power to her son when he came of age in 14 years' time. Instead, he'd have to wait 34 years. As a teenager, Paul was prone to depression. He was deeply ashamed of his mother's licentious behavior and terrified of her lovers. But his tutors noted his intelligence and interest in science, art, and mystical philosophy. From his reading, he developed a particular obsession with the Knights of Malta and dreamed of one day joining their ranks. Becoming emperor was a daunting prospect for Paul. His only happiness came from his friendship with a young count, Andrei Razumovsky. Paul wrote to him, "Your friendship has worked a miracle. I'm no longer plagued by all my old fears. No more chimeras. Away, black thoughts." When Paul turned 19, his mother found him a bride, the 18-year-old Wilhelmina Louisa, Princess of Hesse-Darmstadt. Paul fell in love almost immediately. After converting to Russian Orthodoxy, Wilhelmina took the name Natalia Alekseyevna. But after 4 years of marriage, Natalia died, giving birth to a stillborn son. Paul went almost mad with grief. His mother chose to console him by revealing letters between Natalia and Razumovsky, proving his wife had been having an affair with his best friend. Paul never recovered from this blow. The lesson he drew was never to trust anyone again. His mother quickly found Paul another German princess to marry. 6 months later, he was engaged to Sophia Dorothea of Württemberg, who took the Russian name Maria Fyodorovna. Paul's second marriage was a happy one, and in the course of 25 years, she gave birth to 10 royal children. These children would carry on the Romanov dynasty for the next 150 years. Her sons included the emperors Alexander I and Nicholas I. Her grandson was Alexander II, her great-grandson Alexander III, and her great-great-grandson Nicholas II. All surviving representatives of the House of Romanov are also her descendants. The couple honeymooned in Europe, traveling incognito under the names Count and Countess Severnik, Russian for of the North. Few of their hosts were fooled, and across Europe Paul was welcomed with a degree of respect he'd never received at home. In Vienna, the couple went to the Court Theatre to see a performance of Hamlet. But when the lead found out who was in the audience, it was said he refused to go on stage, declaring, "I cannot play the part of a prince who seeks revenge for his murdered father, with the real thing watching from the royal box." Empress Catherine never let Paul interfere in affairs of state. She didn't even trust him to raise his own sons, Alexander and Constantine. To keep him out of the way, she bought him the Palace of Gatchina, 25 miles outside St. Petersburg. For 20 years, Paul devoted himself to creating his own miniature kingdom at Gatchina. He had the buildings renovated to imitate the latest European styles, and made his guards wear Prussian-style uniforms and powdered wigs. Catherine's courtiers ridiculed Paul. One wrote, "You can't observe the Grand Duke's behavior without disgust. He thinks himself the King of Prussia. Every Wednesday he conducts maneuvers." The 2,000 guardsmen of the Gatchina garrison never saw action, but instead became the plaything of Grand Duke Paul. Like his father, he was obsessed with soldiering, and was determined to make his troops the best drilled in Russia. They rehearsed volley fire, bayonet drill, amphibious landings and assaults, and trained with artillery. By 1796, they were the most disciplined and polished troops in the Russian army. The Gatchina drill went down in Russian military folklore. Before appearing on duty, each soldier was screwed into a special contraption to straighten his head and his back and keep them perfectly still. Their tight white breeches were pulled on wet and dried on the body, so there wasn't a single crease. Officers made the men practice marching with a glass of water on their head. If they spilled any water, they weren't keeping their head still enough. Even minor misdemeanors were punished with beatings. Changing the guard became an elaborate drill that lasted hours, and all soldiers marched with the famous high-stepping parade march still used by Russian Guard regiments. Catherine ridiculed her son's military pretensions. She didn't like to have her son around court, but she lavished attention on her grandson, Alexander. In fact, she behaved exactly as her predecessor Elizabeth had done towards her own husband, Peter, which she'd so resented at the time. As soon as Alexander turned 16, Catherine arranged for him to marry a German princess and began to talk openly of bypassing her son and leaving the throne to her grandson instead. This was when Paul began to fear for his life. On the night of November 6, 1796, Paul and his wife had the same dream. An unseen force raised them up and carried them through the darkness. They woke up in terror just as a messenger arrived from St. Petersburg. He announced that Catherine the Great was dying. Within hours, Paul was Emperor of Russia, and he was soon passing laws at a dizzying rate, as though he didn't believe he had much time. In the course of his 4.5-year reign, Paul passed 7,865 acts of legislation, twice as many as Peter the Great had passed in his 43-year reign, and 1.5 times as many as Catherine the Great in her 34-year reign. He also found time to issue 14,207 orders concerning the army. The emperor rose at 4 a.m. and worked in his office until 9, where he received visitors and reports. Then he rode out, usually accompanied by Grand Duke Alexander, to visit some state establishment. The changing of the guard was held at 11. Then, after an hour's walking through St. Petersburg streets, the emperor returned to the parade ground to inspect the guard. He even measured the length of the soldiers' pigtails and checked the amount of powder in their hair. Officers were punished severely for the smallest faults. In just the first 3 days of Paul's reign, the emperor dismissed 16 lieutenant generals, 57 major generals, and 3 full generals. Over 4 years, 2,594 officers resigned, including 333 generals. The emperor's behavior created an atmosphere of permanent anxiety. The wife of his military adjutant remembered, his victims formed an endless procession to the fortress. Often their only fault was hair that was too long, or a jacket that was too short. The wearing of vests was strictly forbidden. If the emperor spotted anyone wearing a vest, the unfortunate owner was sent straight to the guardhouse. Even ladies sometimes ended up there if they saw the emperor and didn't jump out of their carriage quickly enough to make the proper curtsy. This is why the streets he used to walk along in St. Petersburg quickly became deserted. Everyone trembled before the emperor. Paul imagined himself as a perfect chivalric knight become emperor, and he had not forgotten his childhood dream of joining the Knights of Malta. When Napoleon conquered their home island in 1798, Paul offered the Knights a new home in Russia and became their Grand Master, even though he was Orthodox and it was a Catholic order. Paul became the first Russian emperor to meet the Pope, Pius VI, even inviting him to move to Russia when Rome was also occupied by Napoleon. In Paul's eyes, Napoleon represented a world evil that had to be defeated. He allied Russia with the coalition of powers fighting against him and sent an army under the brilliant Field Marshal Suvorov to Europe. In 1799, in northern Italy, Suvorov won 3 battles in just 4 months. Was then forced to execute a dramatic but brilliant strategic retreat across the Swiss Alps in winter. The emperor resented Suvorov for opposing his military reforms, but even he confessed his admiration for this latest achievement, telling Suvorov, "The only victory you had yet to win was over nature itself. Even there, you now have the upper hand." Paul set out to undo all his mother's reforms, which meant his next target was Russia's own nobility, who had thrived under Catherine's rule. He ended their exemption from taxes and corporal punishment, turning them into powerful enemies. Paul tried to watch everything and everyone. Stacks of unread reports began to pile up on his desk. Because of a mass purging of the civil service, there weren't enough staff left to run the offices of state. The British ambassador, Sir Charles Whitworth, who was watching the emperor carefully, wrote troubling reports to London. The emperor has gone mad. Since the moment he ascended the throne, his physical state has worsened. The emperor's behavior became more and more strange. He no longer went for walks along the embankment because he feared the strong wind might blow his head away like a soap bubble. He suffered from insomnia, so his loyal wife Maria walked with him all night, so he wouldn't pester the guards with nonsensical questions. A conspiracy against him was now formed. It included Count Palin, governor of St. Petersburg, Vice-Chancellor Nikita Panin, Catherine's favorite Platon Zubov, General Bennigsen, General Uvarov, and many others, perhaps as many as 300 people. Grand Duke Alexander didn't join the conspirators, but nor did he stop them. He only insisted they did not harm a hair on his father's head. The conspirators swore to it. They wanted Paul to abdicate and retire to Mikhailovsky Castle, or as a last resort, they would lock him up. Mikhailovsky Castle was Paul's newest palace, his fantasy made real. The designs had taken years, but their realization had had to wait until Catherine the Great's death. As soon as Paul was emperor, construction began, and was finished in just 3.5 years. Paul ordered the court to move here while the interiors were still unfinished. Its dark stairways and eerie corridors created a strange, unsettling atmosphere, but Paul felt at home. The emperor's behavior was becoming even more unpredictable. He sat for hours in deep thought. He began to suspect his wife and sons of plotting against him. He wrote a secret letter and hid it in a chest, with a note reading, "To be opened by our descendant 100 years after my death." It was known that it concerned the fate of the dynasty, and that Paul had written it after speaking with a prisoner from the Peter and Paul fortress named Abel. Abel was a monk, born Vasily Vasilyev in 1757, who took his monastic vows at the island monastery of Valam. He was later said to have gained the gift of prophecy and wrote many of his visions down in a book. It's claimed he accurately predicted many events, some of which took place during his lifetime, such as the death of Catherine the Great, the death of Paul, Napoleon's invasion of Russia, the Decembrist revolt, as well as more distant events including the First World War, the Russian Revolution, the murder of the last Tsar, civil war, repression, and war with Hitler. Abel had been locked up for prophesying the death of the last empress, but he was summoned from his prison cell to speak with Paul. When asked what future he saw for the emperor, Abel replied, "Your reign will be short. You will be strangled in your bedchamber by scoundrels who even now you hold in your warm embrace." He even named the day, March 11th. On the evening of the 11th, Paul dined with his family. At one point, he looked into a mirror and joked, "What a funny mirror. I can see myself in it with a broken neck." At that moment, the conspirators were holding their final meeting at Count Palin's house. When someone asked what they should do if the emperor resisted, Palin answered, "Omelets are not made without breaking eggs." After dinner, the emperor suddenly said, What will be, and went to his bedchamber. He checked the doors and windows and wondered why the crows in the summer garden were making such a fuss. His assassins were passing through the summer garden on their way to the palace. When they arrived, the guards let them in. Paul heard heavy footsteps in the corridor and knew they'd come for him. The conspirators included ex-army officers, many of whom were drunk. They burst into the emperor's bedroom and found him hiding behind a screen. They tried to make him sign his abdication, but he refused. Then Platon Zubov struck him on the temple with a golden snuff box, like a pair of brass knuckle dusters. The emperor fell to the ground. Paul fought bravely, 1 against a dozen. They beat him senseless, and then throttled him with his own scarf. The Russian people were told Emperor Paul I had died from an apoplectic stroke. Indeed, insiders joked, the stroke of a snuff box to the head. The French artist Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun witnessed the reaction to the emperor's death. The city went wild with delight. People were singing, dancing, and kissing in the streets. The people I knew would run up to my carriage, shake my hand, and exclaim, "Now we are free." Many households even hung out lights. The death of this unhappy emperor caused universal joy. Within hours of Paul's death, his son, the new Emperor Alexander, issued a declaration promising to rule in the spirit of his grandmother, Catherine the Great. But he did not share in the general sense of jubilation. He was sickened by the events of the previous night. He had only wanted what was best for Russia, but his good intentions had paved the way to hell, his own personal hell, that would remain with him for the rest of his life. Chapter 2. Alexander I Pavlovich. It was Catherine the Great who chose the name Alexander for Paul's first son. Officially, he was named in honor of the Russian hero Alexander Nevsky. In reality, after the great conqueror Alexander the Great. The Empress showered all the motherly affection she had denied to her son Paul on this boy, her first grandson. Catherine wrote about the little prince with pride. She described a boy who was courteous, cheerful, and obedient, and who made an effort to be liked. Everyone expected great things from Alexander. He was watched all the time. It was like being always on stage, and in time, he developed a mask for every occasion. Politician Baron Korff noted, "The emperor could penetrate minds and see to the bottom of people's souls without ever revealing his own thoughts and feelings." Alexander knew his grandmother wanted to leave the throne to him instead of his father, but he did not relish the prospect. The only person he trusted was his Swiss tutor, Frederick Le Harpe. A Republican and an idealist, Le Harpe was appointed by Catherine to instill her own enlightened, humanist values in the young prince. Alexander was not yet 15 when the Empress arranged for him to meet two sisters, princesses of Baden, 13-year-old Louise and 11-year-old Dorothea. Alexander was to choose one of them to marry. He chose the elder, Louise, who converted to Orthodoxy and took the name Elizabeth. They were married the following year. Courtiers nicknamed the newlyweds Cupid and Psyche. Alexander's charming, beautiful bride inspired many artists and poets. Fyodor Glinka wrote of her, "Gentle queen, glory of the Tsars, your divine face is worthy of altars." Elizabeth would go on to become renowned as a Russian patriot. During the Napoleonic Wars, she founded a society to support the sick and wounded and pay for their hospital treatment. She founded orphanages and schools for the children of officers killed in the war, as well as other charitable institutions. Elizabeth was considered the great beauty of her age. Guards officers formed clubs inspired by their love for her. For all of Russian society, she became an emblem of love, beauty, and virtue. But when Elizabeth first arrived at the Russian court during the reign of Alexander's father, Paul, she found it a place of anxiety and gloominess. The emperor constantly found fault with everyone, even Elizabeth. And as the young couple grew up, their different temperaments became more obvious. Alexander was passionate, Elizabeth cool. They drifted apart, and in time took other lovers. In the 6th year of marriage, Elizabeth gave birth to a daughter, Maria, but she died within the year. With each passing year, Alexander realized he didn't want to become emperor. He dreamt of leaving everything behind and going to live with Elizabeth by the River Rhine in romantic seclusion. In a letter to a trusted friend, he confessed, "I realized that I wasn't born for the title I bear now, and even less for the one destined for me. I've sworn to myself to refuse it in one way or another." The certainties of the Gatchina parade ground became almost a place of psychological relief. During training, a cannon went off next to Alexander, leaving him deaf in his left ear. His deafness led to a paranoid fear that people were always laughing at him behind his back. On one occasion, he passed 3 officers sharing a joke and laughing amongst themselves. He ordered one of them to his office. As the officer arrived, Alexander was examining himself in the mirror. "What's funny about me?" he asked. "Why did you laugh at me?" It was impossible to persuade the Grand Duke that they'd been laughing at something else. When Alexander became emperor, his first acts were to revoke all the unpopular decrees of his father, Paul. He closed the secret chancellery, allowed nobles to travel abroad once more, and restored their other rights and privileges. Everyone had their own plan to reform the empire in the name of progress and enlightenment. So Alexander assembled a group of friends and advisors, all young liberals like himself, educated in the European style, to decide the way forward. Within 2 years, Alexander's Privy Committee had created new government ministries to replace the old collegia and put in place progressive education reforms. Universities were open to everyone, censorship laws were relaxed, and 5 new universities were founded. A first step was taken towards reforming Russia's serf laws. A new decree allowed serfs to buy their freedom if their owners agreed. They were to form a new class of free ploughmen. The reforms moved slowly and faced significant opposition. Alexander was dismayed. Everyone seemed to think only about their own interests. No one seemed to share his concern for the common good. Then he found a man who seemed to understand and share his dream for Russia perfectly. Extraordinarily intelligent and hard-working, his name was Mikhail Speransky. He became first the secretary to the Privy Committee, and later the Emperor's right-hand man. The Emperor himself took on responsibility for foreign policy. The great threat remained Napoleon Bonaparte, who had now crowned himself Emperor of the French. He threatened to overthrow the established order of Europe, and war loomed once more. In 1805, at Austerlitz, in today's Czech Republic, they met in the Battle of the Three Emperors, Alexander of Russia and Francis II of Austria, against Napoleon. The old veteran General Kutuzov commanded the Russian army, but Alexander, jealous of Napoleon's martial glory, took charge himself. Alexander saw his army crushed and routed, and was forced to flee to save his own life. Those close to him saw the emperor trembling and weeping. A Cossack brought him some wine. He eventually calmed down and fell asleep on a bed of straw inside a shed. After the disaster at Austerlitz, Alexander never again interfered in military strategy. He kept to his own forte, diplomacy. Even his great adversary Napoleon recognized his charm. The Russian emperor is intelligent, pleasant, and well-educated, but he cannot be trusted. He is insincere. He is a subtle deceiver, a devious fellow. 2 more years of war followed. Then, in 1807, the 2 emperors agreed to meet to negotiate peace. Their armies were separated by the river Niemen, so they met on a specially constructed raft in the middle of the river near the town of Tilsit. Alexander and Napoleon sat under a grand canopy, one-on-one, without generals or attendants, and talked for 2 hours. At Tilsit, they signed a peace treaty, which committed Russia to join Napoleon's continental blockade against Britain. It caused Russian exports to fall by 20%, with serious consequences for the economy. French exports fell by a similar amount. But soon Russia was preparing for another war against France. Alexander was in no doubt that further conflict was unavoidable. In anticipation, Alexander almost doubled spending on the army, from 63.4 million rubles to 118.5 million. On June 12, 1812, Napoleon's Grande Armée of 450,000 men began to cross the river Niemen. Alexander had no more than 200,000 men with which to face him. On the first day of the war, Alexander went to Moscow to address his people from the ancient capital. During an open-air service, he was profoundly moved when a peasant shouted out to him, "Lead us, dear father. We will die, all of us, but we will win." The next day, Alexander issued an imperial decree, stating, "I will not lay down my arms while a single enemy soldier remains in my realm." Hot-headed generals like Bagration wanted to meet Napoleon in one great decisive battle. But Alexander instead approved a policy of strategic retreat put forward by Barclay de Tolly. Napoleon was forced to advance further and further into Russia, hoping to trap the Russian army and inflict a crushing defeat that would force Alexander to give in. As the people of St. Petersburg prepared to flee, fearing Napoleon would soon reach the capital, Alexander was haunted by visions of his murdered father. He was certain he was to blame for his father's death, and the invasion was God's punishment for his unforgivable sin. He shared his fears with his close friend, Prince Golitsyn. Golitsyn turned to the Bible for guidance. He let a page fall open at random. It was a verse from Psalm 91. "My refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust." Alexander, who'd never shown much interest in religion before, was greatly affected. He wrote to a friend, describing his revelation. "I devoured the Bible, finding its words poured into me anew, bringing a peace to my heart that I'd never known before." The emperor stepped aside from military affairs and handed supreme command to the 67-year-old Kutuzov. Kutuzov, a veteran of 4 wars, decided it was time to fight the great battle everyone had been waiting for, near a village called Borodino, 70 miles from Moscow. When news arrived of the outcome, it was clear that both sides had suffered heavy losses, but that Napoleon had not been stopped. Alexander then received news that Kutuzov intended to abandon Moscow. The emperor's nerves were close to breaking. He paced around his office for an entire night. When he emerged in the morning, he was berated by his brother Constantine, while his mother, the Dowager Empress, became hysterical. Only his wife noticed the emperor had turned half grey overnight. On September 2nd, Napoleon entered the Kremlin and settled in Alexander's state apartments. The very same day, Moscow began to burn from fires lit across the city. 4 days later, Napoleon sent his first letter to Alexander, offering to negotiate a peace. There was no answer. Napoleon sent 2 more letters, but Alexander remained silent. The emperor shared his thoughts in letters to his beloved sister, Catherine. "I'd rather cease to exist than make peace with that monster who brings misery to all. I trust in God for the incredible spirit of my people and for the resoluteness with which I decided not to bow down beneath the yoke." In October, Napoleon's army began its long retreat from Moscow. Harassed by Cossacks and decimated by the cold, it became one of the great catastrophes of military history. In November, just a few thousand frozen, hungry, and demoralized soldiers recrossed the Niemen River, the pitiful remnants of Napoleon's army. Russia's first patriotic war was over. Russian dead totaled 200,000 soldiers. The civilian death toll was even higher. But Alexander had no intention of ending the war. The Russian army went on the offensive, determined to defeat Napoleon once and for all. Alexander I and his allies fought their way across Europe, dethroning the upstart monarchs created by Napoleon and restoring the old order. On March 19, 1814, Alexander entered Paris at the head of the Allied troops. All Europe stood in awe of him. In London, he was made godparent to a future Queen of Great Britain, named after him, Alexandrina Victoria. In Berlin, the main square was named Alexanderplatz in his honor. In Paris, the Russian emperor made a great impression with his talk of constitutions and liberty. He was adored by the public, who treated him like a modern celebrity, struggling to get a glimpse of him. This was his favorite role, the bel roi, the great sovereign. From Paris, he went to Vienna, where a congress was held to decide the future of Europe. The Russian emperor entered an arena populated by the shrewdest minds and most cunning diplomats of the age. But he played his part masterfully, never revealing his true feelings or intentions. People came to call him the mysterious Russian Sphinx. The Congress of Vienna awarded Alexander yet more titles and more land. He was now ruler of all the Russias, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland, 55 titles in total. And for his victory over Napoleon, he was solemnly named the Blessed. When Alexander returned to Russia, he was not the same hot-headed, handsome boy that had dreamt of liberty and the common good. Not yet 40, he had already been hailed as the savior of Europe. Appearances were always important to Alexander. Everything had to be symmetrical, faultless, precise. His uniforms were always immaculate and fitted him exactly. No one had ever seen the emperor dressed casually, even at home. But now he became a true pedant. Documents had to be the exact same size and placed on his desk in neat piles. The furniture was arranged according to a plan, and nobody was permitted to move a chair or vase. If only it were possible to impose the same order on Russia. It was not the enlightened reformer Speransky who was now Alexander's closest companion, but the old soldier Count Alexei Arakcheyev, an artillery expert who had served the emperor's father Akatina. His closeness to the emperor aroused considerable resentment amongst other courtiers, who, behind his back, called him a brute and a guerrilla. Incredible stories were told about the Count. It was said he got so furious that he tore soldiers' moustaches off, and once even bit a soldier's ear off. But he was honest, able, and devoted to the emperor. He had Alexander's absolute trust. Alexander put Arakcheyev in charge of his new project, inspired by the ideas of a Welsh utopian socialist, Robert Owen. Alexander wanted to create military settlements where soldiers lived with their families and combined their military service with farming. Arakcheyev tried to talk Alexander out of the idea. He even begged him on bended knee, but he had received an order and would carry it out with all his ability. The emperor believed everyone would benefit from the settlements. Soldiers could live with their families. The army would feed itself. There would be good order everywhere. But conditions in the settlements instead quickly led to rioting. Life in the settlements was strictly regulated, down to the tiniest detail. Everything was identical, from houses to pots and pans. Every day was ordered around a strict timetable. Children were enlisted in the army at the age of 7, and from then on came under the authority of their officers, not their parents. Opposition and plots against him now caused Alexander to radically change his views. He turned his back on his former ideals of tolerance and liberalism. Instead, censorship was tightened. So-called free thinkers were placed under surveillance or sent into exile. In reports on secret societies, he kept seeing the same familiar names: Trubetskoy, Muravyov brothers, Balkonsky, Pestel. But he stayed his hand. "I cannot judge them too severely," he said. "I once shared their ideals." Alexander began to increasingly question his own purpose. In a letter to the French diplomat Auguste de Choiseul-Gouffier, he wrote, "One needs to stand in my shoes to know what I feel. When I reflect that I will have to answer to God for the life of each one of my soldiers. No, the throne is not my calling. If I could with honor change the circumstances of my life, I'd do it with pleasure. I confess that sometimes I feel like beating my head against the wall. His father's murder, which had brought him to power, the deaths of thousands of Russian soldiers, a pursuit of glory that now seemed worthless. In his Bible, he underlined the words, "I have seen everything that is done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity." The love of his youth, Empress Elizabeth, came to his rescue. For many years they'd lived separately, as strangers, but now he recognized in her a loyal friend with whom he could talk about anything. When Elizabeth was diagnosed with tuberculosis, Alexander decided they must leave St. Petersburg and its damp climate as soon as possible. He wrote to his old friend, Prince Volkonsky, "Soon we'll move to Crimea and live as private subjects. I've served 25 years. After that, soldiers are entitled to retire." They did not go to Crimea, but to the southern city of Taganrog instead. The emperor had visited it once and liked it. Hurried preparations were made for the arrival of the royal couple. Alexander left first to prepare everything for his wife's arrival. He moved into a single-storied stone mansion on Gracheskia Street. He swept the garden paths himself. He helped to hang engravings on the wall and moved the furniture into place. And when Elizabeth arrived, they enjoyed a quiet, peaceful life. They went for walks, greeting those they knew. They read their favorite books to each other. They prayed together. Alexander seemed rejuvenated, as if he had been given a second chance at life. But all the while, he remained emperor. Alexander's strange, carefree behavior would come at a price. It was soon to become the pretext for a tragic and bloody revolt. But Alexander did not live to see it. His southern idyll lasted only 2 months. On November the 19th, after a short illness, he died. The Empress Elizabeth died 6 months later. The emperor's sudden death threw many into confusion. There were rumors that Alexander had faked his death and gone into hiding somewhere. 10 years later, reports emerged of a mysterious old man named Fyodor Kuzmich, who lived in a village near Tomsk in Siberia. He was well educated, spoke several foreign languages, and was extremely pious. He refused ever to discuss his earlier life. The old man was tall, broad-shouldered, and like Alexander, deaf in one ear. Kuzmich died in 1864 and was buried in the grounds of the Tomsk monastery. His headstone reads, "This is the grave of the great blessed elder, Fyodor Kuzmich." The rumors that Kuzmich was in fact Alexander remain to this day neither proved nor disproved. Two years before his death, Alexander had talked to his younger brother, Grand Duke Nicholas, of his intention to abdicate in his favor. Nicholas's wife wrote in her diary, "Speaking to us about his abdication, the emperor said, 'How I will rejoice when I see you driving past me. I'll mingle in the crowd, and with the rest of them shout, 'Hurrah!' December 14th, 1825. The revolt was over, but the Emperor's eldest son, Grand Duke Alexander, was still trembling with fear. The boy knew his father had gone out to do his duty and might have been killed for it. Then he heard his father's voice, calling him to come outside. Loyal troops were formed up in the courtyard. Just an hour earlier, they had refused the rebels' entry to the palace. The Emperor took his son in his arms and addressed the men. "I don't need protection, but I entrust him to you," and handed Alexander over to them. The soldiers cheered with tears in their eyes. The young prince was carried aloft in their arms. Nobody suspected that one day this future emperor would face far greater dangers of his own. Nicholas was a huge baby, the size of a 3-month-old, it was said. His grandmother, Catherine the Great, wrote in admiration, "I've never seen such a cavalier. If he continues to grow, this colossus will dwarf his brothers." Chapter 1. Nicholas I Pavlovich. When Nicholas was 5, his father, the Emperor Paul, was brutally murdered by conspirators. The children remembered it well. The youngest brother, Michael, was playing on his own. He built a train of tiny carriages and used it to carry a toy soldier to a potted plant, then buried him in the earth. When asked what he was doing, he answered, "I'm burying my father." After Paul's death in 1801, his eldest son, the 24-year-old Alexander, became emperor. The second brother, Constantine, became the new heir to the throne. As the third brother, Nicholas wasn't expected to inherit the throne. He grew up under the strict care of his mother, Maria, the Dowager Empress. At the age of 17, Nicholas and his younger brother, Michael, were allowed to travel abroad. Years later, he recalled, "That's when we started to live, stepping from childhood into the light of life. It was in Berlin that I saw, for the first time, the girl I wanted to spend the rest of my life with." The 16-year-old Princess Charlotte of Prussia, daughter of the king, was an ideal match for the Grand Duke. They were married 2 years later, and Charlotte took the Russian name Alexandra Fyodorovna. Grand Duke Nicholas was later appointed Chief Inspector of the Corps of Engineers and Commander of the Guards Engineer Battalion. Every day he rose early for prayer and morning exercise, performing complex bayonet drill with a musket. The rest of the day was spent writing orders and reports and carrying out inspections. Nicholas's elder brother, Emperor Alexander I, often hinted that he planned to leave the throne to Nicholas, since their middle brother Constantine had no interest in becoming emperor. And so, in 1823, Alexander signed a secret will, making Nicholas his heir. Only 4 people knew of its existence. Nicholas was not one of them. On November 19, 1825, Alexander died suddenly in the southern city of Taganrog. 8 days later, the news reached St. Petersburg. Nicholas swore allegiance to his older brother Constantine, the presumed heir, who was in Warsaw. Then Alexander's secret will was proclaimed, and 2 weeks later, Constantine's renunciation of the throne arrived from Poland. It was a unique case in world history. Instead of quarreling for the throne, two Romanov brothers were insisting it belonged to the other. Count Langeron later paid them a subtle French compliment. The Romanovs are so noble, they do not ascend, but descend to the throne. But the resulting confusion was dangerous and encouraged a secret radical society, the Decembrists, to make their move. The Decembrists were made up of liberal-minded guards officers and nobles who wished to reform the monarchy and free Russia's serfs. Its members included many high-ranking aristocrats. Members of its northern society, led by Nikita Muravyev, favored a constitutional monarchy, while members of the southern society, under Pavel Pestel, wanted to abolish the monarch and redistribute the land. They planned to carry out a military coup d'etat. The more radical conspirators, Ryeliev and Pestel, talked of killing the entire Romanov family, including the princesses living abroad and their children, so no one could ever lay claim to the Russian throne again. The troops were due to swear their oaths of loyalty to the new emperor on December 14th. The evening before, Nicholas visited Mikhailovsky Castle, where his father had been murdered. When he returned, he asked his wife to die with honor, if need be. At 11:20, Nicholas was told the Moscow Guards Regiment had refused to swear the oath and had marched to Senate Square. At 11:30, the emperor went to the square with the loyal palace guards. At 12:20, General Miloradovich tried to talk to the rebel troops, but was shot dead by a Decembrist. At 1 p.m., 900 rebel guardsmen approached the Winter Palace. 1:20 p.m., Nicholas sent a bishop to reason with the soldiers, but nobody listened to him. By 2 p.m., there were 3,000 rebel troops in the square. Loyal troops were arriving all the time, but Nicholas continued to delay. At 4:10, cannon opened fire on the rebels. The young Empress Alexandra could see the Senate Square filled with people. At the sound of the first volley, she wrote, "I fell to my knees in a small study and prayed like never before." The strain of that day affected Alexandra for the rest of her life. Her health suffered. Already thin, she lost more weight and became frequently ill. The emperor ordered the first blast of grape shot to be fired over the heads of the rebel soldiers. But the next volley was fired straight into the crowd. When the smoke cleared, the death toll stood at 1 general, 18 officers, 282 soldiers, and 1,170 civilians, including 79 women and 150 children. A total of 1,271 dead. "679 people were investigated following the Decembrist revolt, but most turned out to have no connection to the secret societies that had organized the coup. Of those finally put on trial, 112 lost their titles and all of their property rights. 99 were exiled to Siberia, 36 of those to labor camps. 9 officers were demoted to the ranks, 36 were sentenced to death, 31 by beheading, and 5 by quartering. Emperor Nicholas himself mitigated many of the sentences, and in the end only 5 Decembrists were executed. They included ringleaders such as Pestel and the poet Ryeliev, and the man who'd shot General Miloradovich. Quartering. Quartering was commuted to hanging. The emperor himself paid an allowance to the widows of the executed men. Their families continued to receive payments from the office of the general staff for 20 years, while the children were put through school at public expense. Nicholas ordered the Decembrist grievances to be looked at by a special committee. He invited Count Kiselyov, a Decembrist sympathizer and opponent of serfdom, to look into its abolition. While receiving a delegation of nobles from Smolensk, the emperor told them plainly, "I cannot understand how a person became a thing. I cannot explain it other than through guile and deceit on one side, and ignorance on the other." During Nicholas's reign, new restrictions were imposed on the owners of serfs. Landowners could no longer sentence serfs to hard labor or sell them off without land. Serfs were granted more freedom of movement and the right to conduct their own business. The percentage of Russians living as privately owned serfs fell from 57% to 35%. The number of schools for peasants rose from 60 to 2,550. Nicholas was trained as an engineer and fascinated by new inventions. In 1835, he was seduced by a project many thought was crazy. At that time, there were only 3 railroads in the world, 2 in England and 1 in America. Nicholas studied the schemes on offer carefully and authorized construction of an experimental railroad between St. Petersburg and his palace at Tsarskoye Selo. 4 years later, ignoring the objections of ministers, he ordered another line built, connecting St. Petersburg and Moscow. At the time, it was the longest railroad in the world, at 649.7 kilometers. Its construction cost 67 million rubles, 1/3 of the empire's annual budget. All 34 stations and both terminals were designed by one architect, Konstantin Ton, who was also responsible for the Grand Kremlin Palace. The rails were 1,524 millimeters apart, 89 millimeters wider than in Europe. It was believed the emperor insisted on this difference so an invading army couldn't use its own rolling stock on Russian railways. 100 years later, during World War II, those 89 millimeters would prove crucial in slowing down the advance and resupply of German troops during the Battle for Moscow. During Nicholas's reign, 700 miles of rail track were laid across Russia. It was not much, but Russia's first railways did help to stimulate Russian industrial output, which grew 30-fold in just 3 decades. Russia's first hardened roads were built, connecting Moscow and St. Petersburg, Moscow and Irkutsk, and Moscow and Warsaw. These developments, overseen by Russia's engineer emperor, began a much-needed modernization of the country's transport network. The emperor began his working day at 7 a.m. Around 11, he'd take a walk along the palace embankment without guards, greeting those he knew. He then returned to work until around 8 p.m., when he would go out to the theater or perhaps a ball. He returned home at midnight and worked until 3 a.m. By today's standards, his personal security was non-existent. No one saw the need. The emperor didn't eat much, and when he did, preferred simple food. He loved veal cutlets with mashed potato, but often had just a slice of black bread or a salted cucumber for dinner. On the road, his meals were even simpler: porridge and some cabbage soup, which he'd eat from the same bowl. He drank mineral water from Salzburg, and very rarely wines from Bordeaux. He never smoked. They said that those of a nervous disposition found it difficult to meet the emperor's gaze, while ladies were known to faint in his presence, not from fear, but from adoration. Nicholas, 6'2", broad-shouldered and well-built, was considered one of the most handsome men in Europe. It was rumored at court that Nicholas wore padding underneath his uniform to look more imposing, but his private doctor said this was not true. The emperor simply had a very broad chest. In public, he did not relax for an instant. His appearance was immaculate at all times. It's no surprise that Nicholas I became the role model for all future Romanovs. The emperor brought a sense of calm and stability to Russia in an uncertain age. Contemporary newspapers depicted France as an exploding bottle of champagne, while Russia was a bottle of vodka without a bubble in sight. It was a reference to the explosive revolutions sweeping across Europe in the 1840s. Only Britain, the Netherlands and Russia escaped unrest. Nicholas's 30-year reign was the most stable period in the history of Tsarist Russia. Nicholas devoted himself to matters of state. No important document crossed his desk without some comment from him. His own office, the Imperial Chancellery, became the hub of government. The first section of the Chancellery was responsible for preparing imperial decrees and monitoring their implementation. The second section worked on the codification of Russia's laws into a single text. The third section was in charge of police surveillance, censorship, tracing counterfeiters and investigating serf complaints against landowners. The fourth section, or the Office of the Empress Maria, worked on charitable projects, including shelters, hospitals and women's education. The fifth section worked on reforms of the serf system. The notorious third section of the Imperial Chancellery effectively served as the Tsar's secret police. Its mission was to gauge the political mood for him and to expose any conspiracies against the regime. It had a permanent staff, however, of just 36. It was led by a hero of the Napoleonic Wars and close friend of the emperor, Count Alexander von Benkendorf. He also headed the Special Corps of Gendarmes, who served as a uniformed security police with a strength of 4,000. The prestige and authority of the corps was very high. It's no coincidence that a gendarme appears in the famous final scene of Gogol's play, The Government Inspector. Gogol's satire only avoided being banned thanks to the emperor's personal intervention. Though remembered as a great reactionary, Nicholas saw no harm in such an amusing play. One of Nicholas's first acts after his coronation was to end the exile of the great Russian poet Alexander Pushkin. The emperor even exempted Pushkin from the normal channels of censorship, promising to vet his works personally. Pushkin dedicated 9 poems to Nicholas, while the emperor intervened on a number of occasions to get Pushkin out of trouble, even paying off his debts worth the equivalent of several $1 million. In 1837, another great Russian poet, Mikhail Lermontov, was transferred from his Guard Hussars regiment to a unit fighting in the far south, in Russia's endless Caucasian War. The conflict had begun 20 years earlier, in 1817, when the Russian army invaded the northern Caucasus during the reign of Alexander I. The war ebbed and flowed until reaching a new crescendo in the 1830s, when Imam Shamil led Chechen and Dagestani warriors in a jihad against the Russian invader. The fighting dragged on for another 30 years until Russia was finally able to impose its rule on the northern Caucasus. By the 1850s, a European coalition was forming against Russia, alarmed by the expansionist foreign policy of the Russian Empire. Under Nicholas, Russia had won wars against both the Persian and Ottoman empires, and its growing influence in the Eastern Mediterranean and Central Asia was seen as a threat to British and French imperial interests. In 1853, fighting broke out around the Black Sea, leading to what became known as the Crimean War. Russian troops clashed with Turkish troops in the Balkans and Caucasus, while the Black Sea Fleet annihilated a Turkish squadron at the Battle of Sinop. Days later, British and French warships appeared in the Black Sea. By 1854, Russia was at war with Britain, France, Turkey and Sardinia. Austria and Prussia remained neutral. Nicholas was profoundly depressed that Russia was not only isolated, but at war with its former allies. The fighting raged on many fronts, from Crimea and the Caucasus in the south to the White Sea in the north. Here, a British naval expedition was repulsed, but in the Baltic, the British naval blockade crippled Russian trade. In the Caucasus, Russian troops were victorious, but in Crimea, the main theater of war, a disaster unfolded. Russian forces besieged at Sevastopol faced a powerful enemy. Steam-driven warships made up 30% of the Russian fleet, but 70% of the Allied fleet. Admiral Nakhimov was forced to sink his own ships in the entrance to Sevastopol harbor. It was the only way to keep out the more powerful British and French warships. More than 127,000 Russians were killed in the siege of Sevastopol. The total death toll of the Russian army was about 143,000. The Crimean War was a catastrophe for Russia. Russian soldiers and sailors fought with incredible bravery, but in the end, the industrialized might of France and Britain proved too strong. In September 1855, Sevastopol fell, and the Black Sea Fleet was no more. Nicholas was crushed. He couldn't sleep and wore himself out with work. Doctors told him he needed rest, but he didn't listen. In a private conversation, the Emperor said, "If it was up to me, I would never have chosen this position for myself. But it's my watch. I have my orders and must fulfill them as best I can." At the end of January, the Emperor caught a chill. His doctor forbade him from going out in the cold, but Nicholas insisted on attending a parade for troops leaving for the front. He told his doctor, "You've done your duty. Now let me do mine." It was soon evident the Emperor had contracted pneumonia. On February 17th, his lungs began to give up. The Emperor was fully conscious and knew he had hours to live. He said his prayers and then bid farewell to his family. When told a courier had arrived from Crimea with urgent news, he pointed to his son and said, "This is not for me, this is for him." Then he said to Prince Alexander, "I hand over command, though I do not leave things in the state I would have wished." On February 18th, 1855, a banner of mourning rose above the Winter Palace. Nicholas I was dead. His successor was his 37-year-old son, Alexander, a man destined to achieve what his great-grandmother, Catherine the Great, his uncle Alexander I, and his father, Nicholas, could not. Alexander II would go down in history as the Liberator. Chapter 2. Alexander II Nikolaevich. His father used to say, "I want to bring my son up as a man first, and then an emperor." The prince's tutors, such as the Romantic poet Vasily Zhukovsky, were all men with liberal views. When Alexander was 13, his father interrupted a lesson to speak to him about the Decembrist revolt. "What would you do if you were me?" the emperor asked. "I'd forgive them," Alexander said. After finishing his studies, the prince traveled across Russia, covering 30,000 kilometers and visiting 30 provinces. He was the first Romanov to cross the border of Europe and Asia and to visit Siberia. In Tobolsk, the prince met the exiled Decembrists and did what he could to make their life easier. In Vyatka, he met another exile, Alexander Herzen. The two young men became friends, and Alexander helped hasten the young writer's eventual return to Moscow. Herzen later praised the reforming emperor. Alexander II did many things, a great many things. His name stands above that of all his predecessors. He fought for the rights of man. Neither the Russian people nor history will forget that. In 1852, Herzen moved to London, from where he agitated for sweeping social change in his homeland. First and foremost, he demanded the abolition of serfdom. When he was still a young prince, Alexander's father had often accused him of listening more to his heart than to his mind. He certainly had many unregal qualities. He was carefree, gentle, and sensitive. What's more, the gallant, handsome young prince, heir to the Russian throne, was constantly falling in love with palace chambermaids. In 1838, the 20-year-old Alexander was sent to Europe by his parents to find an eligible young princess to marry. In Darmstadt, he became devoted to a shy and pretty 14-year-old, Princess Maximiliana Wilhelmina Maria of Hesse. Later, in London, Alexander was presented to the newly crowned Queen Victoria, ruler of the British Empire. They met at Windsor Castle on her 20th birthday. In her diary, Victoria described Alexander as a dear, delightful man with a sweet smile and a manly figure. They danced together until the small hours of the morning. "He is so very strong," she wrote, "that in running around you must follow quickly, and after that you are whisked around, which is very pleasant. I have never enjoyed myself more." Alexander was infatuated and prepared to renounce the Russian throne to become the British prince consort. His courtiers were forced to intervene, talking sense into the young prince and reminding him of his duty to Russia, not to mention the young Princess of Hesse. That union was approved by all, so the couple were married in St. Petersburg in 1841. His new wife took the Russian name Maria Alexandrovna. For the first few years, Alexander was wildly in love with his young wife and spoiled her continuously. He even had an apple tree brought into the dining room, so Maria could pick its fruit herself as she liked. But it did not last long. They spent less and less time together, and when they met, they discussed only their health, their children, and the weather. They appeared together in public for official functions and visits, then went to separate bedrooms in the evening. The Empress's health suffered from St. Petersburg's cold, wet climate, as well as from frequent childbirth. By 36, she'd had 6 children, and was a shadow of her former self. The emperor had many short-lived affairs, with ladies-in-waiting, chambermaids, even older students from the nearby Smolny Institute of Noble Maidens. But Alexander was forgiven everything, because everyone loved him. The country was alive with expectation. He was Russia's great hope. When Alexander became emperor, he already had many years' experience of the workings of state and got to work immediately. His first success was to end the Crimean War, signing a peace treaty in Paris which kept Russian losses to a minimum. Then he turned his attention to what was, for Russia, the great issue of the age: the serfs. In one of his first addresses to the Russian nobility, the emperor announced, "The existing system of owning souls cannot remain unchanged. It is better to abolish serfdom from above than to wait for it to abolish itself from below." Until now, Russia's rulers hadn't dared to interfere with serfdom for fear of a revolt by the nobles. But for Alexander, there was no longer any alternative. The case for reform, moral, economic, and political, was irresistible. After 7 years of negotiation, on February 19, 1861, the emperor issued a manifesto freeing Russia's serfs. The Act of Emancipation freed all serfs in private ownership and gave them the right to buy the land they worked on from the landowner. The state helped peasants pay for the land with subsidies and long-term loans. Peasants were to pay 20% of its value and the state 80%. However, in some cases, only 30% of the land they previously worked was eligible for purchase, and it was sold at inflated prices. State loans also trapped many peasants in debt for decades. Following the emancipation of the serfs, the 100 million peasants in Russia, who made up 71% of the population, owned half as much land as the 1.7 million nobles, who made up just 1.5% of the population. A wave of liberal reforms followed. In 1864, each district and province was granted its own elected assembly, known as Zemstva, with authority over local education, roads, medical services, and social welfare. Education reform increased the number of state secondary schools and universities, with more schools for the poor, the first general education courses for women, and the granting of special status and greater autonomy for universities. Reform of the courts introduced greater equality for all classes before the law, as well as public trials, counsel for defense and prosecution, and juries. In the army, universal conscription replaced the old quota system, and modern weapons such as rifles were introduced. They were the most progressive and liberal reforms in Russia's history. When an old courtier warned that now the serfs were free, the people would demand a constitution, Alexander replied, "Well, if Russia clearly desires it and is ready for it, I too am ready." Alexander set strict deadlines for his ministers and advisors, which he kept to himself, despite the huge piles of documents that arrived on his desk every day. His goal was to finish all the work begun by his father, which meant turning next to the war in the Caucasus. The long Caucasian War finally came to an end in 1864, following the Russian conquest of Chechnya, Dagestan, Circassia, and Abkhazia. In the next decade, Russia also took control of the Emirate of Bukhara and Khanate of Khiva, pushing south as far as the town of Kushka, which remained the empire's most southerly point until the collapse of the Soviet Union. The only territory lost in this period was Alaska, 1.5 million square kilometers of barren, almost uninhabited land, which in 1867 was sold to the United States for $7.2 million, worth around $108 million today. At the time, the deal was considered very profitable. Typically, Alexander worked with short breaks from 9 a.m. until 6 in the evening, when he had dinner. He spent his evenings with his family or at official functions. His favorite sport was hunting. He loved long hunting expeditions for bear, elk, and bison. But soon it was Alexander who was being hunted through the very streets of the Russian capital. Alexander was the last ruler in Russian history who would be allowed to simply walk the city streets without guards. Almost every day in St. Petersburg's summer garden, the regulars pretended not to recognize the tall gentleman in military uniform, whose portrait hung in every government office in the empire. Alexander was now 48 and had lost count of the number of affairs he'd had. At first, his relationship with 19-year-old Catherine Dolgorukova, a student from the Smolny Institute for Young Maidens, seemed like many of the others. But after just a few meetings, the emperor was in love. Many years later, Catherine remembered how Alexander always behaved so tenderly towards her, treating her as though she were a sacred object. "We saw each other every day," she wrote, "crazy with the joy of loving and understanding each other so completely. He swore to me that he would always be faithful to me, and that his only dream was to marry me if he ever became free." On April 4th, 1866, after meeting with Catherine, Alexander was leaving the summer garden when an assassin stepped out. The emperor, of course, knew his enemies might try to overthrow or even murder him. An old fortune teller had once told him that there would be 7 attempts on his life. Alexander always remembered it. The first attempt was made by a 26-year-old lone assassin named Dmitry Karakosov, an impoverished nobleman and former student. He believed the emperor's death would inspire the people to rise up in revolution. He was thwarted by a farmer standing next to him named Komissarov, who grabbed his hand at the last moment and forced him to fire high. Karakosov was arrested. He said he tried to kill the Tsar because his reforms had cheated the people by giving them too little land. The entire country was shocked. In 1863, the great historian Sergei Solovyov described the situation Russia faced. "Extremes are easy. It was easy to tighten the screws in Nicholas's time. It was easy to unscrew them in Alexander's time. But it's exceptionally difficult to slow down the carriage on a steep hill. A reformer like Peter the Great held the reins in an iron grip and the carriage was safe. A reformer like Alexander II lets the horses run full speed down the hill without the strength to restrain them. So the whole carriage is threatened with destruction." Alexander's private life, meanwhile, was a growing distraction. His affair with Catherine, nearly 30 years his junior, was alienating close friends and family. Catherine was forced to go abroad for a while. But Alexander soon traveled to France under the pretext of visiting the World Fair to be with her. They walked the grand boulevards of Paris hand in hand. Alexander wrote to Catherine, "I am madly in love with you. These wonderful days we spend together make me infinitely happy." The lovers did not know they were being constantly watched by agents of the French secret police. But they couldn't keep him safe. Polish nationalist Anton Berezovsky made the second attempt on Alexander's life. He shot at Alexander as he was riding in an open carriage with the French Emperor Napoleon III, but the bullet hit the horse. Alexander became accustomed to constant danger. When Russia went to war once more with Turkey, he went to visit troops at the front and came under fire several times. The war was triggered by the Muslim Turks' brutal treatment of Orthodox Bulgarians. Russia now intended to liberate Bulgaria from the Turkish yoke. The war ended in complete victory for Russia. Bulgaria became an independent state, and the name Alexander II, Tsar Liberator, is still commemorated during each service in every Bulgarian church. On April 2nd, 1879, as the emperor was returning from his morning walk, he was greeted by a passerby. Alexander replied absent-mindedly, then noticed the passerby was holding a gun. 60-year-old Alexander, Emperor of Russia, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland, made a zigzag run for his life. This third attempt was made by a 33-year-old ex-student, Alexander Solovyev, a member of the secret revolutionary society Land and Freedom. He was also working alone. After giving chase to the emperor, he fired several times from a range of 10 yards and missed. A new left-wing terrorist group, the People's Will, soon emerged. Its leaders, Sofia Perovskaya and Andrei Zhelyabov, began planning a less amateurish attempt on the Tsar's life. The fourth attempt was made in November 1879. Zhelyabov's group planted a mine with an electric detonator under the railway track as the emperor traveled to the town of Alexandrovsk, but the mine failed to explode. The fifth attempt was made by Perovskaya's group. They planted another mine under the railway tracks outside Moscow. But the Tsar's train left early, and the terrorists blew up the wrong train. On May 22, 1880, Empress Maria died. After just 40 days mourning, Alexander married Catherine Dolgorukova, who took the title Princess Yurievskaya. The wedding took place in secret, in a small room at the palace of Tsarskoye Selo, because both the Tsar's family and public opinion opposed the marriage. The emperor was now guarded more closely than ever, but still was not safe. The sixth attempt was made by Stepan Kalturin, a member of the People's Will, who'd been hired as a carpenter at the Winter Palace. Over 6 months, he smuggled 30 kilos of dynamite into a cellar under the Tsar's dining room. The resulting explosion killed 11 people and wounded 56, all of them staff. The emperor had left the dining room to meet a late guest. The emperor wrote to his son, asking that if the worst should happen, he must care for his wife and young children. On his windowsill, Alexander began to find dead pigeons, torn to shreds. It turned out a kite had made its home on the palace roof. It was caught The bird was so incredibly large, it was sent to the Cabinet of Curiosities. The hunted emperor, exhausted and sick, dreamt of only one thing: to abdicate in favor of his eldest son and leave for Nice with his wife and children. But one important task remained. He had ordered work to begin on the introduction of an elected assembly. It was to be Russia's first step towards a parliament and constitution. Alexander had already approved it. On March 4, 1881, it was to be put before the ministerial cabinet and then announced to the public. On March 1st, the emperor traveled to the Mikhailovsky Manege to see the trooping of the color. On his way back, he visited his sister, Grand Duchess Catherine, at Mikhailovsky Castle. They drank tea and talked about his plans to leave for Nice. At 2:10 p.m., the emperor left in his carriage. He had to be at the Winter Palace by 3 o'clock, as he'd promised to take a walk with his wife. The emperor's carriage turned onto the embankment along the Catherine Canal. 6 Cossacks accompanied the carriage, 3 on either side. Officers of the guard, including the chief of police, followed in 2 sledges. A boy carrying a bread basket was running along the pavement. Alexander saw a woman make a signal with a white handkerchief. When a man with a packet in his hands appeared before the carriage, he realized there would be an explosion. The 7th attempt on Alexander's life was made by Nicholas Rusakov, a 20-year-old student and member of the People's Will. It was Sofia Perovskaya who had given the signal. Rusakov threw a handmade bomb at the carriage. The blast killed 2 Cossacks and a passing boy, injured 3 horses, and shattered the emperor's bulletproof coach. But the emperor was unharmed. Rusakov was quickly apprehended. The chief of police rushed up to Alexander. The emperor remained calm. I offered him my sledge to go back to the palace. "All right," he said, "but show me the criminal first." Everyone begged the emperor to leave, but he insisted on seeing Rusakov. Alexander looked his would-be assassin in the eyes. He had survived the 7th attempt. Everything was behind him now. But innocent people had been hurt because of him. Alexander wanted to see the wounded. The chief of police followed. After we'd taken no more than 3 steps, I was deafened by a second explosion. Amid the smoke and fog, I heard His Highness's weak voice cry, "Help!" I tried to lift him, and saw that His Highness's legs were completely shattered. The second bomber was 25-year-old Ignaty Grinovitsky, who blew himself up along with the emperor. Alexander's last words were, "Hurry home. I want to die in the palace." Alexander died an hour later in his study at the Winter Palace. Grand Duke Alexander, the emperor's nephew, wrote, "A huge crowd gathered outside the Winter Palace. Nobody spoke. Wide, dark bloodstains left a trail up the marble steps and along the corridor to the emperor's study. We realized our idealized vision of Russia, with its Tsar father and loyal people, no longer existed. The future of not only the Russian Empire, but the entire world now depended on the outcome of the imminent battle between the new Russian Tsar and the elements of negation and destruction. Alexander II had given his country freedoms it had been demanding for centuries. But it turned out he had also unleashed a dangerous new force: revolution. October 28th, 1888. 20 miles south of Kharkiv, in eastern Ukraine. The Imperial train was en route from Crimea to St. Petersburg. Emperor Alexander III and his family were gathered in the train's elegant dining carriage. Those in the forward carriages were killed instantly. Children could be heard crying. It was unclear who was alive and who was dead. The emperor struggled to his feet, taking the full weight of the carriage roof on his shoulders. He had one thought: to save his family. But how long would his strength hold? By 1881, the Russian Empire was one of the largest states in the world and occupied 1/6 of the world's land surface. But despite the liberal reforms of Alexander II, Russia's economy was in crisis. During Alexander II's reign, production of cast iron rose 67%, while in Germany it rose 319%. Russia's foreign debt grew from 2 billion to 6 billion rubles. Corruption flourished like never before. Senior officials were being offered bribes of up to 200,000 rubles, about $5 million today. Russia was in a fever. Decades of discontent and repression had created the empire's first terrorists. The radical group, the People's Will, had declared open season on the emperor and killed him at the 8th attempt. His successor inherited an empire in crisis. Chapter 1. Alexander III Alexandrovich. He was not expected to become emperor. As the second son of Alexander II, it was assumed Grand Duke Alexander would follow a military career. It was his elder brother Nicholas who was Tsarevich and heir to the imperial throne. But during a tour of Europe, Nicholas fell seriously ill. He was diagnosed with meningitis and died a few months later, aged just 21. Alexander spent a lot of time at his brother's bedside, alongside Nicholas's fiancée, Princess Dagmar of Denmark. They were united by grief. Little by little, Alexander fell in love with gentle Minnie, as her family called her. When they were alone looking at some photo albums one day, Alexander finally found the courage to speak to her of marriage. The marriage was a happy one. After converting to Orthodoxy, Minnie took the name Maria Fyodorovna. They had 4 sons and 2 daughters, and lived together happily for 28 years. Only Alexander's death would separate them. During the Russian Revolution, Maria left for Denmark, where she lived to an old age, always refusing to believe the Bolsheviks had shot her sons. When Alexander III was crowned emperor in 1881, he was 36 years old and clear in his purpose. It was obvious to him that his father's liberal reforms had weakened the economy and fractured society. He intended to reassert Russian autocracy. Magistrates' courts and village assemblies were abolished. Merchants and shopkeepers were deprived of the vote. Strict censorship was reintroduced. 15 publications were closed down for their liberal views, while 300 book titles were withdrawn from libraries, including anything considered critical of the Tsar or his government. A new university charter abolished the independence of universities, introduced compulsory student uniforms, and increased tuition fees 5-fold. The children of servants were henceforth to be excluded from the top secondary schools. Despite such reactionary policies, this was an age of dramatic progress. Russia got its first oil wells and steel rolling mills. There were electric lights and paved streets, clean running water and flushing toilets, bustle dresses, bowler hats, steamships, the telegraph, electric trams, and Ericsson telephones. On Alexander's personal initiative, Russia's first telephone line was laid between St. Petersburg and the Imperial Palace at Gatchina. Gatchina also became the first palace to get electricity, one of comparatively few extravagances allowed by Alexander III. In most respects, the emperor was very frugal. He halved the number of courtiers, reduced the number of balls, and cut spending on food and wine. Hunting, however, remained a favorite royal pastime. Alexander was a keen sportsman and excellent shot. But most of all, he loved fishing. He would return from his fishing trips with perch for the empress to fry with potatoes, and then they were perfectly content. His other great passion was cigars. Alexander was a loving and playful father. One day in the garden, he crept up behind his youngest son Michael and soaked him with a hose. A few days later, while his father was smoking a cigar out of his study window, Michael hauled a bucket of water up the stairs and poured it on him from the floor above. The emperor was 6'4", barrel-chested and massively strong. He could bend an iron poker into a knot and roll a 5-kopeck coin into a tube. His personal habits were plain and unpretentious. He got up at 7, made himself coffee, and drank it without sugar or cream. Then he took his favorite dog, Kamchatka, for a walk, before listening to ministers' reports for a few hours. He saved breakfast till 1 p.m. Tea, hard-boiled eggs and rye bread. Between 3 and 5, he went for a walk with the Empress and their children, whatever the weather. At 8 p.m., dinner was served. The Emperor loved good food: crayfish soup or fish pie, a side of mutton with kasha and pickled cucumbers. He then returned to work, often until late at night. The Emperor made frequent tours of Russia. Sergei Witter, a railway manager who often accompanied him, witnessed scenes that were impossible to imagine about the Emperor's daily life. After everyone else had gone to bed, I often saw the Emperor's valet, Kortov, mending the Emperor's trousers. One night, when passing by and seeing him at work, I asked, "Can't you take a few pairs with you so that if there's a hole in one pair, you can give another pair to the Emperor?" He replied, "Just try. If he started wearing a pair of trousers or a jacket, he'll wear them until they fall apart at the seams." Alexander's reign saw the à la Russe style come into fashion: dresses, decorations, interiors, and the emergence of a distinct style of architecture known as Russian Revival, a reinvention of traditional Russian styles, culminating in the upper trading rows that face onto Moscow's Red Square and the city's State Historical Museum. Alexander supported artists who dealt with themes from Russian history and myth, like the painters Vaznetsov and Surikov. But the other side to this flourishing of Russian national culture was the oppression of minorities seen as non-Russian, especially Russia's Jews. After 1791, Jews were forced to live in the empire's western provinces, an area known as the Pale of Settlement. Alexander II had relaxed controls on Jewish settlement for those engaged in certain useful professions. Jews had begun to play a greater role in Russian business, cultural and intellectual life. But now, Alexander III imposed stricter controls. In 1891, 20,000 Jews were evicted from Moscow and sent to live in the Pale of Settlement, while a cap was imposed on the proportion of Jewish students at any school or university: 10% within the Pale, 5% outside it, and 3% in St. Petersburg. This persecution encouraged many young Jews to join illegal revolutionary groups. Alexander III intended to unify his vast empire through strong autocratic government, and his reign saw the construction of one great physical embodiment of his vision: the Trans-Siberian Railway. The Trans-Siberian is more than 9,000 kilometers long, the longest railway line in the world. Its longest and most complex sections were built during Alexander's reign, from the Urals to Vladivostok, 7,000 kilometers across mountains, taiga and Siberian rivers. It was a spectacular achievement. Between 2,500 and 5,000 kilometers of rails were laid each year. The cost was approximately 1 million rubles, worth around $20 billion today. Alexander's reign witnessed Russia's great railroad boom. Travel by rail was suddenly prestigious, fashionable, and for some, luxurious. On October 17, 1888, the Emperor and his family were returning from Crimea to St. Petersburg. The train was running slightly late, so the driver picked up speed as they approached Kharkiv, reaching 70 kilometers per hour. The train, pulled by twin locomotives, included a luggage van, workshop, a carriage for the Minister of Railways, 2 kitchen carriages, a dining carriage, and several carriages for the imperial family, the servants and guards. The 15-carriage train was 300 meters long and weighed 480 tons. Safety regulations stipulated a top speed of just 37 kilometers per hour. It was doing almost twice that speed. 2:14 p.m., the train derailed. Ten out of 15 carriages were completely destroyed. The dining carriage, containing the imperial family, was flung down the embankment and had its roof torn off. Ten-year-old Grand Duke Michael was buried beneath the wreckage and only freed with difficulty. 20 people were killed and 37 injured. The emperor helped to search the wreckage while the empress tended the wounded. They left for Kharkiv only when darkness fell. On the way, the emperor remembered a discussion he'd overheard on the train a month before. Sergei Witte, manager of the local railway, had been arguing that such a heavy train shouldn't travel at such speeds. Witte himself later recalled the discussion. The Minister of Railways started arguing with me. He said, "We travel at the same speed on the other railways. No one has ever dared demand the Emperor's train reduce speed." I broke down and said to the minister, "Let others do what they want. As for me, I don't want to break the Emperor's neck. Because if you go on like this, that's what you'll do." Alexander III summoned Witte to St. Petersburg and persuaded him to become director of state railways. It was not a profitable move for Witte. His previous salary of 40,000 rubles at a privately owned rail firm fell to just 8,000. So the emperor personally paid him an extra 8,000 rubles a year as compensation. Within 2 years, Witte was made Minister of Railways and Minister of Finance. Thanks in large part to his efforts, Russia began to emerge from its economic crisis. Over the next decade, coal output rose by 110%, oil by 1,468%, steel by 159%, and cast iron by 487%. Russian agriculture accounted for 15% of the world's wheat production and 55% of its rye. The growth rate of Russian industry doubled to around 9%, thanks largely to an influx of foreign investment, particularly from France. Russia's gold reserves more than doubled, and by 1893, the Russian state was running an annual surplus of almost 100 million rubles. The Russian ruble became a safe haven currency, while Russia's economic boom gave the empire new authority on the world stage. Alexander began to modernize Russia's armed forces. The army was equipped with the new 30 caliber Mosin Nagant bolt-action rifle, which remained in service until the mid-20th century. A new, more comfortable uniform was introduced, including a soldier's tunic that remains in use today. Standards in military education were raised. The Navy received 114 new warships, including 17 battleships and 10 armored cruisers. Russia's navy was now the third largest in the world, lagging only behind Great Britain and France. Russia, however, fought no major wars during Alexander's 13-year reign. On the contrary, Alexander's efforts to diffuse tension between the great powers earned him the nickname, the Peacemaker. But the changing alliances of his reign would have far-reaching repercussions. Russia's traditional alliance with Germany came to an end. Alexander made a new alliance with France instead, the country that had provided the bulk of the loans that enabled Russia's economic miracle. The new Franco-Russian alliance led Germany to fear encirclement, a major factor in the outbreak of World War I. That war was a catastrophe Alexander III may have been able to prevent. But after the train crash, his health began to fail. The emperor had been ignoring chronic back pain for many years. In September 1894, he was diagnosed with nephritis, an acute inflammation of the kidneys. His doctors prescribed a strict diet and sent him to recuperate at the imperial palace of Livadia, in the warmer climes of Crimea. On October 19th, the government courier left Livadia with papers signed by Alexander for the last time. The emperor received the last rites and bid farewell to his wife and children. He died at 2:15 p.m. Alexander III was only 49. The emperor's coffin was taken by train from Crimea to Kharkiv, Oryol, Moscow, and finally St. Petersburg. It was met along the route by huge crowds who came to say goodbye to the emperor. There had never been such a lengthy and solemn funeral. No one could have imagined it would be the last funeral of a Tsar that Russia would ever see. The Russian Empire was at the peak of its economic and political power when Alexander's eldest son, 26-year-old Nicholas, ascended the throne. Chapter 2. Nicholas II Alexandrovich. Nicholas, or Nicky as his family called him, received an excellent education and had all the skills required to thrive at court. He was clever, refined, and extremely charming. In 1886, Princess Victoria Alex Helena Louise Beatrice of Hesse-Darmstadt, or Alex as she was known, came to Russia to visit her sister, Grand Duchess Elizabeth, who had married Nicholas's uncle. Nicholas and Alex soon fell in love. Nicky's parents did not approve of the match. They found her cold and aloof, and too tall. But their son's devotion to her was soon apparent. The young couple used to play a game, using the precious stones in their rings to cut each other's names into the glass of the palace windows. It became a tradition, and their messages of love remained etched into the windows of the Winter Palace for years to come. Young Nicholas gave a brooch with a 12-carat diamond to his beloved. The gift became a symbol of their love. It was later found amongst her burnt clothes. Alex did not part with it until the last minute of her life. When Nicholas's father, Alexander III, realized he was dying, he agreed to his son's marriage. In 1894, after 8 years of waiting, Nicholas and Alex became engaged. She converted to Orthodoxy and took the name Alexandra Fyodorovna. A month after Alexander III's death, they were married. On May 14, 1896, the new Emperor and Empress were crowned in Moscow's Cathedral of the Assumption. The festivities were to last 20 days. For the nobility, there were receptions, balls, and full-dress dinners. On May 18th, a traditional festival was to be held for commoners at Kodinka Field, where there would be entertainment, meals, and gifts for all. Each gift included smoked sausage, 200 grams, a bread roll with raisins, 400 grams, a Vyazma treacle cake, 130 grams, sweets and nuts, 300 grams, and a commemorative mug bearing the new Tsar's monogram, all wrapped up in a handkerchief. 30,000 buckets of beer and 10,000 buckets of mead were laid on. The cost to the state was 339,536 rubles. The organizers expected an attendance of 400,000, but more than 1 million turned up. There were wild rumors about the gifts. Some said that if you got one wrapped in a handkerchief with houses printed on it, you would get a new house. Others claimed every mug contained a gold ruble. When word went round that there wouldn't be enough gifts for everyone, there was a stampede. There were barely 2,000 police to hand, powerless in the face of such numbers. The crowd became a huge, struggling mass. Some were crushed, others trampled underfoot. 1,389 people were killed. At 10:30, the emperor was told about the unfolding disaster at Kudynka Field. Everyone expected him to go there immediately, but he did not arrive until 2 p.m. Only the royal household knew that he and his wife had spent the intervening hours praying in private. 4 days later, the imperial couple attended a long-standing engagement, a ball at the French embassy. They were there for barely 10 minutes, but even so, news quickly spread that the emperor was going to parties while the rest of the city mourned. Far fewer people were aware that Nicholas had given 90,000 rubles of his own money to help the victims' families. Instead, people got the impression the emperor cared very little about ordinary Russians. Some said the Kudynka Field disaster was a bad omen for the reign, and noted the Tsar was born on May 6th, the day of Job the Long-Suffering. And soon there were more dire predictions. In 1801, shortly before his murder, Emperor Paul I had written a letter to his descendants to be opened 100 years after his death. Now it was time to open the letter. Only a few trusted servants knew of its existence. One of them was Maria Geringer, the Empress's close friend and senior lady-in-waiting. She later recalled how, on the morning of March 12, 1901, both the Emperor and Empress began the day excited and cheerful. They were going to Gatchina Palace to uncover a century-old mystery. They prepared for the trip as if for a merry excursion that promised great entertainment. They departed in high spirits, Maria remembered, but returned thoughtful and gloomy. They told no one what they had read in the letter. But after the trip, the emperor began to refer to 1918 as a fateful year for himself and for the dynasty. According to legend, the letter contained Paul's account of his conversation with a monk named Abel, the Russian Nostradamus. Abel was said to have foretold the death of Catherine the Great, Paul's own murder, the war against Napoleon, the burning of Moscow, the revolt of the Decembrists in the reign of Nicholas I, Alexander II's abolition of serfdom, the assassination of Alexander II, and the order and peace of the reign of Alexander III. Of Nicholas II, he said, "The Holy Tsar, who is like Job the Long-Suffering, he will have the mind of Christ, the patience and purity of a dove. A crown of thorns will replace his Tsar's crown. He shall be betrayed by his people, as was the Son of God. A great war will be fought. People will fly in the air like birds and swim underwater like fish. They shall destroy each other with stinking sulfur. Treason shall grow and multiply. On the eve of victory, the Tsar's throne will fall. Blood and tears will water the earth. A peasant with an axe will take power, and the plagues of Egypt will begin." Romanov, Nicholas Alexandrovich, age 29, religion Russian Orthodox, married, children, one daughter Olga, 1 year old. Military rank, Colonel of the Leibgard Hussar Regiment. Occupation, ruler of Russia. In 1897, a census was carried out of the Russian Empire. Its results were published in 89 volumes and included information on nearly 129 million people. In the year of the census, the Empress was pregnant for a second time. Everybody hoped it would be a boy, an heir. Instead, they had another daughter, Tatiana, then a third, Maria, and a fourth, Anastasia. Many relatives didn't even try to hide their disappointment. The emperor never worried about it, but the need for a son obsessed the empress. In 1903, the couple prayed for a son over the relics of St. Seraphim at Sarov Monastery. And on August 12, 1904, Tsarevich Alexei was born. But the proud parents were soon filled with dread. One doctor after another visited the palace. By the third day, it was confirmed. Their son had hemophilia and could die at any moment. Hemophilia is a hereditary genetic disease that prevents blood clots forming, meaning even a small cut can lead to death from blood loss. The disease, which is incurable, normally only appears in males, though the gene is also carried by females. Alexei's mother, Empress Alexandra, received the gene from her grandmother, Queen Victoria. Victoria passed the gene on to many of her children and grandchildren, who married into ruling families across Europe. Hence, hemophilia also became known as the royal disease. A minor cut or bruise could be life-threatening for Alexei. At such moments, reports on his recovery became front-page news, alongside latest reports from the Russo-Japanese War. By 1900, the Far East had become the latest focus of great power rivalry. China, weak and undeveloped, was considered ripe for exploitation. Japan, the emerging power in the region, had its sights set on expansion into Korea and Manchuria, the northeastern province of China. Russia had its own designs on Manchuria and stood in Japan's way. Many months of negotiations proved fruitless. The two nations seemed locked on a collision course. There were also those in Russia who thought war might be a good thing, to unite the people and calm unrest at home. In February 1904, Japan launched a preemptive strike on the Russian Pacific Fleet at its base in Port Arthur. A year-long siege followed, leading to the port's surrender. The next year, in February 1905, the Russian army was decisively beaten at the Battle of Mukden. Then in May, Russia suffered a devastating naval defeat at the Battle of Tsushima. Nicholas had had enough. His advisors argued that Japan's military strength was ebbing, while Russia's would only increase with time. They only needed one more year, 1 million rubles, and 20,000 more lives. But the emperor was adamant. They must make peace. The Treaty of Portsmouth was not a harsh settlement, but the damage to Russian prestige had already been done, and the consequences at home were disastrous. It would lead to revolution. In January 1905, workers went on strike in St. Petersburg, Riga, and Warsaw. In May, Ivanova textile workers followed suit, and in June, the crew of the battleship Potemkin mutinied. In October, a general strike was supported by 2 million workers. All major factories and railways were shut down. Nicholas turned to his father's old advisor, Sergei Witte, who persuaded him that political concessions could no longer be avoided. The October Manifesto, drafted by Witte and signed by Nicholas, promised new civil liberties, including freedom of speech, assembly and association, and the creation of a new national assembly, the Duma. But the unrest only grew. There was only one province where order was maintained, Saratov. So Nicholas summoned its governor, 44-year-old Pyotr Stolypin, to St. Petersburg. After a long conversation with him, the emperor realized it was Stolypin, not Witte, who was the man to pull Russia out of its current crisis. Stolypin was appointed Minister of the Interior, and 2 months later became Prime Minister. He clamped down on protests by introducing martial law. Then he began a major reform of Russian agriculture. Peasants were to be helped to buy land and set up new farms with the help of cheap government loans. Over 6 years, the government issued more than 1 billion rubles in loans. 6 million farmers, 44%, applied to buy land with government help. Of those, 10% succeeded in becoming new landowners. Crop yields rose by a third. The Russian Empire reached its economic peak in 1913. Annual growth in Russian agricultural output was 2%, ranked first in the world. Growth in industrial output was 5%, ranked first in the world. Population growth was 1.5%, ranked first in Europe. The Russian Empire's national income was 16.4 billion rubles, ranked fourth in the world. Russia's total industrial output was worth more than 6.5 billion rubles, ranked fifth in the world. Stolypin's reforms were expected to take 20 years to bear fruit. But it was time that Russia, and Stolypin, did not have. In 1911, at the Kiev Opera House, Prime Minister Stolypin was assassinated by a socialist revolutionary. Three years later, World War I broke out. It would claim the lives of 37 million people and destroy 4 empires: the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, German, and Russian. 2 alliances dominated Europe. Germany, Austro-Hungary, and Italy formed the Triple Alliance. Russia, Britain, and France formed the Triple Entente. When war broke out, Turkey and Bulgaria joined the Triple Alliance. Italy, Romania, and America sided with the Entente. Each country had its own war aims. Germany sought to dominate its European neighbors and claim new overseas colonies. France wanted to recover Alsace and Lorraine, lost to Germany in 1871. Austro-Hungary looked to defeat Slav nationalism within the empire and on its borders. Britain wanted to eliminate Germany as a colonial rival, and also had ambitions in the Middle East. Italy wanted to expand its influence in the Balkans, while Russia, fighting alongside Britain and France, was determined to assert its role as defender of the Slavs. The pretext for war came in June 1914, when Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria was shot dead in Sarajevo by a Slav nationalist, Gavrilo Princip. Many Russians welcomed the declaration of war against Germany and Austro-Hungary that summer. But when the Russian army advanced through Poland, it suffered a string of catastrophic defeats. The following year, the Russian commander-in-chief, the emperor's cousin, Grand Duke Nicholas, was dismissed from his post. The emperor himself became the army's commander, though it was only a symbolic role, and he did not interfere with strategy. The German army, meanwhile, proved a formidable enemy. In the summer of 1915, the Russian army conducted a giant strategic withdrawal in the face of the German onslaught. It was hoped that by sacrificing territory, Russia could buy enough time to mobilize its vast resources. The following year, 1916, the Russian army launched the Brusilov offensive, striking a hammer blow against Austro-Hungarian forces. Another major offensive was prepared for 1917, but at home, events were spiraling out of control. While Nicholas was away at army headquarters, his wife's influence on policy grew considerably. It was a cause of growing resentment, not least because the Empress was German by birth. Now, her close relationship with a wandering holy man from Siberia, Grigory Rasputin, caused further unease. To some, he was a visionary and healer. To others, a fraud. There were many rumors about the relationship between the Empress and Rasputin. She had complete faith in him because he seemed the only person able to relieve the suffering of her sickly son, Alexei. Empress Alexandra was certain, with Rasputin by his side, Alexei would live. "I believe in our friend's wisdom," she wrote to the Emperor. "God sent him to be your help and your guide." Alexandra's regular letters to the Emperor contained advice from Rasputin on many matters, even the conduct of the war. To many, Rasputin's hold over the imperial family was shameful and intolerable. It came to an end in December 1916, when Rasputin was murdered by a group of nobles determined to protect the Tsar's reputation. On February 22, 1917, Nicholas II left the capital for army headquarters. The same day, Tsarevich Alexei fell ill with measles. His sisters soon caught it too. All their heads were shaved. The Empress was supervising the care of her sick children when news arrived of strikes in the capital. The Russian Revolution had begun. On February 28th, the Emperor rushed back from the front to be with his family at Zaskie Selo. The next night, the Emperor's train was halted near Novgorod. The line ahead was blocked by revolutionary troops. A great shame. I failed to reach Zaskie Selo. All my thoughts and feelings are there. God help us. The Emperor traveled instead to Pskov, headquarters of the Northern Front. He planned to redeploy troops from the front to crush the revolt in the capital. But behind his back, General Alexeyev, acting commander-in-chief, was sending telegrams to the front commanders asking if it was desirable for the Emperor to abdicate. All of them answered, yes. On the night of March 2nd, Nicholas signed his abdication in the saloon carriage of the imperial train as it stood at the platform in Pskov station. From that moment on, he was Colonel Nicholas Romanov. Witnesses were struck by his calmness. One general remembered, he abdicated the throne as if relinquishing command of a division. Nicholas wrote in his diary, "The bottom line is that to save Russia and keep the army at the front, I need to take this step." The Emperor's abdication had been demanded by a wide range of political and military figures. They were responding to the crisis unfolding within Russia. The war had led to huge casualties at the front, as well as bread queues, shortages and inflation at home. soldiers and civilians wanted political change. Nicholas's abdication was demanded by the State Duma as the only way to achieve political progress. It was also demanded by the army, whose generals reported that many of their men sympathized with the revolutionaries and could no longer be relied upon to fight for the Tsar. Amongst the Romanovs, there was no agreement on the monarchy's future. Some disliked or blamed the emperor and his wife. Others believed the monarchy did need to make changes, though none of the Grand Dukes were prepared to take responsibility for making them. Once it was clear that he himself was the obstacle, Nicholas abdicated in favor of his younger brother, Michael. Michael, the favorite youngest son of Alexander III, who had tipped the bucket of water on his father's head, refused to take the throne and issued his renunciation the next day, March 3rd. He would later be shot by the Bolsheviks near Perm in Siberia. His manifesto of March 3, 1917, stated that he, Michael Romanov, would not accept the throne until a constituent assembly made up of the people's representatives had voted on a new form of government for Russia. Only then, with the people's consent, would he accept the throne. His grand gesture, however, was quickly overtaken by events. The throne would never be offered to him. The monarchy was finished. 300 years of Romanov rule in Russia were at an end. Power now lay with Russia's provisional government. Nicholas, his wife, and 5 children were put under house arrest in the Alexander Palace on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. 6 months later, the provisional government sent the former Tsar and his family to the remote Siberian town of Tobolsk, more than 1,000 miles from Moscow, for their own safety. Palace staff who wished to join them were allowed to do so. Family were joined in exile by 45 of their former servants. By now, Nicholas must have realized he would not be allowed to leave the country, and that Russia was sliding into chaos. The most frightening of Abel's predictions was coming true before his eyes. In October 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power in the capital. The Romanovs were moved from Tobolsk to Ekaterinburg and settled in a so-called House of Special Purpose. Only 5 people were allowed to stay with the family: their doctor, a valet, a maid, a cook, and kitchen boy. Nicholas and Alexandra tried to ignore the rudeness of the guards. Theft was what bothered them most. The couple feared that 2 boxes of papers containing Nicholas's diaries and their personal correspondence would disappear. "I could never have imagined that there was such perfect happiness in the world," Alex had once written to Nicholas. "I love you. These 3 words are my whole life." In the middle of the night, the Emperor's family and their servants were ordered to get up and gather in one of the rooms. They were told that because of the threat of local unrest, they were to be moved to a new location for their own safety. Alexei was sick, so his father carried him in his arms. The family were ordered down into the cellar and told to arrange themselves for a photo. which would be used to quash rumors of their death. Then Yakov Yurovsky, the house commandant, entered the room. He announced that they had been sentenced to death by the Presidium of the Ural Soviet. In the early hours of July 17, 1918, the following people were executed in the cellar of the house. Nicholas Romanov, aged 50. Alexandra Romanova, aged 46. Olga Romanova, aged 23. Tatiana Romanova, aged 21. Maria Romanova, aged 19. Anastasia Romanova, aged 17. Alexei Romanov, aged 14. And 4 servants. In 2000, the Tsar's murdered family were canonized as saints by the Russian Orthodox Church. In spring 1918, a few months before her death, Grand Duchess Olga wrote, "My father asked me to tell those who remained loyal to him that they should not avenge him, as he has forgiven all and prayed for all. He asks them to remember that the evil which is now in the world will become even stronger, but evil will not triumph over evil. Only love."